Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 176 Peerless Array Fusion Technique. You said you can strengthen the formation to protect the city. This is the formation that Du Ji Patriarch personally engraved. Lin Yunfan said with a look of astonishment. Liu Yi nodded. Well, although the formation pattern I master is much worse than that of Du Ji's predecessors, I have special formation carving skills. The array pattern rewarded by Liu Yi through the task is the foundation of the array path, including Vientian. The main explanation is the basic usage and analysis of the array pattern. No matter how complicated the big formation is, it is also the evolution of the basic pattern, and it is inseparable from it. In addition, Liu Yi obtained a fragment of the innate killing pattern, and obtained a lot of useful formation information from it. Even in such a formation pattern, Liu Yi can join the killing formation. Liu Yi said to himself, I want to strengthen the defense formation of Dongming City. Task: strengthen the defense formation of Dongming City. Reward: improving the perception of the formation realm, Mahayana formation method, yellow heaven and earth element formation. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi was overjoyed. The task rewards were so generous, and there was a Mahayana formation, which is really good. Liu Yi accepted the task, and after thinking for a while, he took out a piece of white star iron in the state of fusion, and carved a series of mysterious and complicated patterns on it. Lin Yunfan and the two combined powers are both monks of the Holy Land of Tai, and they have mastered extremely profound attainments in formations. When they saw the formations arranged by Liu Yi, they all showed surprise. What a delicate technique, what a fast drawing speed. Little friend Liu Yi, this is, how big a big formation is formed by combining each of them together. Hiss. On such a small piece of white star iron, dozens of large formations have been fused together. This technique is too subtle. The three of them were extremely shocked and praised again and again. Lin Yunfan sighed, even if it's me, it's not as good as little friend Liu Yi's technique. I'm afraid this kind of formation technique can be compared with the ancestors? The other two combined powers also had shocked faces and nodded repeatedly. It's unbelievable that little friend Liu Yi is only in the void realm now, and yet he has such attainments. He was born to be a Dao immortal, but it's a pity that he has cultivated the Dao of the sword. It's really a waste of money. A fit old man sighed. Lin Yunfan had a strange expression, and said, it is rumored that I went to the Baiyun sect in Tianlong Holy Land, and Patriarch Longming said that Liu Yi is a monstrous character who was born to practice physical cultivation. The three of them looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Lin Yunfan sighed, young people nowadays are really amazing. The way of array, the way of swordsmanship, the way of physical training, and fellow practitioners of the three ways can reach such a high level. Yet, what a genius! The three sighed again and again. And Liu Yi has already carved complex formation patterns on the white star iron, and then, using the secret technique that he learned from the fragments of the innate killing formation pattern, Liu Yi swiped his hands to connect the white star iron and the formation eyes together. Daoxuan's incomparable pattern is like a natural formation, turning into dazzling light, connecting the two together, as if there is a heaven and earth connecting the two together, like an antelope's horns. No trace can be found, there is no slightest disharmony at all. This made the three array masters stare blankly. This is, little friend Liu Yi connected the two formation eyes together? The small formation eyes drawn by little friend Liu Yi are attached to the large defensive formation, which can strengthen the power of the large defensive formation, and can also add other formations. Hiss. This method is simply unheard of. It was difficult for the three of them to understand Liu Yi's tactics. The most rare thing is that there is no incongruity at all. This is the pattern drawn by the ancestor of the crossing robbery. Even if it is the same formation of crossing the robbery, I am afraid it will be difficult to achieve this. The three of them were amazed again and again. Liu Yi let out a breath of turbid air. This is the secret technique Lui learned from the Xiantian killing formation. It can connect the two formation stones without any abnormalities, and can complement each other. For example, attaching a peripheral that improves the performance of the machine in general. This kind of secret technique, Lui called it the melting array technique, is a great technique with a bright future, and Lui has only grasped a little bit of it. After all, the innate pattern in his hand is only a small fragment, and what he can perceive is very limited. If he can master a large number of innate formation patterns, he may be able to comprehend the fusion of formations to the level of immortality, or even more powerful. As for now, Lui can only fuse a small amount of patterns together, which is still very weak. When Lui sighed, the three powerful people from the Holy Land of Oneness were paralyzed. They looked at the flickering light at the connection, and they were numb, unable to understand how it was done. Lui turned his head and smiled at the three of them. "Senior, it's already done." Lin Yunfen had a strange expression, and exclaimed, "Little friend, Lui uses a secret technique that I have never seen before in the Holy Land of Tai. It is amazing." Lui said with a smile, "The secret technique obtained by chance, unfortunately, has very limited effects, and can only increase the power of this defensive formation by about 30%. It's a pity, if his formation fusion technique is stronger, he can directly build 10 or hundreds of formation eyes, which are connected to the formation eyes of the large city protection formation, and directly improve the protection formation several times, until at that time, even if the ancestor Duji came, he could only stare blankly." Lin Yunfen. Two combined powers. Seeing Lui's modest and regretful smile, they were numb. What the hell, this is the possible grand formation of Duja Patriarch. You are a cultivator in the realm of the void, so you can increase the power by 30% by just doing it casually. Is this still limited? So do you want to double the power of this formation? All three were numb, speechless for a while. Seeing the weird expressions of the three, Lui was a little puzzled. "What's wrong, three seniors?" "Nothing." Lin Yunfen recovered and shook his head. Then he said seriously, "Little friend, Lui's methods are astonishing. If Dongming City can hold this time, it will be thanks to little friend Lui." Lui smiled and said, "As a monk in the eastern region, I don't want the High Clan to dominate here." Lui thought of those mortals before. At that time, there were actually many corpses, all of which were killed by the monks of the Sea Clan. Because of the invasion of the High Clan, Lui alone had seen so many tragedies. In the past few decades, there may have been countless tragedies. Lui's heart was also a little cold. He smiled, "It's a pity that I am not strong enough. If I can, I hope to drive the Sea Clan back to the sea." Hearing Lui's words, Lin Yunfen and the two combined powers looked at him with more gentle expressions. Lin Yunfen smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, you little guy, you are still young, we old men are not dead yet, naturally we are standing in front of you, you juniors, in a few years, you will naturally have enough strength." Lui also smiled. Then Lin Yunfen said, "Okay, now that the city guard is safe, I feel relieved. I will go to contact the strong men in other strongholds, and my old friends, I hope they can come to support as soon as possible." Lui nodded. Afterwards, Lin Yunfen and Lui left the secret room. Lin Yunfen and Lui bid farewell, and asked the disciples of Tai Holy Land to take Lui to where Yun Xi and others were. Wang Baifeng and others were arranged in a courtyard. Although the Tai Holy Land disciples did not know Yun Xi's specific identity, they also knew that Yun Xi and Lui had an unusual relationship, so they arranged a separate courtyard for her. After Lui came to the yard, he saw Yun Xi who was waiting for him sitting on the stone chair in the yard. Seeing Lui coming back, Yun Xi stood up, walked over, and asked concerned, "Lui, how are you doing?" Lui smiled and said, "There is nothing wrong with the big formation protecting the city, I have also strengthened the big formation." Yun Xi nodded slightly, and said, that's good, but it's still not safe for the strong Sea clan to attack even though they know that there is a large formation protecting the city. Liu Yi also nodded, frowning slightly, and said, that's true, Senior Lin Yunfan has already gone to notify the reinforcements, I hope the reinforcements can arrive soon. Yun Xi nodded slightly, yes. Liu Yi looked at Yun Xi, then smiled, and said, I haven't had a good rest these days, it's rare to have a place to rest, let's have a good rest. Seeing the familiar evil smile on Liu Yi's face, Yun Xi froze, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she refused, no. There is going to be a big battle soon, you have made me weak, it will be very dangerous at that time. Liu Yi said with a serious face, really, Yun Xi, who do you think I am? When I was outside, I knew how to measure it anyway, and I wouldn't make you weak. Liu Yi picked up Yun Xi and walked towards the room. In the room, Liu Yi arranged a large formation, and then he and Yun Xi double repaired. Liu Yi is indeed not a person who has no sense of propriety. After all, he is on the dangerous battlefield of the Sea clan, and the enemy is about to attack. Liu Yi will not do such a thing to make Yungzi dizzy. After a while of double cultivation, Yun Xi's pretty face was flushed, her black hair was like silk, and she lay lazily on the bed. Holding Yungzi in his arms, Liu Yi began to check the mission rewards for these days. Because there are many things in the Sea clan battlefield, there are naturally a lot of small tasks, and there are only 4 tasks with the most lucrative rewards. Task: kill 4 Sea tribe monks, completed. Kill the Sea clan monk, completed. Summons to remind Dongming City of the attack of the Sea clan, completed. Strengthen the defense array of Dongming City, completed. The first mission to kill 4 Sea clan monks was to kill 4 Sea clan monks in the nascent soul realm in that valley. Although Liu Yi only made 1 sword strike, he found that as long as he participated, the mission would still be completed. Because the object of the task is only for nascent soul cultivators, the reward is not particularly good, it is 100 drops of the Millennium Essence and the improvement of the understanding of the way of water. Liu Yi put away the Millennium Essence, and he did not receive the improvement of his understanding of the way of water for the time being. The second task, to kill the monks of the Sea tribe, is to kill those strong men of the Sea tribe who chased up. There are 3 monks of the Sea tribe who are in the realm of the whole, and the task rewards are quite generous. Including the secret technique Small Deduction Technique, 10 pieces of Wanyan Lingyu, Black Water Swanyu, a treasure of heaven, material and earth, and the improvement of the perception of the avenue of water. Liu Yi checked the secret technique Small Deduction Technique, and then his eyes widened with surprise. This secret technique is somewhat similar to the secret technique of deducing Qi and destiny. Using the small deduction technique, Liu Yi can deduce some relatively simple things such as the position and state of the target person. Of course, if the target is very strong, the deduction has a high probability of failure. Even if the target is not strong, the range is not completely accurate. It can only be said that there is a general range. This is already very strong, after all, this is a secret technique involving the secrets of heaven. The moment Liu Yi saw the little deduction technique, he thought of the illusory Misty Island. According to senior brother Zhang Fan and the others, Misty Island is always moving and has no fixed location. Liu Yi didn't have much confidence to find the Misty Island at first, but after having a small deduction technique, Liu Yi was full of confidence. Maybe we can really find the Misty Isle. That is an island involving immortals, and the task rewards are generous. However, if he wanted to deduce Misty Island, he would have to practice the small deduction technique to a very high level, perhaps to the extreme level, in order to have hope. Liu Yi also placed the small deduction technique at the forefront of the training sequence, at the same level as the small void technique. With the small deduction technique, this task has been considered a bumper harvest. In addition, there are 10,000 years of spiritual jade, which is also a good thing. Tiankadabeo black water profound jade is a heavenly material and earthly treasure in the realm of fusion, and it is also good. Liu Yi didn't leave to use the perception of the great way of water, but planned to receive it later. The task of summoning to remind Dongming City of the Sea Clan's attack was issued by Liu Yi to himself on the way to Dongming City. Task: Summons to remind Dongming City of the attack of the Sea Clan, completed. Reward: 1,000,000-year Spirit Jade Piece, 1 time of Epiphany on the Dao of Water, and the level of the specified spell +2. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Perhaps it was because this task involved the entire Dongming City, and also involved the Mahayana power of the High Clan. It was obviously just a task of sending messages, but the rewards were extremely generous. There is even one epiphany. Although it is only about the Dao of Water, it is still extremely precious. You must know that most of the epiphanies that Liu Yi has obtained now are basically obtained from his master, and the other one is the number of epiphanies of Sword Dao, which is the Sword Dao Conference, which involves the task of the Holy Land of Xianzong. It is conceivable how difficult it is to obtain this number of epiphanies. And the 1,000,000-year-old spiritual jade is also extremely precious. There is also an increase in the level of the specified spell. It can be said that this task is easy and the reward is high. It couldn't be more enjoyable. The final task is to strengthen the Dongming City moat formation. The rewards are equally generous, including the improvement of the perception of the realm of the Dao, and there is also a formation of the Mahayana realm, the Huangtian Tuyuan formation. Liu Yi first looked at the Huangtian Tuyuan formation, and found that this formation was not a killing formation, but a defensive formation. Through the pattern, you can absorb the power of the earth for your own use, and condense the Huangtian Earth Element Stand and the Huangtian Earth Element Shield, which are enough to resist the attacks of ordinary Mahayana monks. And because the source of power is to absorb the power of the earth, it is extremely durable. As long as the shield is not broken by absolute power, the power of the earth will be continuously replenished and will hardly be destroyed. One can imagine how powerful this formation is. After receiving these rewards, the Liu Yi practitioners began to receive rewards of the perception type. The two missions have the insight of the Dao of Water, and Liu Yi also got a chance to realize the Dao of Water, which is naturally the best to use now. Without even thinking about it, Liu Yi directly used the number of epiphanies of the Dao of Water, and then began to receive rewards for his enlightenment of the Dao of Water. Immediately, the colorful clouds in the Danshan surged in Liu Yi's mind, and Dao I began to capture the sound of the Dao, and various mysterious Dao lines about the artistic conception of water appeared in his mind. The surface of Liu Yi's body was formed by the condensation of water mist, and visions slowly emerged, including clear rivers, calm lakes, raging waves, blooming water lotuses, and roaring water dragons. The vision of the avenue of water completely condensed around Liu Yi's body. Yun Xi, who was leaning on Liu Yi's chest, quietly listening to Liu Yi's powerful heartbeat and enjoying the tenderness, was shocked, and looked shocked at the various terrifying visions emerging around him. This is the way of water? The artistic conception of water? No, is it the domain of water? Yun Xi was extremely shocked. It was the first time she saw that Liu Yi had mastered the way of water. Not only that, but he had even realized the level of the domain. You know, Liu Yi majored in swordsmanship, how could even the way of water be so terrifying? What makes Yun Xi feel exaggerated the most is that Liu Yi's water domain is increasing crazily at a frightening speed. The domain of water, which was originally only less than 10%, quickly exceeded 10%, and it is still improving. This made Yun Xi dumbfounded. Even if she was an immortal, this was the first time she had seen such a scene. She couldn't believe it. The Dao pattern of the avenue of water flashed in the vision, and Yun Xi even vaguely realized the mystery of the Dao of water, and even later, he realized the artistic conception of water. This made Yun Xi very shocked. It was only because of Liu Yi's one perception, but she didn't expect that even she could realize the artistic conception of water. Quite a kind of meaning that one person attains Taoism and ascends to heaven. Fortunately, Liu Yi had used an extremely powerful array to cover up the privacy of the double cultivation, otherwise, the vision of his perception of the water road would probably have drifted outside. Time passed, and one day later, Liu Yi's epiphanies disappeared, and he slowly opened his eyes, with strands of dark blue light flashing in his eyes, and there were incomparably mysterious patterns of the way of water flashing. As the streamer and Dao pattern dissipated, Liu Yi's eyes returned to pitch black. As expected of the number of epiphanies of the Dao of water, coupled with the comprehension of the mission rewards, in just one day, Liu Yi raised the Dao of water to the 20% domain level. This kind of improvement speed is too exaggerated, even in these days when Liu Yi and Yun Xi's dual cultivation is still competing, they haven't improved so fast. I have to say that Epiphany is really an eternal god. At this time, Liu Yi noticed the gaze, he looked down and found Yun Xi was leaning on his chest, looking up at him. Liu Yi smiled, "Have you rested?" Yun Xi nodded slightly, "Well, I'm not so tired this time. It would be nice if I did this every time." Liu Yi showed a bright smile, "Of course it's impossible. I'm not satisfied at all. If I'm in the sect, I can't just end like this." Liu Yi felt that Yun Xi's body was visibly stiff, and then she showed helplessness. She glanced at Liu Yi resentfully, and then said with surprise, "I didn't expect Liu Yi that you have mastered the water domain." Liu Yi smiled, "Well, I have gained something by chance before, and my brother Zhang Fan of the Baiyun sect is also a monk who has mastered the artistic conception of water. When I competed with him, I also felt something." After listening quietly, Yun Xi leaned on Liu Yi's chest, raised the corner of her mouth, and smiled proudly, "My Taoist companion is really a genius." "That's right, you don't want to see who I am?" Liu Yi was extremely proud. At this moment, a terrifying aura escaped from a distance, carrying an extremely strong killing intent. This made both Liu Yi and Yun Xi startled, their expressions extremely fierce. "See clan. They are coming. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss of 08A, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the book friend 202203261302222284. I owe 1,800, 2,000 monthly tickets in 2 changes tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Chapter 177 Breaking the Formation. The two quickly got dressed, turned into streamers, and disappeared into the room. Although the room was messy during the double cultivation, as a monk, a cleansing technique can restore the room to a tidy place, which is very convenient. When Liu Yi and Yun Xi came to the sky, they saw Wang Baifeng and others also soaring into the sky, and there were also monks soaring into the sky not far away. "Little friend Liu Yi." Lin Yunfen flew over with a solemn expression. Beside Lin Yunfen, there are still many monks from the Holy Land of Oneness. The auras of the few people in front are deep and powerful, and they are all powerful in the realm of integration. And there are some strong men in the void realm behind. Liu Yi nodded and said, "Senior Lin, how is the situation? Are reinforcements here?" Lin Yunfen shook his head, "I didn't expect the High Clan to come so quickly, and the reinforcements will take about a day to arrive." Hearing this, both Liu Yi and Yun Xi's hearts sank. "So, we are the only ones who want to defend Dongming City during this time?" Liu Yi frowned. Lin Yunfen nodded slightly, "That's the only way to go, let's go to the city wall first." Liu Yi nodded, and followed Lin Yunfen and others to the city wall. There are a large number of monks standing on the city wall, and there are also many monks guarding in the sky. The moat formation is kept open all the time, and the sky is densely packed with formation patterns. The patterns surged, carrying a deep and terrifying coercion, and a storm condensed in the sky, turning into a wind blade area, surrounding the entire Dongming city. In the sky outside the city, there are densely packed monks standing in the air. The number is extremely large, covering one area of the world. Headed by 4 Mahayana monks with deep and terrifying breaths, 3 of them are men, and the other is a beautiful woman. Behind these 4 Mahayana monks, there are dozens of great powers in the combined state, and behind them are the monks in the Dongxu realm and below the Dongxu. Surrounded by spiritual light, these monks exude an aura different from that of the human race. All of them are sea race. Most of the sea tribes have been transformed into human form, and some weak sea tribes still maintain the form of sea tribes, some have shark heads, and some have huge pliers hands. Most of these sea people's aura is not strong, they are only in the realm of Jindan, not even as good as Jindan. The auras of all the monks of the sea clan surged, and the aura almost condensed into a storm. The storm swept across the world outside Dongming City, and even the sky became gloomy. The forest in the distance is shaking constantly. Seeing so many monks from the Sea clan, all the monks in Dongming City looked extremely heavy. Lin Yunfan stood up in the air, and said coldly, "It's a big deal for so many Sea people to come to our Dongming City, but it won't take long for you to make such a big move, and some strong people from the eastern region will notice and come to support you. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by me?" Surrounded by strong men from the eastern region, all fell here. A middle-aged man at the head sneered, "It will take some time for the allied forces from the eastern territory to come to support. Before that, we will level the Dongming City." Hearing this, Lin Yunfan's face was gloomy. "If you have the ability, you can try it. I'm afraid you won't be able to break through the defensive formation." Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Of course we know that your defense formation is not weak, but if we are not prepared enough, we will not come here." After finishing speaking, the middle-aged man flipped his hands, and a cone-shaped magic weapon appeared in his hand. The magic weapon was engraved with densely packed mysterious runes, emitting a strange stream of light. The middle-aged man sneered and said, "This formation-breaking cone can break through thousands of formations in the world. Today, I will break through your formations." Hearing this, the expressions of Lu Yi, Lin Yunfan and other monks changed slightly. It turned out to be a broken formation cone. Terrible! It is rumored that the formation-breaking cone is a secret treasure that existed in ancient times. It can be used to break the surface and destroy various large formations. The production requirements are very high, and the number of times it can be used is very small. I did not expect such a treasure to exist in the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan. Many monks in the Holy Land of Tai have seen this kind of secret treasure for array cultivation in ancient books, and their expressions have changed. Seeing the changes in the faces of many monks, all the monks of the Sea clan laughed, and the middle-aged man's aura flowed, and he directly sacrificed the formation breaking all. The formation shattering all exudes an incomparably rich black light, which turns into a stream of black light and lands heavily on the formation patterns all over the sky. Boom! There was a roar, and the formation shattering all exuded an incomparably mysterious formation pattern, with an extremely sharp aura, shaking the formation little by little. The formations in the sky flickered non-stop, as if invaded by some strange force. The formations gradually became chaotic, and the power of the formation seemed to be getting weaker. This made Lin Yunfan's face change drastically. "It's really an array-shattering cone. I didn't expect the Sea clan to come up with such a secret treasure. If this goes on, the defense array won't last long. All monks, prepare to fight." Lin Yunfan's words spread throughout the ancient city, and the monks who remained in the city showed expressions of horror, and the expressions of all mortals were even more frightened. The monks of Dongming City in the sky had gloomy expressions, staring at the direction of the broken formation cone. Not long after, the formation patterns were shattered one by one, and the wind blades inside the formation were chaotic for a moment, and then turned into a breeze and dissipated. All the mighty members of the Sea clan showed icy smiles. Humph! The effect of the formation-breaking cone is indeed very good. In this way, the protective formation will not be able to hold back for long. However, very soon, the originally broken patterns condensed again, and then, phantoms of white tiger, blue dragon, vermilion bird, and Suanwu appeared in the sky, roaring sounded again and again, and at the same time, purple thunder lights flickered. The Sea Clan master who was smiling originally frowned. This is a bit different from the information we got. This defensive formation is actually so powerful, much stronger than we expected. A Mahayana monk frowned and said coldly. This is normal. The monks in the eastern region are not fools, and our people can't get more information inside. There are always some errors. Another Mahayana monk said calmly. Can the formation breaking cone break this great formation? The female Mahayana monk frowned and said, we don't have much time to waste. If we can't take this Dongming city quickly, we can only retreat temporarily. The leader of the Sea Tribe monks said coldly, although the formation is stronger than expected, there is still no problem, but the loss of the formation breaking cone may be serious. There is no other way, let's continue. A Mahayana Sea clan narrowed his eyes and said. The leader of the Sea clan strongman nodded, and held up the seal with both hands. The black light on the formation breaking all was radiated, and the dense formation patterns flashed with silver light. The big burst pattern that had just recovered flickered again. Seeing this scene, Lin Yunfan frowned, and said solemnly, the situation is not good, little friend Lu Yi, even with the formation eyes you condensed, it won't be able to stop it for a long time. Lu Yi nodded slightly, well, the formation breaking all itself has a very powerful ability to destroy the formation, which makes sense. But Lu Yi glanced at the broken formation cone. With his eyesight, he could see through the black light and saw tiny cracks appearing on the broken formation cone. He narrowed his eyes and said, this secret treasure seems to have a limit, even if it is to be able to break the big formation, I'm afraid it's almost broken, and it's a good thing for us. Lin Yunfan naturally noticed it too, he nodded slightly, and said, later, I will set up a large formation to block the 4 Mahayana Sea clans, and I will leave the rest to you, little friend Lu Yi. Lu Yi and several other great powers in the combined state all nodded with solemn expressions. There are only 12 combined powers here, while the other party has more than 30. The gap is 3 times, the difference is too big. This made the faces of all the combined powers also solemn. I didn't expect so many strong people from the Sea clan to come. An old man said slowly with a solemn expression. I will also arrange a large formation when the time comes, which can hold back a few strong people of the same level. Another powerful Fitz said. Several other combined powers also nodded. Fortunately, this is the ancient city guarded by the monks of the Holy Land of Tai. When the formation is in this kind of battle, if you arrange a large formation by yourself, you can exert a stronger strength and delay several opponents of the same level. If you change to other monks, I'm afraid the situation will only get worse. When everyone was communicating, the monks in the rear looked a little pale and whispered. The formation was about to be broken, and many monks had the intention of retreating, with terrified expressions. The number of sea monks is several times more than them, and it is even more difficult for ordinary monks to resist. Some monks even began to think about the way out. Seeing this scene, Lin Yunfan frowned, and said coldly, Dongming city has been surrounded, if you want to survive, you have to fight hard. Those who run away and those who are timid before fighting will be dealt with by military law. Hearing this, the faces of many monks changed slightly. The military law of the Eastern Allied forces is not easy. Boom! At this moment, a roar sounded, the pattern was completely shattered, and all the visions in the sky dissipated, and the broken formation cone exuded a dazzling black light, and silver light flashed in it. At this moment, there are cracks on the formation breaking all. In order to destroy such a powerful formation, even a secret treasure like the formation breaking all is at a huge loss, almost completely destroyed. The formation was broken, and the killing intent of the monks of the Sea clan surged towards the monks in Dongming city like a tidal wave. The leader of the Hai Shoujiao Mahayana shouted, Kill! A group of monks from the Sea clan rushed towards the monks in Dongming city. The most powerful Mahayana powers and the fusion powers of both sides tacitly soared into the sky, and came to a very high altitude. The destructive power caused by the battle between the powerful is too strong. There are a large number of monks from the Sea clan and the allied forces of the eastern region on the battlefield here. No matter who it is, they don't want to fight here. The monks on both sides suffered huge casualties. Lin Yunfan and all the combined powers of the Tai Holy Land flew into the air, and Lu Yi said, "I'll go up too. There are too many Mahayana monks and body-fitting monks in the High Clan. If it is just Lin Yunfan and the body-fitting monks, I am afraid they may not be able to stop them. Lu Yi has to join the battle." With a firm face, Yun Xi said, "I'm with you." Seeing Yun Xi's firm expression, Lu Yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, "Well, be careful." The two also soared into the sky, turned into streamers, and rushed to a very high altitude. It's okay for Lu Yi to fly into the air and join the almighty battlefield, but Yun Xi's actions shocked the monks of the Tai Holy Land, Wang Baifeng and others. "That woman, who is she? How dare you join the mighty battlefield?" Fellow Daoist Lu Yi joined, but she also went up. Fellow Daoist Lu Yi didn't stop. Is this woman so powerful? Everyone was at a loss, but they couldn't care too much. The monks of the High Clan had already rushed over. The monks from Tai Holy Land had sharp eyes and rushed to the front, block them. Dongming City is an important place, and we must not give it to the beasts of the High Clan. Formation patterns flickered on the monks of the Tai Holy Land, turning into streamers, forming a series of formations to resist the monks of the Sea Clan. The other monks in Dongming City also roared again and again, firing their magic weapons and spells at the monks of the Sea Clan. The monks of the High Clan also roared angrily, shooting out spells and magic weapons, and stood with the monks of Dongming City. The entire sky near Dongming City was filled with brilliant auras, more dazzling than the sun. The terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power caused the entire Dongming City to vibrate violently, and cracks appeared on the ground, like an earthquake. The weak monks and mortals in the city were full of fear, as if a natural disaster had come, and they couldn't help themselves. Under such coercion, they were weak and sifted to the ground, and could only pray. When the monks from the Sea Clan were fighting with the monks from Dongming City, there was another battlefield above the sky. Only the powerful at the almighty level are eligible to join here, and the terrifying aura fluctuations even split the space, with pitch-black cracks everywhere, and the void shattered like an extremely fragile mirror. When Lu Yi and Yun Xi came up, the monks from both sides were already fighting together. Higher up in the sky, even in an area close to the vacuum, Lin Yunfan condensed several large formations to block the four Mahayana powers of the High Clan. People are frightened. And the battle between the great powers in the combined state is also extremely terrifying. Every collision of spiritual energy will sweep the surroundings with the aftermath of air waves that radiate hundreds of kilometers. Such aftermath, if it is on the ground, is enough to flatten the mountain peaks and turn the ground upside down. In the sky, it will also distort the space, and cracks will continue to emerge. The combined powers of the Tai Holy Land roared again and again. Relying on their own superb formation skills, they took out the formation boards that had been arranged in advance, and drew out a large formation to resist the attack of the Sea Clan powers. Even so, the number of High Clan powers is too much, almost 3 times that of the monks in the Holy Land of the Supreme One. The powerful people of the Holy Land of the Supreme One still have more than enough energy, and fall into a passive state. Ha ha ha! The human race of Tai Holy Land, today is your death day. A Blackwater Jiaodaneng laughed again and again, shooting out streams of thick mysterious water, bombarding the formation. An old man in the formation is like the master of the world in the formation. He grabbed it casually, and he held golden rays of light in his hand, condensing golden light balls and blasting towards the black water flood dragon Daneng. He shouted, "Idiots are talking about dreams. When the reinforcements from our Eastern Region Alliance army arrive, it will be your death." This is just a microcosm of the battlefield. Within a radius of thousands of kilometers, there are figures of Danang fighting everywhere, roaring, and collisions resounding throughout the world. Lu Yi looked at Yun Xi who was on the side, and said, Yun Xi, find a suitable opponent and pay attention to safety. Yun Xi nodded, don't worry about me, you should pay attention to safety. Lu Yi smiled, yes. Yun Xi turned into a streamer and rushed towards one of the great powers in the realm of fusion. The cultivation level of the powerful realm of this fusion state is relatively low among all the powers, and it is only the cultivation base of the first level of fusion, which is targeted by Yun Xi and regarded as an opponent. This power is besieging a beautiful and graceful woman with two other powerful powers. Although the graceful woman was not weak, she retreated again and again in the face of the combined attack of the three powerful men. At this moment, a phantom of a green lotus condensed in the air, and pillars of blue light rushed towards the Sea Clan's superpower on the first floor with terrifying power. The expressions of the three sea monks and the graceful woman changed slightly, and they looked over. They saw the green lotus above Yun Xi's head, and the sea of flowers condensed around him, with an ethereal and pure temperament, like a fairy among flowers descending into the world. As Qing Guang approached the body, the powerful Sea Clan member felt a great threat, and with a loud shout, streaks of black water rushed out, colliding with Qing Guang. Boom boom boom! Under the roar, the aftermath was raging, the space was distorted and broken, and the powerful Sea Clan retreated again and again, watching Yun Xi vigilantly. The expressions of the other two Sea Clan monks also changed, showing astonishment. The human race on the first floor of the hole. How can it be so powerful? The realm of whole void and the realm of fusion are two completely different levels. Even Tianming's top arrogance, at the level of cave void, cannot compare with the power of the realm of fusion. But with just one blow, Yun Xi knocked back the power of the combined layer. This strength shocked the three Sea Clan monks. Not only the three Sea Clan powerhouses, but even the female powerhouses of Tai Holy Land were dumbfounded. She looked at Yun Xi and said in surprise, "Little friend, are you, the woman next to Lu Yi?" Yun Xi nodded, looked at his opponent, and said, "Well, senior, I'll help you." Hearing this, the female university student laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, good. I didn't expect Tianming to have such an arrogant monster like you. Today, you and I will kill these three Sea Clan animals here." Yun Xi nodded, "Yet." When the three Sea Clan monks heard the words, they all laughed out of anger. "Want to kill us? Idiots are dreaming. Mo Bin Jiun, the wound you left me in the last battle, I will give it back to you this time. Little girl, I didn't expect there to be such an evil person like you in the Eastern Territory. I like to eat such an evil human race like you." The breath of the three of them circulated, the mysterious water surged, and the artistic conception of the water surged, carrying unimaginable coercion, almost crushing the endless void. Facing the three combined and powerful water art conception, Yun Xi had a calm expression. This kind of artistic conception of water is far worse than Lu Yi's domain of water, even now she has grasped a trace of artistic conception of water. She stepped forward, the green lotus above her head was spinning and swaying constantly, she pinched the formula with her hands, and shouted, "Qinglian Dao Guang." This is the secret technique in the Qinglian Hedao Ju. Yun Xi is worthy of being an immortal body in the natural field. Not long after Lu Yi taught her the Qinglian Hedao Ju, she has realized that it is not weak, and even the secret technique has some strength. Master. A blue Dao light was like the first beam of light that opened up the world, as if breaking through the chaotic power of heaven, and shot towards the powerful Sea Clan that combined one layer. Chapter 178 Rolling and Fitting Power. Human race, do you think you can defeat me? Don't even think about it. The black water flood dragon drank loudly, pinched the seal with his hand, and the mysterious water surged and roared again and again. Black water Swanyan arrow. A long arrow condensed from the jet-black profound water was spit out from the mouth of the black water dragon Daneng, turned into a black light, and shot towards the blue light. Boom! The blue light and the black light collided, and the central part instantly expanded, turning into a cyan and black sphere, shining like the sun. Then the energy ball exploded and turned into aftermath waves, causing the surrounding powerful combined forces to take a few steps back. Laugh! A dimmed blue light shot out of the explosion area, and continued to shoot at the black water dragon Daneng. The pupils of Hai Shui Jiao Daneng shrank, and shot out a huge yellow bell. The yellow bell enveloped his head, and the yellow streamer shone down, enveloping him. The blue light fell under the yellow light, and when a bell rang, the black water dragon Daneng's face turned pale, and he was directly blown away several kilometers away. This left the other two amalgamators dumbfounded. This human woman is so strong. Not even Ying Luyu's Blackwater Swanyan arrow can block her secret technique. Such a state, with such strength. She must be eliminated, otherwise she will definitely be the enemy of our Sea clan in the future. The two combined powers narrowed their eyes, and there was an extremely strong killing intent in their eyes. At this moment, Mo Binjayun from Tai Holy Land sneered, waved his hand, and the patterns flowed, enveloping the two of them, and said, "Do you think I don't exist?" Seeing that Yun Xi actually suppressed the combined power, Mo Binjayun was extremely shocked, but she reacted immediately, and held back the remaining two combined powers of the Sea clan to buy time for Yun Xi. If Yun Xi can kill the combined power, and then gather the strength of the two of them, it may not be impossible to kill the remaining two combined powers of the Sea clan. This kind of thinking, the great power of the Sea clan can naturally understand. Their faces are extremely cold, the mysterious water is flowing, and the spiritual energy is surging around them. Mo Binjayun, you are courting death. Go away. The two blasted out a series of spells and used magic weapons one after another. If they wanted to break the formation, they had to deal with Yun Xi first. It's a pity that Mo Binjayun, as a formation monk in the realm of fusion, is naturally extremely powerful. Facing the siege of 3 fusion powers, it is a bit difficult, but facing the attack of 2 fusion powers, she is stable. Blocked. The battlefield was divided into 2 sides, and Yun Xi also displayed the powerful strength of her own immortal body, and frequently used the secret technique of attacking, and a jade lotus appeared in her hand, which was a spiritual weapon created by Luyi for her, with extraordinary power. Suppressing the fit power directly, the fit power retreated again and again, hastily resisting Yun Xi's attack. Luyi in the distance saw that Yungzi's attack was strong and there was no danger, so he felt relieved. He glanced around, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In any case, Luyi himself is a monk of the human race and a monk of the eastern region. The Hai clan invaded the territory of the eastern region so openly, causing the lives of all people to suffer, and various tragedies occurred in Qingzhou where he was located. Luyi has been very angry since a long time ago. It's a pity that he is not strong enough to quell the turmoil of the Hai clan, so he can only cultivate in peace and stability. Now, since he came to the battlefield of the Sea clan, Luyi naturally wanted to make some contributions to the human clan in the eastern region. He took a step forward, and the sky array tomb rose into the sky, turning into a large array that covered the sky and the sun, and spread across the sky. His aura surged, his formations shone endlessly, and roars sounded one after another. Under the pattern, 4 phantoms condensed, a white tiger raised its head and roared, releasing a strong killing power, a red bird fluttered its wings and screamed, the blue luo surged around its body, and a suanwu stepped on the sky. There is an incomparably thick force of the earth surging around him, and a green dragon winding like a blue mountain standing across the sky, surrounded by an incomparably rich water vapor. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts appeared, releasing the coercion of the Mahayana realm. 4 elephants kill. If it is a single killing formation, the condensed phantom only has the strength of the combined body state. Although it is considered a relatively high-level existence in the combined body state, it is still the combined body state. However, when the four-elephant killing formation condensed, the phantoms formed were all the powerful strength of the first level of Mahayana. This is a peerless killing array in the Mahayana realm. As the phantoms of the four gods and beasts condensed and formed, the terrifying spiritual pressure made all the powerful eyes widen and looked over. This is a four-element killing formation. A killing formation in the Mahayana realm. Which elder came to support it? No. That's the map of the sky. It's Liu Yi's spiritual weapon. Oh my god, it's Liu Yi's little friend. Hiss, little friend Liu Yi can actually arrange a Mahayana killing formation with the help of the heavenly formation map. The combined powers of each Tai Holy Land were shocked, and then they were all ecstatic. Ha ha ha. Good. With the four-elephant killing formation, we can destroy these sea tribes. Little friend Liu Yi's methods are astounding. Today we have the hope to destroy a group of great powers of the Sea clan. All the monks were very surprised. But the monks of the Sea clan were not so happy. They looked at the phantoms of the four divine beasts surging with Mahayana spiritual pressure, with horrified expressions. When they noticed that the cultivator who arranged this large formation was only a cultivator in the realm of emptiness, they became even more sluggish. Who is this human race? There is such a method? A mere cave realm can actually arrange a killing array in the Mahayana realm? When did such a monster appear in the human race? Wait. I heard before that there is a monstrous character in the Eastern Territory, who can fight with the monks of the fusion realm when he is in the realm of transformation god. I've also heard that it's a human monster named Liu Yi. Could it be that he is Liu Yi? The group of combined powers was startled, and they spoke one after another, watching Liu Yi in the distance vigilantly. The phantom of the Mahayana realm is too strong, and almost no one can resist such power except for the powerful Sea clan in the higher Mahayana realm. For a moment, all the Sea clan's combined powers were apprehensive, and they put their minds on Liu Yi, and even the power to besiege the Tai Holy Land slowed down a bit. This also reduced the pressure on the monks of the Tai Holy Land who were originally under great pressure. With a calm expression, Liu Yi said to himself, I want to kill the monks from the Sea clan who attacked Dongming City. Task: to kill the monks of the Sea clan who besieged Dongming City. The mission rewards depend on the number of kills. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi silently accepted the task, and then with a thought, the four phantoms roared and rushed out, rushing towards the combined power of the four Sea clansmen. The target of Beihu Shuiying's charge was a tall and powerful man holding a spear. His black hair was flying around, his aura was terrifying, and he was already at the 8th level of the fusion realm. Seeing the phantom of the white tiger rushing towards him, the martial arts man's pupils contracted, and he let out an angry roar, his body flashed with light, and the next moment it directly turned into the main body, and a black dragon several kilometers long stood in the air, releasing terrifying pressure. With a roar, he opened his mouth to spit out black water like a tide, and then he shot out a lot of magic weapons. As a combined power, the magic weapon he possesses is naturally not weak, the worst ones are treasures, and there are even top-quality treasures. For a moment, Xian Shui and treasures surged, and spiritual energy fluctuated and shook the void. The void trembled continuously, and terrifying cracks appeared one after another, spreading for dozens of kilometers. However, the phantom of the white tiger was extremely powerful. The phantom opened its mouth and roared. Its body was completely enveloped by the white aura, and it almost turned into a white sun. Wherever it passed, all the treasures were smashed into pieces, and the mysterious water was also smashed into pieces. The phantom of the white tiger unstoppably rushed to the side of the Hai Shou Jiao, raised its palm and slashed across, the extremely sharp white claws streaked across the void, and instantly slashed across the body of the Hai Shou Jiao. The body of the Hai Shou Jiao froze in place, and the next moment, the scales that looked like black gold burst, and blood gushed out like a blood-colored waterfall. After that, the body of Hai Shui Jiaodaneng broke into more than 10 knots and fell from the air. Below is the battlefield between the monks of the Sea clan and the monks of Dongming City. The battle between the two sides was in full swing, and the number of Sea clan monks far exceeded that of Dongming City's monks. However, many of Dongming City's monks were formation cultivators, and they could barely resist, but they were still losing ground. Blood gushes out on the battlefield, stumps and broken arms are everywhere, and there are meat grinders everywhere. At this moment, the huge corpse of the black water dragon fell from the sky, crushing a mountain range, and the ground shook like an earthquake. Seeing this scene, all the monks widened their eyes with astonishment, and the battlefield fell silent for a while. The monks of the Sea clan couldn't believe it. That's the corpse of the Blackwater Flood Dragon. Has Daneng been beheaded so soon? Lin Ming was extremely shocked and exclaimed. The other monks were also very shocked. Then all the monks in Dongming City showed ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, the power of the Sea clan is nothing more than that. He was beheaded by the power of our clan in a short time, and he will die in a short time. Our Dongming City will definitely be able to defend it. The allied forces of the eastern region must win. The eastern region must win. The cultivators of Dongming City screamed, with momentum like a rainbow. And the monks of the Sea clan were terrified when they saw that their Daneng died so quickly. The cultivators from Dongming City rushed towards them screaming, and they were counterattacked for a while. They screamed again and again in a short period of time, and many monks from the Sea clan died as a result. But soon, the Sea monks stabilized their position. A cultivator Dongxiu yelled angrily, "There are 4 Mahayana powers here in our High clan, and they will definitely be able to destroy Dongming City. Kill!" Thinking of the large number of powerful Sea clansmen present, the monks of the Sea clan roared angrily and launched another violent attack. At this moment, there were terrible screams and roars in the sky, and there were also screams. Soon, huge corpses fell from the sky again. Some corpses were burnt black, almost turned into roasted meat, exuding a strong smell. Some corpses seemed to be crushed by a huge force, their bones were broken, almost unable to form, like rotten meat, and another corpse seemed to be crushed by a terrible force. The power passed through, and there were huge blood holes on the body, and fresh blood flowed slowly from the densely packed blood holes. Another 3 corpses. Moreover, all of them are powerful corpses with a high level of fusion. Even if these great powers are dead, the corpses still exude a shuddering coercion, and even monk Dongxiu feels terrified. The battlefield was silent again, and everyone's eyes widened. In a short period of time, 4 monks from the Sea clan died. This unexpected scene shocked the monks on both sides. Afterwards, the monks from the eastern region were ecstatically excited, while the monks from the Sea clan felt chills in their hearts. For a while, the monks of the eastern region were so powerful that they almost showed their strength to the limit. For a while, they even withstood the violent attack of the monks of the Sea clan. But in the sky, on the battlefield of the powerful, they remained silent when the monks below had already fought again. All the monks of the Sea clan looked at Liu Yi in shock. The strength of the 4 divine beast phantoms is extremely terrifying, and the 4 phantoms of the divine beasts killed the 4 combined powers above the 8th floor with just one blow. This kind of strength made the monks of the Sea clan fearful. Almost no one can resist the power of the Sixiang killing array. Even the monks in the Tai Holy Land were silent. Liu Yi, who was in the Void Realm, relied on his own strength to kill the 4 combined powers so easily. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have been unimaginable. But Liu Yi's expression was calm, his thoughts flashed again, and the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts roared again, rushing towards the combined power of the Sea clan. Not good. Invincible. Get out of the way. The combined powers of the Sea clan were frightened, and they retreated one after another, trying to avoid it. However, the phantom of the divine beast in the Mahayana realm has extremely terrifying strength, and it is almost crushed in the face of the fit monk. The divine beast's phantom aura locked on, almost blocking the space, and in an instant came to the body of the 4 Sea Clan's combined powers, and launched another violent attack. Resist together. There are Sea Clan combined powers roaring, and 7 or 8 combined powers in each direction exert their full strength to resist the attack of the phantom of the divine beast. The strength of the Mahayana cultivator is extremely terrifying. Even if 7 or 8 of them join forces and attack with all their strength, it is still difficult to resist. One piece of magic weapon collapsed, all kinds of spells were annihilated, all the combined powers flew upside down, coughing up blood again and again, and the weak combined powers were cracked and almost shattered. However, under the joint power of the body, they barely resisted the attacking methods of the 4 phantoms of the gods and beasts. Only some people were seriously injured, and no one died. And all the combined powers of Tai Holy Land also reacted at this moment. An old man laughed loudly, "Think we can't do it? Little friend Liu Yi did a great job. I'll stop some, and you kill them one by one. Kill all these Sea Clan powerhouses. Don't let anyone go." If other great powers from the Holy Land of Oneness also made moves one after another, trying to block a group of combined powers from the Sea Clan and prevent them from joining forces. Naturally, the combined powers of these holy places are not weak, and all the powers of the Sea Clan cannot be ignored, and their expressions changed all of a sudden. Liu Yi smiled and said, "Thank you all seniors. Since we plan to besiege the ancient city of the eastern region, we must not let it go. Today we will leave all these Sea Clan powers here. Liu Yi has a big mission, it's best to keep the 4 Mahayana monks, the mission rewards will be so generous when the time comes." Hearing Liu Yi's words, the monks in the Holy Land of Tai laughed heartily. "It is good. Kill." The Sea Clan monks were enveloped by the formation and had to resist the formation with all their strength. Only the 7 Sea Clans' combined powers were not hindered, and they were handed over to Liu Yi. Liu Yi was not polite either. With a sharp expression and thoughts, the phantoms of the 4 beasts roared, and they launched terrifying attacks one after another, enough to penetrate the void. The white tiger swept out its white claws, Sun Wu summoned a million June mountain, the red bird spewed out blue fire, and the green dragon shot water arrows all over the sky. The terrifying attacks were densely packed, shaking the heaven and earth space, covering the 7 Sea Clan powers. The faces of the 7 Sea Clan Daneng were pale and their eyes were full of horror. They roared again and again, showing the body of the black water dragon one after another. The pitch-black scales are like black iron, and the several kilometers long body is like a winding mountain range, wrapped in mysterious water, like a god. Like a god, the black water flood dragon roared again and again, trying to resist all kinds of attacks with all means. However, all this is in vain, all attacks are annihilated, all magic weapons are crushed, and the attacks of the phantom of the 4 gods and beasts are extremely powerful, as if the sky and the earth are collapsing, and they will crush the 7 Sea Clan powers to death. The roaring sound resounded through the heaven and earth, and soon, a 3-layer power that fit together was exhausted for the first time. Under the million June mountain, flesh and blood were crumbled, bones were broken, and vitality was destroyed. Even nascent soul could not escape. Was crushed into pieces. The tattered corpse fell heavily from the air. With the failure of the first combined power, all the combined powers were full of despair. Do not. They were either swept by the claws and turned into corpses, or swallowed by luo, crushed by mountains, or pierced by water arrows. None of the 7 Sea Clan powers escaped, and they were all wiped out. Seeing this, all the Sea Clan members who were still alive felt cold all over their bodies. They looked at the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts with fear in their eyes. At this moment, in the higher sky, there was an extremely angry roar, "Little human beast, how dare you!" The next moment, a black light fell from the sky and turned into a tall and strong black-haired man. The black-haired man's hair fluttered, he was furious, and stared at Liu Yi with a terrifying killing intent. Long before, the 4 of them noticed Liu Yi. When Liu condensed the four-elephant killing formation, the four Mahayana masters of the Sea clan had already sensed that something was wrong, and some Mahayana masters planned to deal with Liu. However, Lin Yunfan saw that Liu was able to condense the four-elephant killing formation, so he naturally knew what to do. He directly used the large formation regardless of the consequences, and blocked the four Mahayana powers for a moment. It was this short moment that caused the Sea clan to lose the combined power of the 11th. Even if the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan is the overlord race of the Sea clan, the loss of 11 combined powers can still hurt them for a while. Even in such a tragic battlefield of the Sea clan, the number of times that so many combined powers were lost in the First World War is very few. And all of this was actually done by a little kid from the Dongxia human race, which made the Mahayana of the Sea clan almost burn the sky with anger. He stared at Liu with icy vertical eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Little beast of the human race, I didn't expect such a terrible method in the realm of the whole. I really underestimated the monks of the eastern region. But today, even if you have with great skill, you can't escape death." Liu felt the killing intent of this Mahayana power, and his heart was extremely dignified. His expression was still calm, and the aura flowed around him. He smiled slightly. It's not certain who lives and who dies. Change first and then change. There will be another chapter to add later. Chapter 179 Tianming and number 039, S number 1 person in history. This Mahayana cultivator from Haishujiao laughed angrily, "Ha ha ha ha. A mere cultivator, do you really think you can kill me? Do you really think you are invincible?" There are streams of incomparably deep mysterious water flowing around him. The mysterious water is so thick that the surrounding space is distorted by the flowing of the mysterious water. The black-haired monk of the Mahayana Haishujiao danced wildly, and said coldly, "I have traveled across the Eastern Sea for thousands of years, and no one has ever said that I can kill me. You are the first and you will be the last." Liu didn't speak any more. With a thought in his mind, the phantoms of the four beasts roared and rushed towards Mo Ming. Mo Ming sneered, "It's just a phantom on the first floor of Mahayana, it can't stop me." He roared loudly, and the next moment, spiritual energy surged all over his body, and Xian Shui seemed to have life, turning into terrifying long knives. There were tens of thousands of long knives densely packed, weighing more than 10,000 jun, with strong corrosion. The air covered the sky, covering the sky, and slashed towards the phantoms of the four divine beasts. The phantom of the divine beast roared, and terrifying auras flowed, using extremely powerful spells. The long knife collided with the spell, and the world was silent for a moment. The next moment, there was a roar, and the aftermath raged and spread in all directions. Even the combined body felt a little dangerous and retreated again and again. The area with a radius of hundreds of kilometers was completely emptied, and the space in the center was shattered, turning into deep black holes one after another. When the aftermath dissipated, the phantom lights of the four divine beasts flickered, much dimmer than before. This made Liu frown slightly. This Mo Ming's strength was stronger than he imagined, probably 3 or 4 levels of Mahayana, or even higher. Only with such a cultivation level, even in the face of the phantoms of the 4 Mahayana first-level divine beasts, can he perform so easily. With such strength, even Liu felt extremely heavy pressure. At this moment, Mo Ming sneered, once again condensed tens of thousands of black long knives, and slashed at the 4 phantoms of the beasts. Boom boom boom! The roaring sound resounded through the sky and the earth, and the terrible collision appeared again. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts let out a whine, and disappeared without a trace. The 4-elephant killing formation was broken. Liu's pupils shrank slightly, a little startled. This guy's strength was a bit stronger than he imagined. Seeing that the 4-elephant killing formation had been broken, the eyes of all the combined powers of the Sea clan widened, and then they showed ecstasy. The Old Moming tribe is invincible. Old Moming clan, kill this human beast quickly. With such talent, if he grows up, it will be a serious disaster for my Blackwater Flood Dragon clan. Kill him! And the faces of all the combined powers of the Tei Holy Land changed drastically, revealing a pale complexion, full of worry. The 4-elephant killing formation was broken so easily. It's over. Little friend Liu Yi, if he dies here, it will be a loss to my monks in the eastern region. He must not be allowed to die here. That's right, the juniors in the Dongxi realm are working so hard, how can we seniors fall behind? If we go up together, we can't believe that we can't stop the power of the Mahayana realm. The Sea clan is too deceitful. They actually want to kill the talent and arrogance of our eastern region cultivators. We must not let the Sea clan succeed. The fit ancestors spoke one after another, with indignant expressions on their expressions. Only Yun Xi's expression is still calm. She still has all kinds of cards given by Liu Yi in her hand, and she understands that Liu Yi will not be in danger even if he loses to the Mahayana monks. Mo Ming broke through the 4-elephant killing formation, looked at Liu Yi, indifferently, and said mockingly, "It's your turn next. You actually killed 11 members of the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan, I won't let you die. I'm so relaxed, I'll torture your soul and regret coming to this world." With a cold expression on his face, like a divine king who judges life and death, he reached out and grabbed Liu Yi. The space around Liu Yi was immediately imprisoned. Liu Yi only felt that his whole body was suppressed, and his body felt a little heavy. Then, with an inexplicable wave, Liu Yi uncontrollably wanted to fly towards him. Liu Yi was a little startled, as expected of a Mahayana monk. Liu Yi felt that his current strength was not weak, but facing Mahayana monks, it was still difficult to resist. Just a random blow made Liu Yi feel extremely terrifying, and it was difficult to control his body. This made the faces of all the combined powers of the Tei Holy Land turn pale, and they were about to make a move. At this moment, the space around Liu Yi suddenly collapsed, and Liu Yi's body seemed to pass through the space, and he came several kilometers away in an instant. What? The inexplicable pupils shrank slightly. I have already blocked the space. Your cultivation base is so weak, how could you break the space? Then Mo Ming thought of something, a look of joy appeared in his eyes, looked at Liu Yi, and said with a smile, "A secret technique involving space. I didn't expect to have such a harvest. I should have such a chance today." Hearing Mo Ming's words, whether it was the High Clan or the power of the Tei Holy Land, they all had shocked expressions and looked at Liu Yi in astonishment. Secret techniques involving the way of space are extremely rare and precious, even in the Holy Land of Xianzong, few have such secret techniques. I didn't expect Liu Yi to have them. This is what no one expected. Realizing that Liu Yi has mastered the space secret technique, Mo Ming's expression became serious. With the space secret technique, life-saving methods are naturally extremely powerful. Mo Ming does not want to be run away by Liu Yi. He played a talisman, and the space suddenly froze, as if everything inside was completely blocked, and he lost contact with the outside world. Mo Ming sneered and said, "Now you can't run, right? You can't use space secrets, let's see how you run." Then, Mo Ming reached out again and grabbed Liu Yi. Liu Yi's expression was stern, and he sneered, "Old bastard of the Blackwater clan, do you really think I have no other means?" There were streaks of blood all over Liu Yi's body, and then the blood flames burned on the surface of Liu Yi's body, as if Liu Yi's body was covered with a layer of bloody armor. Mystery, burning blood. With the use of secret techniques, Liu Yi's aura soared, and his cultivation began to increase at an unimaginable speed. The 3rd floor of the cave, the 4th floor of the cave, the 5th floor of the cave, until the peak of the 10th floor of the cave is completed. You know, starting from the realm of the void, every small realm you raise can greatly increase the monk's combat power. This is true for ordinary monks, let alone for a monster like Liu Yi. Liu Yi's whole body was burning with bloody flames, and the surrounding space was constantly distorted, and even cracks emerged. Just the existence of Lui made the space feel unbearable. At this moment, Lui feels that he is almost omnipotent. This is an illusion brought about by the sudden surge in strength. However, Lui's current strength has indeed improved a lot. The next moment, Lui's spiritual energy surged, the heavenly formation map shone with spiritual light again, and the phantoms of the four gods and beasts roared and appeared again. Feeling the phantom breath of the four divine beasts, Mo Ming sneered, "Useless means." Lui smiled slightly, "Really?" His spiritual energy surged, and he once again outlined a series of formations. The formation patterns soared into the sky, and gradually merged with the four-elephant killing formation, turning into a more mysterious and complex formation. With the appearance of this pattern, the sky suddenly became gloomy, and dark clouds gathered, covering the sky with a radius of thousands of kilometers, making the whole world dark. The monks on both sides who were fighting below noticed that the sky had suddenly dimmed, and they all looked dazed. Then, a series of thunders sounded, and a terrifying force of destruction emerged from the dark clouds. A streak of purple thunder fell on the formation, was absorbed by the formation, and turned into tens of thousands of purple long swords. Self-created Mahayana formation, thunder attracts thousands of sword formations. What's more, there was a thunder light falling on the phantoms of the four divine beasts, covering the phantoms of the divine beasts with a layer of thunder light, and the aura sword, directly rising to the level of the fourth floor of Mahayana. This caused all the monks to stare wide-eyed with astonishment on their faces. Especially the monks of Tai Holy Land, they are all array cultivators, and they were even more confused after seeing this scene. An old man muttered to himself, "This is 2 Mahayana formations. What is the second Mahayana formation? It can turn lightning into a sword. Such a terrifying formation. Such destructive power is too terrifying. People. Is this the point? The point is, little friend Lui has actually merged 2 Mahayana formations into one. Generally speaking, if a Mahayana formation wants to be fused, it needs enough excellent natural materials and earth treasures to do so, and an extremely superb formation Dao realm, but little friend Lui actually drew a formation in the void and merged 2 large formations in the air. How did he do it? Little friend Lui's formation realm is so terrifying. Isn't it even worse than Duja Patriarch? Even Patriarch Duja, when there is no carrier, can the 2 Mahayana formations be so perfectly integrated in the void? Everyone didn't have an answer, but at this moment, all the great powers of Tai Holy Land looked at Lui with fiery expressions. Little friend Lui is only over 100 years old, right? At such an age, he has reached such a state of formation, with such a talent for formation, he should really come to my holy land of Tai. A fit old man, said the voice of other powerful people, each of them nodded repeatedly. But when the combined powers of the Tai Holy Land relaxed a bit, the Sea Clan's powers were not so relaxed. Lui's array realm was too powerful, and they all looked horrified. And when Mo Ming saw the phantom of the 4 gods and beasts wearing thunder light, and looked at the thunder sword with destructive power, his expression became serious for the first time, and he stared at Lui. "Your strength is stronger than I thought." "Stronger? But even so, it can't change your death date." With a loud shout, he rushed towards Lui, like a black shadow with an extremely strong killing intent. Facing a Taoist master, all the monks have a consensus that the formation of the Taoist formation is extremely strong, but the combat power of the Taoist formation itself is not particularly strong. If they are caught in the formation, if there is a chance, they will naturally have to catch the thief, capture the king first. For ordinary Daoists, it may be difficult, because Daoists have done a good job of protecting themselves. But Lui's cultivation base is only at the realm of emptiness. In Mo Ming's view, he is the biggest weakness of the entire formation. Lui naturally knew Mo Ming's plan, he retreated his body, and at the same time, the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts roared and rushed towards Mo Ming with a strong thunder light, and at the same time, the tens of thousands of thunder swords hanging in the sky also turned into purple streamers, with a terrifying sword intent, rushed towards Mo Ming. Mo Ming felt an extremely powerful aura, and his pupils shrank slightly, with an extremely dignified expression. With a loud roar, the mysterious water around him surged and turned into layers of shields, blocking him in all directions to resist the thunder sword, and long knives were also condensed in the air, and shot at the phantom of the beast that is much stronger than before. Boom boom boom! The whole world is full of terrible aftermaths, thunders flashing, terrifying sword intent flowing, pitch-black xian shui fluctuations, and the roar of the four divine beasts, filling the area with a radius of thousands of kilometers. A group of great powers in the realm of integration retreated again and again, fearing that they would be involved in the battle. Even the aftermath of such a battle made them feel that they were in danger of being injured. If it was involved in the battle, I am afraid that there will be no bones left. Under such a terrifying roar, all the combined powers stared at the central area. Then they saw Mo Ming rushing out of the encirclement in a bit of embarrassment. Relying on his strong physical body, he was hit by the phantom of the white tiger and wanted to rush towards Lu Yi. A long black knife appeared in his hand. The long knife with an extremely fierce sword light, it is a low-grade spiritual weapon. The long knife cut across the sky, and a knife light that seemed to tear the sky and the earth in half rushed out, with unparalleled power, as if across the void, it came to Lu Yi in an instant. Lu Yi's pupils shrank slightly, feeling extremely threatened. He didn't think much about it. Xian Xingzhong directly appeared above Lu Yi's head, spilling a curtain of starlight, and a gorgeous long sword with shining stars appeared in Lu Yi's hand. The long sword carried an incomparably rich sword energy, like stars in the sky, elusive. High-grade spiritual weapon, shaking lightsaber. Lu Yi raised his long sword, and the extremely sharp sword intent emerged from his body. The deep sword field turned into the artistic conception of life and death reincarnation, like the faint sword light coming from the blue sky and the yellow spring to meet the dark sword light. Dongxiu swordsmanship, Huangkan Beluo. And Lu Yi's left hand also formed a seal, a cyan mysterious big seal was condensed, with a domineering spirit that seemed to shatter the world, it fiercely moved towards the dark knife light seal. The fusion technique, the shocking seal. The two terrifying attacks shattered the void, causing the space to feel chaotic. The fusion powers in the distance felt the terrifying threat, and their hearts were cold. They found that they couldn't resist Lu Yi's two types of spells. This is not the combat power that Lu Yi used the formation to display, but his own combat power. This makes the scalp feel tingling for each of them. Little friend Lu Yi's own combat power, is it so terrifying? There is a fusion power of the Holy Land of Tai muttering to himself. There is also a combined power of the Sea clan who can shake in a low voice, this monster. One sword and one seal greeted the pitch-black sword light, and there was an extra sun in the dark night. The roar sounded, and the terrifying aftermath formed a ring, spreading in all directions, and even the ground far below shook. The attacks of the two were too powerful, even though they were so far apart, the aftermath could still be felt below. However, even with Lu Yi's terrifying magical attack, he still has some power to deal with the attack of a real Mahayana monk. The black sword light cut off a sword and a seal. Although it was much dimmed, it still fell heavily on the starlight of the Xianxing clock. Clang! The ringing of the bell shook the world, and Lu Yi's body flew upside down with Xianxing zhong. It flew for dozens of kilometers before stopping. When Lu Yi stopped, his face was slightly pale, and a smear of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yi exhaled slightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He forcibly controlled the law of immortality in his body, so as not to activate the law of immortality and suck the blood back into his body. He looked at Mo Ming in the distance with some shock, he was actually injured. When Lu Yi was in the Golden Core realm, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill the transformation god cultivators. When he was in the nascent soul realm, he could also kill the strong ones in the Dongxu realm, and he was even a monster like the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect. It is common for Lui to kill enemies across two great realms. I didn't expect to use all kinds of conventional methods now, and I was injured by a Mahayana monk. But he has already reached the Void Realm. Lui felt a little unbelievable. Sure enough, after the Dongxi realm, the difficulty of leapfrogging and fighting was still beyond his imagination. The gap between every small realm was huge, let alone the big realm. Lui felt a little heavy in his heart. He still somewhat overestimated his own strength. Lui originally thought that if he used the burning blood technique, he should have no problem dealing with this guy. When Lui was frightened, the powers of both sides in the distance became more numb. Didn't die. After eating the old Xian Shui sword of the Moming clan, he didn't die? The eyeballs of a powerful Sea clan almost popped out, his mouth was open, and he couldn't close it. Up. It's not just that he didn't die, he didn't even have a serious injury, he just bleed a little. This isn't even a minor injury, right? How is it possible? He's clearly only in the Void Realm. Is this human race a monster? The old Xian Shui sword of the Moming clan has killed powerful existences in the Mahayana realm. All the Sea clan powers were dumbfounded, their scalps were numb, and they doubted life. Even though they have survived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, it is still hard for them to imagine that there is such an existence in the world. Daneng of Tai Holy Land also looked at a loss. They looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Originally, everyone was already in despair, thinking that Lui was no match, and they might die here. But I didn't expect, that's it. The powerful attack of the Mahayana monks only caused Lui to bleed a little? This kid, is he really human? Little friend Lui is an immortal who came down to the world to tease us? I have never heard of the monk Dongxiu's ability to block the attack of the Mahayana, even in the ancient books of Tianming. The old man has never seen it before. Little friend Lui, this should be the first person in Tianming's history, right? Many monks were shocked and discussed one after another. At this moment, Mo Ming looked at Lui, who was only bleeding a little in the distance, with a confused face. How is this possible? He was hit by the phantom of the Thunder White Tiger, and the injuries he suffered were not too light, but when he slashed at Lui only vomited some blood? Originally, Mo Ming planned to exchange his injury for his life, but now Mo Ming didn't know whose life he was going to exchange. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 180 Joining Forces to Kill Mahayana. The atmosphere was only silent for a moment, and the phantoms of the four beasts roared and rushed towards Mo Ming again. The terrible breath made Mo Ming's face ugly, and he had to avoid the attack. As Mo Ming dodged the attack, Lui retreated again. After knowing his current strength, Lui did not plan to attack. The large formation has the strength of the Mahayana realm, especially the Lei Yin Wanjian formation, which combines the destructive intent of the Sky Thunder and the sharp sword intent of the Sword Field, and is more powerful than the Sixiang killing formation. And Lui used the fusion array technique to superimpose the two, the effect was naturally better, and the power was greatly improved. Just the strength shown by this big formation has already made Mo Ming have to deal with it with difficulty. His spiritual energy surged, his thoughts flowed, and he controlled the phantoms of the four divine beasts to continuously attack Mo Ming, and at the same time condensed tens of thousands of thunder swords to fall. Every time the thunder sword dissipates, new thunder falls into the formation, condensing new thunder swords, which is endless. Mo Ming was furious and roared to resist the phantoms of the four beasts. His strength was stronger than Lui imagined, and he should have the appearance of the fifth level of the Mahayana. Even the phantoms of the fourth level of the Mahayana still could not suppress him. It was only with the support of endless thunder swords that Mo Ming was completely suppressed. Even so, this still makes the fusion power of the two parties not far away very frightening. You know, Lui's cultivation is only in the realm of the whole, and he can suppress the Mahayana monks. And Mo Ming is definitely not weak among Mahayana monks. Seeing Lu Yi's figure fluttering in white, all the powers were shocked. Seeing that Lu Yi suppressed the great power of the Mahayana realm, the other great powers of the Supreme One Holy Land also came to their senses. Now is the time. Kill! Mo Binjayun yelled loudly, and the formation pattern spread across the sky, suppressing the fusion power of the two sea clans. Then other monks also reacted. Little friend Lu Yi resisted a Mahayana monk. As a senior, how can we let him be more beautiful than before? Kill all these beasts of the sea clan. Ha ha ha. Today, we are going to inflict heavy losses on the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan. The monks from the Holy Land of Supreme One shouted one after another, formations flying all over the sky, condensing one after another large formations. The terrifying aura coercion wreaked havoc, which shocked the mighty members of the Sea clan. Originally there were more than 30 people in the Sea clan, but Lu Yi had beheaded 11 of them, and now there are only about 20 left. Facing the great power of fusion that has mastered the large formation of fusion, they no longer have much advantage. And the most deadly thing is that, in order to help their companions resist the phantom blow of the four divine beasts, all these Sea clan powers were seriously injured, and their magic weapons were greatly lost. This is quite bad news for them. All of a sudden, many Sea clansmen roared and turned into black water dragons. One by one black water dragons stood in the sky, like black mountains appearing in the sky, endlessly. So what if you show your original shape? No matter what happens today, you are all going to die here. A powerful man from the Holy Land of Tai shouted, with killing intent surging. He opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, and sacrificed his own blood to the killing formation, making it the killing power sword. The killing array is like a series of golden light wheels. The light wheels swept across the sky with terrifying sharp edges, and slashed at the body of a black water dragon. The black gold-like scales of the black water dragon continued to shatter, dripping with blood. Float down! All the powers went crazy, whether it was the powers of the Sea clan or the powers of the Tai Holy Land, they all used secret techniques one after another, fighting bloody battles regardless of the consequences, trying to suppress and kill their opponents. For a time, the sky was turbulent, cracks were everywhere in the void, and the space was shattered. The powerful people fought on the edge of the cracks in the space, dripping with blood. Even they dare not be swallowed by the cracks in the space. Even if the power enters, there will be death and no life. The battle lasted for a long time, and at this moment, a scream sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a huge blood hole in the body of a several kilometers long black water dragon. The body was almost divided into two by the blood hole, and the blood fell like a waterfall. A cyan dao light slowly dissipated, and in front of Hai Shui Jiao Neng, a woman with an ethereal temperament like a fairy stood in the air, her green skirt fluttering. Her whole body was full of phantom flowers, like a fairy among flowers coming to the world. There was a jade lotus floating above her head, and the jade lotus bloomed with terrifying rays of light, and another ray of light cut down and landed on the head of the black water dragon. The black water dragon's head shattered on the spot, and its breath dissipated. The Blackwater Flood Dragon is dead. With his own first-level cultivation base, Yun Xi counterattacked and beheaded the Hai Shui Jiao who was on the first level of integration. This made all the powers startled again. This woman is the one who was with little friend Lu Yi. With the realm of the first level of the whole, the counterattack and the fusion of the first level of power. Such a combat power, although not as good as Lu Yi's little friend, but it is also rare in the world. Who is she? The powers of the Tai Holy Land were all dumbfounded, curious about Yun Xi's identity. And the great power of the Sea clan was even more horrified. Another great power of the Sea clan died. This is by no means good news for the Sea clan. The balance of victory and defeat is gradually shifting. Mo Ming was caught in the big formation and was constantly chasing Lu Yi at this moment. Seeing the death of another powerful Sea clan, he roared angrily, his black light flowed, and turned into a huge black water dragon. The black water flood dragon is tens of kilometers long, and its breath is surging, very violent, and the mysterious water around it is like clouds and mist, surrounding Mo Ming's body. Lui is to die. Hai Shoujiao was furious, and he opened his mouth to spew out a jet of black, intensely corrosive beam of mysterious water. The light beam crossed the space and shot at Lui, but Lui's expression was very calm, and with a thought, Suanwu Phantom appeared in front of Lui, as if carrying the earth on his back, extremely heavy. Suanwu roared, and huge mountains appeared in the sky, blocking the Xian Shui beam. Boom boom boom! The Xian Shui light beam shot through the high mountains, and then landed on Suanwu's back. Boom! Suanwu's phantom was sent flying more than 10 kilometers away, but it was still stable, roaring again and again, once again condensed into a mountain and pressed towards Mo Ming. The other 3 divine beast phantoms also roared and fought back. Lui stood in the air with a calm expression, and said, "Old High Clan bastard, you have nothing to do with me, why don't you just watch the other black water dragons die like this?" Lui's words made Mo Ming even more angry, roaring again and again, using various spells, magic weapons emerged one after another, and attacked crazily. However, the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts are not weak. Facing such an attack, they all block them one by one. In addition, there are tens of thousands of lightning swords attacking densely, and the battle with Mo Ming is extremely fierce. But even so, relying on the strength of his black water flood dragon body, Mo Ming resisted several attacks and wanted to kill Lui directly. Mo Ming, who had transformed into his original form, was even stronger. Even Lui, who was beaten by Mo Ming a few times, coughed up blood again and again. Of course, that's all. Lui's own strength is not weak, coupled with the defense of a middle-grade spiritual weapon like Xian Xing Zhong, his physical strength even exceeds that of ordinary Mahayana monks, which can hurt him. Mo Ming, it is already a very powerful existence. The fierce battle lasted for a long time, the sky was dark, there were aura fluctuations everywhere, angry roars, and cracks everywhere in the space. The battle of a group of combined powers is too terrifying. If it is placed on the ground, such a fierce battle is enough to turn an area with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers into a dead zone. In such a fierce battle, Lui held back a Mahayana power by himself, and the remaining Tai Holy Land monks and Yun Xi were fighting against the combined power of the Sea Clan. In addition to the 1-layer black water dragon that was beheaded by Yun Xi at the beginning, 3 more black water dragons were killed. As time passed, the power of the black water dragon family died continuously. On the battlefield, Tai Yi, the monks in the Holy Land, have gradually taken the initiative. Mo Ming roared again and again, but was trapped in the big formation by Lui. There was nothing he could do. Not only Mo Ming, but also in the higher sky, the 3 Sea Clan powers in the Mahayana realm roared angrily, but Lin Yunfan's strength was stronger than Lui imagined, and he even held the 3 Mahayana realm powers firmly. Keep out! The battle in the sky was so fierce, and the battle in Dongming city below was even more brutal. The weaker monks died in pieces. Outside Dongming city, corpses were piled up like a mountain, and blood condensed into blood pits. The smell of blood filled the sky, and even the sky was red. The monks on both sides were bloody-eyed. The weak monks did not have enough aura to support such a long battle, but the aura was exhausted, and they still fought with their bodies. At this moment, 3 terrifying auras suddenly appeared in the distance. These auras were extremely deep, like an abyss, and they were all monks in the Mahayana realm. Old Lin! Are you still alive? Let's come! The evil of the Sea Clan will die! The roar resounded through the sky and the earth, and 3 streamers approached from a distance at an extremely fast speed. All the monks were shocked, the faces of the monks of the High Clan were ugly, and the monks of Dongming city were extremely surprised. In the sky, on the battlefield of the Almighty One, both sides were a little tired. Hearing the roar, the faces of the Almighty Sea Clan changed drastically. A reinforcement. How could it be so fast? 3 Mahayana monks came. And Mo Ming's face was even more ugly. He knew that the situation was over now. The battle in the sky stopped suddenly. In contrast, Da Neng of Dongming City had an excited expression. Reinforcements are coming. Good good. Kill all these Sea clan powers here. Lin Yunfan's voice sounded from a very high altitude, ha ha ha. You old guys, you are too slow to come. Come up quickly, today I will kill all the evil obstacles of the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan. Then, a cold voice sounded, Sea clan monks, retreat. There was a more terrifying roar in the sky, and then Lin Yunfan's cold voice sounded, you still want to leave now? Leave it to me. Below, Mo Ming took a deep look at Lu Yi, the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Lu Yi, this time the matter is not over, see you next time, I will definitely take your life. Hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes were cold, and he taunted, old bastard, you can't kill me this time, and you want to have a next time? You can't leave this time. I want to leave, and you still want to stop me. Just rely on you? Mo Ming roared, with mysterious water surging all over his body, and rushed outside with terrifying coercion. At this moment, the phantoms of the 4 gods and beasts roared one after another and rushed towards Mo Ming. Thousands of thunder swords condensed in the sky also turned into purple rays of light and slashed towards Mo Ming. Mo Ming roared again and again, and shot out spells and magic weapons. Regardless of the injuries on his body, he rushed directly to the outside. As a monk in the Mahayana realm, Mo Ming's strength is naturally astonishing, and he is about to rush out of the range of the big formation and rush out of the battlefield. A cold murderous intent flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. No matter what, he didn't want Mo Ming to escape, it was related to his mission reward. If you can kill the Mahayana monk, the reward for this mission must be extremely rich. Lu Yi stepped forward, using the small void technique, and immediately blocked Mo Ming's face. He pinched the seal in his hand, and hit the sky-shaking seal frequently. Lu Yi's attack with all his strength also reached the Mahayana realm. He teamed up with the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts, and coupled with the 10,000 thunder sword, forced Mo Ming back. Mo Ming's eyes were red, his expression was cold, and he roared wildly, Lu Yi, how dare you stop me? You are looking for death. Seeing that Lu Yi was so close, Mo Ming poked his claws, and a long black knife appeared in the void, which was his low-grade spiritual weapon. The long knife slashed down, with a terrifying black knife glow. The sword glow seemed to split the world in half, which was extremely terrifying. Lu Yi's expression was equally indifferent, he walked across the sky, and shouted, I'll stop you today. He held a seal with his left hand and a sword in his right hand. The 7-colored mist surged in his body, carrying an incomparably rich Dao Guang. Sword domains circulated all over his body, and there were phantoms of real dragons roaring on his body, flashing with strong lightning arcs. Lu Yi used all his strength without any reservations. Using the ultimate level of spells, feeling the depths of the Sword Dao domain and the Immortal Thunder Dragon art, the terrifying power caused the space where Lu Yi was to collapse, and black holes appeared one after another. The sword light, the big seal and the black long knife collided, and the sun-like brilliance flickered indefinitely. Then Lu Yi flew upside down, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and that Mo Ming also froze in place. At the same time, the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts roared, attacking Mo Ming one after another, and the 10,000 thunder swords shot down again, suppressing Mo Ming. Mo Ming yelled again and again, and was suppressed back again. Unwilling, Mo Ming rushed out again, but each time, Lu Yi blocked Mo Ming with a blank face. His body was shaken back again and again, and blood overflowed every time, but his breath was not weak at all, and he was unparalleled in heroism. Cooperating with the phantom of the 4 gods and beasts and the endless thunder sword, it is like a moat, which is difficult for Mo Ming to overcome. All the powers were terrified, Lui relied on his own strength, coupled with the big formation, to make it impossible for a power in the Mahayana realm to escape. This simply refreshed the three views of all-powerful. The powers of the High Clan didn't have time to think too much, they all roared and wanted to escape, and the powers of the Tai Holy Land naturally reacted very quickly. All the powerful yelled again and again. Want to run? Leave it to the old man. Ha 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 ha. Your clan elders are staying here, you are leaving now, it is too unfilial. Why don't you just stay with him? The power of Tai Holy Land surged with aura, and various formations flickered, blocking all the powers of the Sea Clan. Originally, the power of the Sea Clan had been gradually suppressed. Although they wanted to escape crazily at this moment, how could the power of the Tai Holy Land make them go like this? One by one desperately blocked, even Yun Xi's spiritual energy surged, and he firmly blocked a powerful 6-layer body, preventing him from leaving. 3 beams of light had already arrived on the battlefield, rushing to the very top of the sky in an instant. Then Lin Yunfan's roar sounded, "Old Yu, help little friend Lui first. The 3 of us are enough to stop these 3 evil obstacles." What? Little friend Lui is here too? The 3 Mahayana monks were stunned. Then a ray of light flew down from the sky quickly, it was a slender and handsome middle-aged monk in white robe. Lui had met this monk, named Yu Bumian, who was a Mahayana master of the divine sword sect, and was extremely powerful. Unexpectedly, he also came. When Yu Bumian saw Lui, he also looked shocked. "Little friend Lui, you are actually here." Lui wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a slight smile, "Senior Yu, long time no see, let's kill this old bastard of the Black Water Flood Dragon clan together." Yu Bumian nodded, knowing that now is not the time to reminisce, so he turned his head to look at Mo Ming. Sensing Mo Ming's aura, Yu Bumian's pupils shrank slightly. "Mahayana 5th floor, you little guy, is getting stronger and stronger, even 50% of Mahayana monks are stopped by you." Yu Bumian was terrified, Lui's fighting power was really too exaggerated. The first time Yu Bumian met Lui was at the Sword Dao conference. At that time, Lui was only at the Jindan stage. In his opinion, he was just a talented junior with a promising future. Unexpectedly, in just a few decades, Lui has grown to such a point that even the Mahayana Sea clan, which he had to be cautious about, was stopped by him alone. Yu Bumian felt as if he was dreaming. Lui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled slightly, "It's not for nothing, I vomited a lot of blood." Lui didn't use the law of immortality, after all, it was one of Lui's deepest cards, and he didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Up to now, he has also vomited a lot of blood. It has to be said that the power of the Mahayana realm is indeed amazing. Yu Bumian, you, a cultivator in the realm of the void, blocked the great power of the Mahayana, and you just vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Is it a price? Yu Bumian just felt very prickly. Are all the young people these days so fierce? He shook his head, didn't think about it anymore, looked at Mo Ming who was extremely vigilant, and said, "In this case, you and I will join hands to kill the Black Water Dragon first, and then go up to help Lao Lin." From Yu Bumian's point of view, at this moment Lui already has enough strength to join the battle in the Mahayana realm. Lui was not hypocritical, nodded and said, "Okay. Come on, senior, I will use the formation to cover you." Yu Bumian nodded, stepped out, and entered the large formation. There were transparent crystal long swords condensed around him, and the incomparably sharp sword intent permeated the air. The field of Mahayana Kendo. Although Yu Bumian's sword domain was not as good as Lui's, but Yu Bumian's cultivation level couldn't stand up to him. The moment he released the sword domain, the terrifying coercion was much stronger than Lui's. Mo Ming stared at Yu Bumian, and said coldly, "Human race, do you think the fish will die and the net will be broken?" Yu Bumian smiled, the fish will die, but the net will not be broken. Lu Yi sneered even more, old bastard, you talk a lot of nonsense. Suffer. As soon as he had a thought, the phantoms of the four divine beasts roared and rushed towards Mo Ming, and the thunder sword also fell, as if the punishment from heaven had come. Mo Ming roared again and again, the mysterious water flowed all over his body, and he fell into madness. Yu Bumian sneered and shouted, Excalibur! All the crystal long swords condensed and turned into a huge long sword thousands of meters long. The long sword slashed towards Mo Ming with the coercion of a god. Change first and then change. I stayed up late last night, and I didn't wake up until the afternoon today, so I just finished writing one chapter, there are 2 more chapters tonight. Chapter 181, Lin Yunfan and number 039, S. Heart Pained. Clang! The sound of King Yu's sword resounded throughout the world, and the divine sword slashed towards Mo Ming with an unrivaled sword power and the general trend of the world. Mo Ming's pupils contracted, feeling a fatal threat. He raised his head and roared, a terrifying and incomparable power surged from the body of the huge dragon. Under the surge of mysterious water, he was absorbed by the black long knife in front of him, and then cut out a terrifying sword light that pierced the sky and pierced the earth. Boom! The swords collided with each other, making an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, the incomparably fierce aftermath raged past, and all the great powers felt cold and retreated again and again. Deneng, who was close, even had bloodstains on his body, injured by the aftermath. When the aftermath and light dissipated, the crystal long sword extinguished the black light and became dimmer, but continued to cut towards Mo Ming. Mo Ming roared, and his huge body retreated at an extremely fast speed, trying to avoid it. However, when he was dodging, the phantom of the 4 divine beasts had rushed over, roaring and launching a powerful attack. Yalan Luo, endless water arrows, vast mountains, sharp claws, all attacks completely blocked the direction Mo Ming was avoiding. Above the sky, densely packed thunder swords descended, carrying an incomparably rich and destructive force. Boom boom boom! A series of attacks landed on Mo Ming's body. The scales on Mo Ming's body were broken, dripping with blood, and there were hideous wounds everywhere. In order to attack Lu Yi before, Mo Ming didn't dare to bear too many attacks at one time. Now, in order to avoid the divine sword slash, he swallowed all the attacks of the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts and the thousands of thunder swords. Even Mo Ming couldn't bear it. He was seriously injured on the spot. Under the serious injury, Mo Ming's aura weakened a lot, but Yu Bumian would not give him a chance. He squeezed the sword formula, the sound of King Yu's sword resounded, long swords appeared in the sky again and again, the long sword seemed to be one with heaven and earth, with the coercion of a god, a full 8 handles were condensed. Excalibur 8 Shadows. The 8 long swords slashed at Mo Ming with terrifying power. Mo Ming roared, trying to resist. Xian Shui and magic weapon shot out at the same time, but the long sword was unstoppable, annihilating all the resisting forces at a very fast speed, across Mo Ming's huge body. Mo Ming's body froze in place, and then it was slowly divided into more than 10 sections. Blood gushed out, and his body died on the spot. A black light shot out, it was Mo Ming's primordial spirit. Mo Ming's primordial spirit was frightened and wanted to escape, but Lu Yi had already been waiting, and thunder and sword lights fell, covering Mo Ming with the power of destruction. Do not! Mo Ming roared and was swallowed by the thunder sword. The destructive power of thunder was innate restraint for Yuan Shen, leaving only Yuan Shen Mo Ming, whose strength was far from the peak state, and was chopped into flying ash almost instantly. The majestic power of the black water dragon in the Mahayana realm has destroyed both body and spirit. There was a momentary silence on the battlefield. One of the leaders of the Sea Clan Legion died just like that. The monks of the High Clan suddenly showed horror, and the monks of the Tai Holy Land were all ecstatic. Yu Bumian smiled, haha, yes, I didn't expect to kill a Mahayana power of the Sea Clan so easily. This time we made a profit. Lui let out a foul breath, looked at Yu Bumian, and said with a smile, Senior Yu, there is not only one Mahayana power of the Sea clan here, why not keep them all? It must be a huge loss for the Hai Shoujiao clan. Hearing this, Yu Bumian's eyes lit up, looked at Lui, and said with a smile, that's right. Young people are still aggressive. That's how it should be. Let's go. Kill the remaining 3 black water snakes. Lui smiled modestly. He was carrying a mission. The more Mahayana monks he killed, the richer the mission reward would be. Naturally, Lui didn't want to let one go. The 2 turned into streamers and rushed to the sky, near the vacuum area. This is Lui's first visit to this area. At this moment, the silence is extremely dead, there is almost no air, and the air pressure is completely different from that of the ground. It is impossible for ordinary monks to survive here. Only a powerful monk in the Mahayana realm can do it. And Lui is different from ordinary monks, his physical body is extremely strong, not weaker than Mahayana monks, even stronger, so he can naturally survive here. But the outer layer is a complete cosmic vacuum. Lui glanced at the deep vacuum and felt quite a threat. He might not be able to survive in a vacuum. If you want to survive in a vacuum with your physical body, you must be a fairy anyway, right? Lui was a little curious, but he didn't think too much about it. He looked towards the fighting area. It was a terrifying battlefield, and the 3 Mahayana masters from the eastern region were fighting with the 3 Mahayana masters from the Black Water Flood Dragon. Lin Yunfan's formation skills are extremely terrifying. The condensed large formation covers thousands of kilometers, and there are clusters of golden flames burning inside. Under the high temperature, the void is distorted and shattered, which is extremely terrifying. Lin Yunfan, as the formation Taoist, with the support of the killing formation, and 2 other Mahayana monks attacked the 3 black water flood dragons. One of the other 2 Mahayana monks was tall and strong, covered with dragon scales, and the real dragon pattern circulated on the dragon scales, exuding the power of qi and blood like the sun. The other one is a gust of wind surging all over his body, and the gust of wind is pale, like a myth in the wind. One is a Mahayana monk from the heavenly dragon Holy Land, and the other, doesn't seem to be the inheritance of the Holy Land? It may be a high-ranking member of a large religion. Seeing Lui and Yu Bumian approaching, Lin Yunfan noticed immediately, he looked over and smiled. Little friend Lui, Lao Yu, come in quickly. Let's kill these 3 Mahayana powers together. Only then did Lui realize that Lin Yunfan's face was pale and much weaker than before, as if he had consumed a lot of blood. Lui raised his eyebrows, and only then did he understand why Senior Lin Yunfan was able to block the 3 Mahayana powers firmly, probably because he did his best at consuming his essence and blood. Of course, there are probably some methods that Lui does not know about. It is not easy for any monk to cultivate to the Mahayana realm, and it is normal to have some opportunities of one's own. Lin Yunfan's words made all the other Mahayana experts in the formation look over. The eyes of the 2 Mahayana powers from the eastern region lit up and they smiled in surprise, while the faces of the 3 Mahayana powers from the Sea clan became very ugly. Lui and Yu Bumian came here, which means that Mo Ming below is dead. And the 3 of them were trapped in the big formation, it was difficult to escape, and the situation became very dangerous. The 3 Blackwater Flood Dragons had already turned into their own bodies, and basically used all the available means, but Lin Yunfan and the 3 made up their minds to keep them, and they all desperately tried their best. Even if they wanted to leave, they had no chance. At this moment, seeing the arrival of Lui and Yu Bumian, the situation has reached the most dangerous time. Lui and Yu Bumian flew over and entered the formation. Yu Bumian's expression was cold, without saying a word. He directly raised his long sword and rushed towards the 3 black water dragons. And Lui came to Lin Yunfan's side. Lin Yunfan held the formation formula with both hands, golden flames surged in the formation, turned into balls of fire, rushed towards the 3 black water dragons, and helped Yu Bumian and the others continue to suppress the black water dragons. Then he looked at Lu Yi, showed a smile, and praised, "Little friend Lu Yi, your strength has far exceeded my expectations. If you hadn't blocked the black water dragon in the Mahayana realm, I'm afraid Dongming City it's going to be wiped out." Lu Yi smiled, "Senior, what are you talking about? Since I am also in the Eastern region and a member of the Eastern region, I will naturally contribute to the spirits of the Eastern region." Lin Yunfen nodded again and again, "Okay. Little friend Lu Yi, if that's the case, then let's take action together and suppress these 3 black water dragons." Lu Yi nodded, and then drew the pattern again. Dense formations soared into the sky, connecting them into one piece, condensing the formation of thunder and thousands of swords. Even in the starry sky outside the territory, there were patches of dark clouds condensed, and thunder fell from the sky and landed on the formation, turning into a terrifying destructive thunder. As a formation cultivator in the Mahayana realm, Lin Yunfen saw such a large formation for the first time, and was stunned. "What kind of formation is this? I have never seen it before." Lu Yi smiled, "Every time the younger generation breaks through, the thunder calamity encountered is a bit unusual, which makes the junior quite enlightened. In addition, his own level of swordsmanship is not weak, so when he broke through to the thunder calamity of the whole realm last time, this great formation was realized by chance and coincidence." Lin Yunfen? When he heard this, his mind was full of question marks, and he looked at Lu Yi with a confused face. "You said that this great formation in the Mahayana realm was realized by you yourself?" Lu Yi nodded, "Yes." Lin Yunfen only felt a tingling pain in his heart, as if pierced by densely packed swords. What the hell? He, Lin Yunfen, has practiced Taoism for nearly 10,000 years, and up to now, he has only deduced a Mahayana formation, and he has spent 2,000 years for this. What about Lu Yi? It's only been more than 100 years of cultivation, and the Mahayana formation has already been deduced? Lin Yunfen only felt that his Dao heart was about to collapse. Why is there such a big gap between people? Lin Yunfen's expression was numb, and his heart was even more numb. Seeing that Lin Yunfen's expression was a little stiff, Lu Yi was startled and worried. Senior Lin Yunfen probably spent a lot of energy to resist the 3 Mahayana black water flood dragons, so there must be some problem, right? Lu Yi quickly asked, "Senior, are you injured?" Lin Yunfen nodded quietly, and sighed, "Yes." Lu Yi's complexion changed slightly, "Is there any problem? Why don't you heal your wounds first? This junior can hold on for a while." Lin Yunfen's expression was numb, and he shook his head, "What I suffer is heartache, and there is no cure for it." Lu Yi was taken aback, a little weird. Heartbroken? Could it be that someone important to Senior Lin Yunfen died on the battlefield? Thinking of this, Lu Yi felt a little sympathetic, but he didn't say much, so as not to make Senior Lin Yunfen even more sad. Seeing Lu Yi's sympathetic gaze, Lin Yunfen was full of question marks. What was this bastard thinking about? He took a deep breath, recovered his state, and said, "I'm fine, the enemy in front of me is the most important thing." Lu Yi also nodded, with a stern expression on his face, moving his hands in a mysterious arc, and the formation patterns condensed, merging the 2 formations together. Immediately, the original golden flames in the large formation became even hotter, and even brought wisps of purple lightning light, forming a strange thunder fire. Lin Yunfen was taken aback, and looked at Lu Yi with a strange expression. "Little friend Lu Yi, are you using the fusion array?" Lu Yi nodded slightly, "Yes, what's the matter?" Lin Yunfen grinned, extremely shocked. What's the matter? He never expected that the fusion array technique could completely merge and superimpose 2 Mahayana formations. As a formation Taoist, he is too aware of how much the power of the formation he has created has increased at this moment. It can be said to be nearly doubled. This melting array technique is really an unbelievable secret technique. Even Lin Yunfen sighed. Lu Yi smiled, Senior, I'm overwhelmed. With such a large formation, it should be able to suppress these 3 Mahayana Blackwater Flood Dragons, right? Lin Yunfen nodded, with a cold expression, and said, it's natural that the Golden Sun flowing fire formation can have such power. He squeezed the formation formula with his hands and gave a clear drink. The next moment, golden flames condensed and turned into 3 golden fireballs. Purple lightning flashed above the golden fireball, containing a destructive power far beyond that before. All the monks in the formation noticed this, and the expression of the Mahayana monks in Tianlong Holy Land changed slightly. What's the matter with old man Lin's formation? Why has it become so much stronger? Yu Bumian saw the fused formation in the sky, thought of Lu Yi's formation before, and understood something. And the faces of the 3 Blackwater Flood Dragons became ugly, and they felt extremely threatened. Roar! Block! The 3 Blackwater Flood Dragons roared furiously, watching the fireball that turned into a purple gold radiance. They roared again and again, and the mysterious water surged. Boom! The thunder fireball collided with Xian Shui, and the roar was endless, and the aftermath swept across thousands of kilometers. Soon, there were screams. When the aftermath dissipated, one of the 3 Blackwater Flood Dragons was directly turned into coke, and its spirit and form disappeared. The other 2 Blackwater Dragons were also dripping with blood, their bodies were covered with wounds, and some of their meat was even roasted, exuding a strange fragrance. Lu Yi had smelled the strange fragrance before, and looked at the 2 Blackwater Dragons, and had an idea in his heart. It has to be said that the meat of the Haishou Jiao seems to be quite high quality. Among the various spiritual food recipes he has mastered, there are many types of barbecue. If it is the meat of the Haishou Jiao, the quality of the spiritual food produced must be better. Thinking of this, Lu Yi couldn't help swallowing. Although Lu Yi himself is not a person who likes to eat, this is so delicious. Seeing that Lin Yunfen beat the 3 Blackwater Dragons to 1 death and 2 serious injuries with 1 blow, the 3 Mahayana masters of the eastern region were all a little shocked. Afterwards, the 3 of them returned to their senses, revealing icy expressions. Kill! At this moment, one of the Blackwater Dragons took out a talisman, and under the surge of aura, the power of space circulated. Lu Yi's face changed. Oops! Stop him! The 4 of Lin Yunfen also noticed this situation, and their expressions all changed. It's a space-shifting talisman. Stop him! 4 people shot at the same time, sealing the space. However, the space-shifting talisman is extremely advanced. Even if the space is sealed, it still shatters the space, and a silver light wraps him inside. When the silver light dissipated, the Blackwater Dragon disappeared, leaving only a seriously injured Blackwater Dragon. The remaining Blackwater Dragon was numb, and its huge eyes were full of blankness visible to the naked eye. Seeing that a Blackwater Dragon had run away, the faces of all the monks present became gloomy. Especially Lu Yi, he felt colic in his heart. Originally able to kill 4 Blackwater Flood Dragons in the Mahayana realm, the mission rewards are so generous. As a result, now that he ran a Mahayana Blackwater Flood Dragon, he knew how much the mission reward would be reduced. Lu Yi felt extremely distressed when he thought of the reduction in reward. Damn it! He ran away. Lu Yi said angrily. Seeing that Lu Yi was angry, Lin Yunfen patted him on the shoulder, and said in relief, "Little friend, Lu Yi is passionate and a good man in the eastern region. It is a pity that he ran away as a Mahayana monk, but since he ran away, there is nothing he can do about it. This is not your fault, little friend Lu Yi, there is no need for this. Lu Yi wants to cry but has no tears, but my task rewards are less." Naturally, he couldn't say this, so he could only numbly nod his head. "I see, thank you Senior Lin for your explanation. He must not let this matter run away." Not only Liu Yi had such an idea, Lin Yunfan and Yu Bumian also had the same idea. Everyone stared at the remaining black water dragon. The remaining Haishou Jiao were even more desperate. It was obvious that a brother died with him just now, but in the blink of an eye, the brother ran away? What about him? What should he do? He roared angrily, "You want to kill me? You won't have a better time either." Afterwards, the black water flood dragon's blood was burning all over his body, his breath soared, and he spit out a stream of black mysterious water, blasting towards Liu Yi. This is a fatal blow. However, Yu Bumian and Lin Yunfan, the four Mahayana powers, were not vegetarians either. Their complexions changed slightly, and they immediately stood in front of Liu Yi, their aura surged, and blocked the blow for Liu Yi. When the mysterious water dissipated, the breath of the black water flood dragon was extremely weak, and its vitality was almost cut off. Then a group of golden thunder and fire emerged, covering the black water flood dragon. The screams resounded throughout the world, and soon disappeared. The golden thunder fire dissipated, leaving only a roasted corpse. The corpse fell heavily from the air and fell to the ground. Huge corpses of tens of kilometers fell on the ground, trampling a mountain range. When the Mahayana Blackwater Flood Dragon announced its retreat, all the sea monks on the ground had already started fleeing. Seeing the corpses of Mahayana Blackwater Dragons falling from the sky at this moment made all the monks of the sea tribe even more frightened, and some monks even screamed. Their hearts collapsed and they only cared about escaping. They were frantically chased and killed by the monks in Dongming City, and they died in large numbers in a short time. In the sky, 3 of the 4 Mahayana Black Water Dragons died, and 1 escaped. Liu Yi and the others descended from the sky and came to the battlefield of combined power. The combined power of the Sea clan naturally also saw the elders of their own family die in battle. They were afraid and wanted to run away. However, the monks in the Holy Land of Tai did not give them a chance to escape, and stopped them firmly. But now, Lin Yunfan and other Mahayana masters are free to deal with them. Several Mahayana monks took action, and in just a short moment, all the remaining Sea clan powers died. Yun Xi's face was pale at the moment, his breath was a little weak, and there were still a few wounds on his body. Obviously he had also suffered some injuries in the previous battle. She came to Liu Yi and asked, "Liu Yi, are you okay?" Liu Yi shook his head, rubbed Yun Xi's head, and said with a smile, "I'm fine, but you are injured, are you okay?" Yun Xi smiled, "It's just a skin injury, it will heal soon." Liu Yi saw that the wounds on Yun Xi's body had healed at an extremely fast speed. After all, he had a natural domain and was still an immortal body. Yun Xi's physical body was strong enough, so these injuries could only be considered minor injuries. Liu Yi also felt relieved and nodded slightly. At this moment, Lin Yunfan and other Mahayana powers, as well as all the combined powers of Tai Holy Land, all looked at Liu Yi, and indescribable complex expressions flashed in everyone's eyes. Lin Yunfan smiled slightly, "Little friend Liu Yi, thanks to you this time, otherwise our Dongming City would have missed, and everyone would have died. Thank you, little friend Liu Yi." The group of combined experts also thanked earnestly, very grateful. Liu Yi smiled, "Seniors, please be polite, this is what I should do." Yu Bumian exclaimed in admiration, "You little brat, your strength is getting stronger and stronger, you have resisted Mahayana monks for such a long time with your own strength, and if word spreads, I am afraid that the whole Tianming will be shaken by you." The others nodded as well, with some shock in their eyes. After all, Liu Yi's strength was so terrifying that it shocked everyone's hearts. Liu Yi smiled modestly. Then, Lin Yunfan and other talents descended from the sky, and a group of great powers began to deal with the end of the battlefield, but Liu Yi and Yun Xi didn't need it. Lin Yunfan asked them to go to the city lord's mansion to rest first. Naturally, Liu Yi was not polite, and even impatient. He was about to go and see what the mission rewards were. The difficulty of this task is not low, so the rewards should not be small, right? Liu Yi was full of anticipation. First change and then change. There will be another chapter to add later, but it is estimated that it will exceed 12 o'clock, you can watch it tomorrow. Chapter 182 The Law of Water 2000 Monthly Ticket added. Back at the city lord's mansion, Liu Yi and Yun Xi returned to the small courtyard where they were arranged to live. Back in the courtyard, Yun Xi used the power of nature to treat her, and her injuries were completely recovered. Her skin was still as white as jade, without a trace at all. You should be tired from today's battle, right? Have a rest for the night? Liu Yi looked at Yun Xi and said with a light smile. Yun Xi nodded slightly, yes. The two hugged and lay on the bed, neither of them practiced, and Yun Xi fell asleep soon. Liu Yi didn't sleep. He wasn't actually tired. After all, he was physically strong and mentally strong. With the law of immortality, Liu Yi's ability to fight for a long time was still very strong, and he didn't feel tired so easily. He looked at the mission panel with some excitement. Task: to kill the monks of the Sea clan who besieged Dongming City. The mission rewards depend on the number of kills. Completed. Rewards: improved awareness of the Dao of Water, the ultimate spiritual weapon Xian Shui Ding, the Kulpa crossing technique Xian Shui treasure record, Xian Bing Jing Soul, the law of a wisp of water. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Feeling the mission reward, Liu Yi was pleasantly surprised. This task is not low difficulty. Liu Yi had guessed that the reward might be relatively generous, but he did not expect that the degree of richness exceeded his imagination. Among other things, just a top-grade spiritual weapon is enough to shock people. You know, the best spiritual weapon is the most powerful magic weapon under the fairy weapon. Immortal artifacts can only be possessed by forces at the level of the Holy Land of Xianzong, and even if they have them, they will not be able to exert their full strength. Immortal artifacts are magic weapons made for immortals, and only immortals can display their full strength. And under the fairy weapon is the top-grade spiritual tool. Possessing a top-grade spiritual weapon, even an ordinary monk is enough to leapfrog to fight, let alone a monster like Liu Yi. It can be said that if he had owned this Xian Shui cauldron before, he could even suppress Na Moming. Without the help of Yu Bumian, he could have hoped to kill him alone. It is conceivable how much improvement it brought to Liu Yi. And the Kung Fu Xian Shui treasure record for crossing the Tribulation Realm is equally precious. This is a Kung Fu method that can be directly practiced to cross the Tribulation Realm. Give it to a monk at will, and maybe tens of thousands of years later, you will be able to achieve a great religion second only to the Holy Land of Xianzong. If such a skill is left outside, it is enough to make any monk crazy. Even a monk who has crossed the catastrophe will pursue it crazily. After all, for the cultivators who crossed the catastrophe, each kind of exercise has different profound meanings. If you read and refer to different exercises, you don't need to practice, and you will have some insights. Liu Yi intends to keep this Xian Shui treasure record in Baiyun sect, and then the sect will have more powerful exercises to practice. Before, Liu Yi left Qinglian Hedaoju in Baiyunzong, but after all, Qinglian Hedaoju is only a Mahayana practice, and it's a bit lacking in meaning. When it comes to who is most suitable for this technique, Liu Yi's first choice is Zhang Fan. As a monk of the ordinary generation, Zhang Fan's luck is quite good, and his strength is not slow to improve. Now he is even the acquired water spirit body, which is very suitable for practicing the Xian Shui Bailu of the Way of Water. Liu Yi happened to be planning to go to the monks of the Baiyun sect to see how they were doing, and then hand over the Xian Shui Bailu to them. The Xian Bing essence surprised Liu Yi even more. This is the most core essence condensed from hundreds of millions of years of black ice. It is more precious than Sword Heart Fruit and 9-color Lily of the Valley, and has reached the level of fairy treasures. This is Xian Zhen. Moreover, it is a fairy treasure of ice attribute. Liu Yi is looking for a way to transform the senior sister into a fairy body. With this fairy treasure, it shouldn't be difficult for the senior sister to transform by then. How rich the task rewards brought by the fairy body, Lui has tried it from Yun Xi's body. After the transformation of the senior sister, he will also be able to get more generous task rewards at that time. At that time, I am afraid that the senior sister will also be very happy. Lui had already made up his mind, and when he confirmed that the senior brothers and sisters of Bianzong were fine, he took Yungzi to find the senior sisters and Ruyu's senior sisters. It's not that Lui doesn't care about senior sister Ruyu and senior sister Ruyu. They are very famous in the Sea Clan battlefield. After all, they are both extremely powerful. There have always been rumors about the two of them. Lui understands that they are not in any danger, so he is not in a hurry to see them. Let's confirm the situation of the fellow disciples and elders of the Biun sect first. The final mission reward is equally precious to Lui, the law of water. Lui has a ray of indestructible law, so he naturally knows the power of the law. If he has the law of water, the power of his water domain will be greatly improved, and his perception will also increase accordingly. For the current situation where the opponents are basically the Sea Clan, the law of water is an extremely suitable method. However, this kind of method may not be very popular. After all, from the master, Lui also knows that mastering the law before becoming an immortal is too rare, and even an immortal can be achieved by very few people. If it is used, it may cause a big shock. If you want to use it, you can't leave future troubles. Lui made up his mind. After Lui checked the task rewards, he glanced at the sleeping Yungzi. He carefully put Yungzi down, then walked out of the room and came to the training room. After setting up a large formation, he began to absorb the perception of the way of water. It has to be said that the rewards for this mission are extremely generous. Just by absorbing the perception of the Dao of water this time, Lui's water domain has directly increased to more than 30%, or even close to 40%. As for the law of array of water, Lui did not absorb it now. The movement of absorbing the law of water is too great. This is an ancient city with many people. Lui plans to wait until a quiet place to absorb it. Lui just realized those rewards, collected them all, and then left the training room. When Lui left the training room, he found Yun Xi sitting in the hall. Seeing Lui coming out, Yun Xi's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Lui, have you finished your training?" Lui looked at the time, it was already morning, and it took more than a night to absorb the perception of the Dao of water. Lui nodded, "Well, how are you resting?" Yun Xi smiled and said, "Not bad." "That's good, let's go out and see what's going on." Lui led Yun Xi outside. "After the battle yesterday, I don't know how the situation in Dongming City is now." The two jumped into the air and looked at the situation. Yesterday's battle was very fierce. Many areas of Dongming City's city wall were damaged. According to Lin Yunfan's introduction, the city wall was also made of natural materials and earth treasures, which was enough to withstand several attacks by nascent soul monks. I didn't expect it to be so damaged. The city wall was damaged, and many buildings in the city collapsed. Most of the collapsed buildings were residential buildings for mortals. The monks' buildings were basically arranged in a stable formation. Although the aftermath was fierce, they would not collapse. Lui and Yun Xi saw monks flying past everywhere in a hurry. These were monks from the allied forces of the eastern region, and they were doing the aftermath work. Some refiners are rebuilding the city walls, and some alchemists are treating the wounded from yesterday's battle. There are also monks patrolling to prevent chaos in the city. Lui and Yun Xi flew over and soon came to the square in the center of Dongming City. At this moment, there are many corpses lying on the square. The corpses are covered with white cloth, all of them are monks who died in the battle before. Some of these monks' corpses are not complete. After all, the battle of monks is too fierce, it is a lucky thing to be able to leave the whole body. In front of the corpse, many people wept bitterly. These were family members or friends of the monk. Lu Yi and Yun Xi flew over and came to a mortal residence. There were even more corpses here. Even if mortals faced the aftermath, it would be hard for them to resist. The collapse of the house would also bury a lot of lives. Lu Yi had seen many similar tragedies on the way to the High Clan battlefield, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, human life is worthless. Lu Yi and Yun Xi flew past, and all the monks they met looked at them with respectful expressions, and then whispered continuously. Is that them? That's right. It's Senior Lu Yi. I don't know who the other female senior is, but she's also very strong. I've also heard that yesterday, Senior Lu Yi held back a Mahayana monk and beheaded 11 combined powers with his own strength. If it wasn't for this, we would have died long ago without the arrival of reinforcements. Senior Lu Yi is only in the Void Realm, and he is really a genius to be able to fight against a Mahayana monk. Alas, if I have 1/10 of the talent of Senior Lu Yi, I will be satisfied. Wake up, stop dreaming, even if it is 1/10 of the talent of Senior Lu Yi, there are not many people in Tianming who can match it. It's true, but who is the female senior next to Senior Lu Yi? It's just a layer of emptiness. I heard that I killed several combined powers yesterday. This record is no better than that of the girl from the Excalibur sect. When Sword Immortal first came to the battlefield of the Sea Clan, it was bad. Yet, there are rumors that the female sword fairy seemed to have transformed before. She condensed the heart of the sword, and with her own sword bone, she could be called the body of a sword fairy. In the whole Tianming, except for Senior Lu Yi, I am afraid that there are not many Tianjiao who can be trusted. I didn't expect this female senior to have such a talent. Could it be that this female senior is also a Tianjiao evildoer with a fairy body? There was a lot of discussion. Hearing everyone's words, Lu Yi felt a little strange. He had only cultivated for more than 100 years, and he had become a senior expert. Things are unpredictable. Yun Xi was also a little complicated, and said, I have become a female senior. As discussed before, there are a few who are strong in the realm of transforming gods. In the past, such a strong person would have existed at the level of an elder in Qingzhou. Before, for Yun Xi, it was also the goal of cultivation. Unexpectedly, in just a few decades, she surpassed this goal unconsciously. It was only then that Yun Xi remembered that she seemed to be stronger than her mother-in-law now. Yun Xi had been deliberately ignoring this question before, but now that she thought about it, she felt a little complicated for a while. All of this was brought by Lu Yi. Yun Xi turned her head and looked at Lu Yi, with a gleam in her eyes. Seeing Yun Xi looking at him, Lu Yi smiled, "What's wrong?" Yun Xi shook his head, held Lu Yi's hand, and said with a smile, "It's nice to meet you." Lu Yi was stunned, grabbed Yun Xi's hand, and smiled expectantly, "If that's the case, how many new poses will you unlock tonight?" Yun Xi's expression became stiff all of a sudden. She glanced at Lu Yi faintly, snorted softly, turned her head and said nothing. The two flew over and saw many monks, and they were very respectful to them. Even the fit power who directed the monks to repair the city wall was full of smiles. The two turned around and soon returned to the city lord's mansion. As soon as he returned to the city lord's mansion, Lu Yi saw Wang Baifeng and others. It was only then that Lu Yi thought of them. The previous battle was too fierce, and Lu Yi didn't have time to pay attention to them. Then Lu Yi glanced over, with a slightly weird expression. Everyone was there, and none of them died. Lu Yi was a little shocked. You must know that yesterday's battle was so tragic that the death rate was extremely high, even exceeding 30%. Not to mention the monks under Huashan. Unexpectedly, Wang Baifeng and the others were all fine, but Lin Ming's breath was a little weak, his face was pale, and he seemed to have suffered some injuries. At this moment, when Wang Baifeng and the others saw Lu Yi, they immediately showed bright and awe-inspiring smiles. Everyone came over. Wang Baifeng smiled and said, "Senior Lu Yi." The others were also called Senior Luyi. Luyi was embarrassed when he heard this, and smiled, "We know each other anyway, call me Luyudeo for friendship, I'm not as old as you guys, call me senior, I always feel like I'm old." Wang Baifeng and others? The smiles on their faces froze. "I'm not as old as you." These words echoed in the hearts of Wang Baifeng and the others, turning into sharp swords, piercing through their hearts. For a moment, they felt a tingling pain in their hearts. It hurts so much. What's the matter? They have worked so hard to practice for hundreds or even thousands of years, but the result is far worse than others who have practiced for 100 years. Where does this make people reason? People are not created equal. However, Wang Baifeng and the others soon smiled again. Luyi asked them to call them fellow deists, which was also a kind of recognition for them. The recognition from Luyi made them even more proud. Since fellow deist Luyi has said so, then we should obey orders rather than be respectful. Wang Baifeng said with a smile. Luyi nodded and said with a smile, "Yesterday in the bloody battle, I faced some pressure from Mahayana monks, and I didn't take care of you. Fortunately, you are all fine." Hearing this, Wang Baifeng and the others felt a little pricked again. Facing the Mahayana monks, this sounded like a show-off. However, Wang Baifeng and others all understood that this was completely a normal state for Luyi, and there was no intention of showing off at all, which made people feel more chest-tight. Wang Baifeng twitched the corners of his mouth, and then sighed, "Yesterday's battle was truly rare in this old man's life. Fortunately, this old man's skills, among other things, are absolutely top-notch. Otherwise, this old man might not survive." The other nascent soul cultivators also nodded repeatedly. A middle-aged man sighed, "Fortunately, we are all majoring in life-saving means, otherwise, I'm afraid it will be dangerous." His name is Dongfang Feng. Only Lin Ming is still young, he is a bit too high-ranking, and he has suffered some injuries. Lin Yu patted Lin Ming's shoulder, and Lin Ming couldn't help grinning. Luyi and Yun Xi. Looking at the crowd with bright smiles, the two were speechless for a while. These people are really talented. Luyi couldn't help sighing, if there were no accidents, these guys might be able to cultivate to the limit of their own talents, and if there were some chances, it would not be impossible to even reach the realm of the whole, or even the state of fusion. It's a pity that the talents of casual cultivators are mostly not very strong, and Lin Ming was just an accident. Luyi thought of this, thinking in his heart, maybe he could choose to help them. It would be very interesting if some of these monks could break through to the combined body, Mahayana, or even the realm of crossing the catastrophe in the future. Luyi thought about this question in his heart. He took this matter to heart, and then asked, "By the way, where are you planning to go now, fellow deist Wang?" "We're going to ask someone to see where we can get the merits of war. Last time we sent a message, and in addition to yesterday's battle, we also killed a lot of monks from the Sea clan. There should be a lot of merits in battle, right?" Wang Baifeng revealed with a smile. Dia was very excited. The other monks also had excited expressions. For casual cultivators like them, it is not easy to obtain resources. It is rare to have such a good opportunity now, so they are naturally very happy. Luyi also had a strange expression on his face. To him, he would never lack resources, or even use them up. Even when they didn't get the mission panel, although Luyi's resources were not particularly large, they were never lacking, so it was hard to understand their feelings. Luyi was about to speak. At this moment, a monk from the Holy Land of Oneness ran over, looked at Luyi with a smile and said, "Fellow deist Luyi, Elder Lin asked you to go to the living room with fellow deist Yun Mo." Luyi raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said, "We know, we'll go there now." Then Luyi thought of something, and asked, "By the way, where did you check the military achievements? These friends of mine came with me to report that they performed well in the battle yesterday, and they are going to check the military achievements. Hearing this, the monks in the Holy Land of Oneness were taken aback, then looked at Wang Baifeng and the others who were a little confused, and said with a warm smile, "So fellow Taoists want to check their military exploits? Come with me, and I'll take you there." Hearing this, Wang Baifeng and the others looked at Liu Yi with gratitude in their eyes. Liu Yi smiled, "Go." Wang Baifeng and the others nodded, and then left with the monks from the Holy Land of Supreme One. Liu Yi and Yun Xi went to the living room. In the living room, apart from Lin Yunfan, Yu Bumian and other 3 Mahayana monks who came to support yesterday were also there. Besides them, there were also a few great fusion powers. After seeing Liu Yi and Yun Xi, everyone smiled. "Little friend Liu Yi is here, sit down quickly." Lin Yunfan pointed to the 2 vacant seats on his right, "These 2 seats are reserved for you." Liu Yi and Yun Xi walked over and sat down. Then Lin Yunfan bowed his hands to Liu Yi solemnly, and said, "Little friend Liu Yi, I had a lot of things to deal with yesterday and I didn't take care of you. Today I have to thank you solemnly. If it weren't for you, Dongming City would be over." Liu Yi smiled, "Senior Lin, I already said yesterday that this is what I should do, and you are too polite." Then Liu Yi asked, "By the way, what can Senior want from me?" Yu Bumian raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Of course it's because of the achievements of this battle and the distribution of the spoils." When Liu Yi heard this, he was taken aback. He had heard Wang Baifeng and others talk about military exploits before, but he didn't expect it to be his turn. But Liu Yi was a little curious, to be honest. He also passed on the news that the Sea tribe monks were going to besiege Dongming City, and he also blocked a Mahayana Sea tribe. What rewards would there be? Change first and then change. Thanks to the 100 points rewarded by the SSMR boss, and the 200 points rewarded by the 08A boss. I still owe 2,200 monthly tickets plus a chapter. Chapter 183, World War I surprises the world. This time, we killed 3 Mahayana monks, 37 combined powers, and a large number of monks from the cave realm and the sea tribe below the cave. Most of them are strong members of the Blackwater Jiao clan. It is said that the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan has lost a lot. This is also a good thing for our Eastern Territory coalition forces. In the next period of time, the pressure will be less. The great powers of the Mahayana and fusion realms that were killed yesterday are left behind. All kinds of resources, the old man has been put away, and I will share it with you today. Lin Yunfan laughed happily. Even Yu Bumian and the other 3 Mahayana powers brightened their eyes and smiled. Hai Clan Daneng has a lot of money, and it's a good harvest to come to support this time. Mahayana Daneng of Tianlong Holy Land laughed. His name is Long Yuan, and he is a powerful elder of Tianlong Holy Land. After hearing the words of a few people, Liu Yi realized that he had never thought of putting away the interspatial rings of those monks and forgot about them. Lin Yunfan took out 3 magic weapons, including a black long knife, a black battle armor, and a pair of black fist gloves, all of which released powerful spiritual pressure. This is the low-grade spiritual weapon left by the 3 Mahayana powers, and the inner alchemy of the 3 Mahayana black water dragons. I don't want these 4 treasures. Lao Yu, the 3 of you, and little friend Liu Yi, you how about choosing one for each of the 4? Inferior spiritual weapon. And the inner alchemy of the Mahayana black water flood dragon. They are all good things. The eyes of Yu Bumian and the others sparkled. Even Liu Yi showed a glimmer of light. Don't look at the fact that Liu Yi has a lot of spiritual artifacts in his hand, and he even obtained the top-grade spiritual artifacts yesterday, but in fact, the low-grade spiritual artifacts are extremely precious magic weapons throughout Tianming. Not everyone owns them even if they are Mahayana monks. Some of the weaker Mahayana monks may even use top-grade treasures. And the inner alchemy of the Mahayana black water flood dragon is regarded as a treasure of heaven and earth in the Mahayana realm, and it is also extremely precious, and can be used as the main material for refining the top-grade elixir in the Mahayana realm. Either way, it's a good thing. Yu Bumian, Long Yuan, and the Mahayana loose cultivator Feng Xiu, who has mastered the domain of wind, looked at each other, and then Yu Bumian looked at Liu Yi and said with a smile, "Little friend Liu Yi, your contribution to the battle yesterday is the greatest." "Yes, you choose first." Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "In that case, the junior will not be polite." He thought for a while, and said, "I'll just take those 4 Blackwater Flood Dragon inner pills." His alchemy skills have never fallen, and he practiced frequently. Although he has not yet reached the Mahayana realm, he can already refine the elixir of the fusion realm. In a few days, he should be able to refine the elixir of the Mahayana realm medicine, then this inner alchemy will come in handy. Hearing Liu Yi's choice, the 3 of them were a little surprised. After all, Niatin's promotion of monks must not be as direct as a magic weapon, but since Liu Yi chose, the 3 of them didn't say much. Then the 3 of them each chose a low-grade spirit weapon. Afterwards, Lin Yunfan took out 3 space rings, and said with a smile, "I haven't touched the contents inside, so the 4 of us divided them together, how about it?" "Naturally, no problem." Yu Bumian smiled. "Let's see what's inside." Long Yuan took a space ring and looked at it. The same is true for Feng Xiu and Yu Bumian. After they read it, they handed it to Liu Yi. Liu Yi looked at the space rings one by one, and found that there were a lot of things inside. Most of them were some top-quality spirit stones, and some treasures of heaven and earth, but there were not many magic weapons. Most were destroyed in previous battles. For Liu Yi, there is nothing particularly good. Liu Yi didn't need anything. He thought for a while, and said, "Senior, you can take these things, how about giving me the bodies of the 3 Mahayana black water dragons?" Hearing this, Lin Yunfan and the others were taken aback, looking at Liu Yi strangely. "You just want the bodies of the 3 black water dragons?" Though the corpses of the 3 black water dragons are treasures of heaven and earth, compared to the things in the interspatial ring, they are still a bit inferior. "Why don't we share some more with you?" "That's right, little friend Liu Yi, you have contributed the most, and you have to take a lot of things, lest the world still say that we old guys bully the juniors." Lin Yunfan and others laughed again and again. Hearing this, Liu Yi thought for a while, and then said, "If that's the case, then give me some top-quality spirit stones." Hearing this, Lin Yunfan and others nodded. Afterwards, the 4 of Lin Yunfan divided the things, and the 4 were very satisfied. In addition to these, there are also some interspatial rings left by the combined powers, which are also filled with some spiritual stones and treasures of heaven and earth, and there are not many magic weapons left. Basically all of them have been smashed, and only some top quality the treasure remained. Because Liu Yi had killed 11 powerful experts in the combined state before, and distributed a large part of the treasures, Yun Xi also shared some, and the rest was all given to the combined powerful experts in the Holy Land of Tai. Then, Lin Yunfan looked at Liu Yi, and said, "Little friend Liu Yi, this time the Hai clan attacked our Dongming city. If you hadn't brought the information, we would have been unable to prepare in advance. Please come for reinforcements. If you didn't block a Mahayana Hai Shujiao, we can't wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Your contribution is the greatest. I have already reported this matter to the high level of the coalition forces. My ancestors of the Holy Land of the Supreme One are willing to open the map of the Holy Land of the Supreme One to you. For a period of 1 month. It will help you understand the Dao of the formation, and with your talent of the Dao of the formation, there should be a considerable improvement." Hearing this, Liu Yi's eyes lit up slightly. The Tai diagram of the Tai Holy Land is the same as the Excalibur monument of the Excalibur sect. It is the core inheritance area of the sect. The Excalibur monument will be open to ordinary monks because of the Sword Dao conference, but the Tai diagram is not at all open to outsiders. and Liu Yi could actually comprehend the Dao in it for a month. This is not a small opportunity. If you can enter it and feel it, I am afraid there will be a lot of gains. Coincidentally, Liu Yi still has some difficulties in deducing the great formation of transcending tribulation. After entering the Tai diagram, maybe he can use the power of Tai diagram to deduce his own great formation of transcending tribulation. Thinking of this, Liu Yi suddenly showed a smile. In this case, the younger generation would like to thank the senior. Lin Yunfan smiled slightly and said, "You are welcome, this is what you deserve. If you have time, go to the Tai Holy Land. My ancestor said that the Tai map can be opened to you at any time." Liu Yi nodded, "Okay." He came to the Sea Clan battlefield mainly to see if he could find the Misty Island by the sea. If he found it, he could go to the Holy Land of Supreme One. After the military exploits and spoils were distributed, Liu Yi and Yun Xi also bid farewell and left. Early the next morning, Liu Yi and Yun Xi planned to leave Dongming City to find the senior brothers and sisters of the Baiyun sect. They found Wang Baifeng and the others. Seeing Wang Baifeng and the others were filled with joy, they must have gained a lot. Liu Yi said, "Everyone, we are planning to leave, how about you?" When Wang Baifeng and the others heard that Liu Yi and Yun Xi were about to leave, they immediately said they would leave together. A group of people left Dongming City and went to Feiyanjian where the monks of Bianzong lived. Feiyanjian was a certain distance from Dongming City, but perhaps because of the great battle in Dongming City, the road was very peaceful. Liu Yi and his party passed by several ancient cities and coalition strongholds, and they all heard the news about the first battle of Dongming City. The news that Liu Yi killed 11 combined powers by himself and trapped 1 Mahayana power was like a storm, sweeping the entire Hai Clan battlefield, and even spread throughout the entire eastern region, the entire Tianming. Wherever Liu Yi went, almost everyone was discussing this matter. When Jianruyu first came to the battlefield of the Sea Clan, his cultivation base was also in the Void Realm, and he was able to kill the combined powers, which had already shocked the entire eastern region. Now, Liu Yi even showed the combat power of the Mahayana realm, and even more so. It horrified everyone. The fairy species from Qingzhou has come to the Sea Clan battlefield. I've known it for a long time. In the previous battle in Dongming City, the strength shown by the immortal species was too scary. It is indeed a talent that even the peerless immortal of the Immortal Sword sect admired. I heard that Tianlong Shenzi heard the news of Liu Yi left the ancient dragon city that day, went to the front line, and killed a combined power with his own power, but he was also seriously injured and dying. If the ancestor of Tianlong Holy Land did not follow him, I am afraid that the son of Heavenly Dragon will have to explain where it is this time. The strength of Tianlong Shenzi can be regarded as the top group in the entire eastern region, but it is a pity that it is completely incomparable with that fairy. It's not just him. The female sword fairy from the Divine Sword sect is stronger than the son of Heavenly Dragon, and also far inferior to that fairy. It's not just the eastern region, I'm afraid the entire Tianming, Liu Yi can really overwhelm his peers. In the same era as him, those arrogants and evildoers are really tragic. And in an ancient city, Jianruyu and Lu Ningxuang also heard the news of Liu Yi. Both of them were surprised. Junior brother is actually here. Lu Ningxuang's aura is extremely powerful, she is already in the realm of the cave, and the experience in life and death fights during this period of time have made her progress rapidly. With restrained aura, Jianruyu's skin was snow white, and her face peerless. She said, "Junior brother didn't come to see us when he came here? It's too much." Lu Ningxuang smiled lightly, "I'm afraid it's because of the delay in Dongming City?" Jianruyu nodded slightly, and then thought of something. "By the way, I heard that there is a woman next to my junior brother, who is also very talented. She can kill the combined power in the whole realm, and she has also mastered a very powerful force of nature. Is it Yungzi?" Lu Ningxuang raised her eyebrows slightly, knowing the relationship between Yun Xi and Liu Yi. She nodded, I'm afraid it's her, I didn't expect her to be so strong. Jianruyu squinted her eyes, feeling a bit of a sense of crisis, and said, let's go find our junior brother. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, okay. When all parties were shaking, Lu Yi and his party had already arrived at Feiyanjian. Feiyanjian is a continuous mountain range. This area is full of canyons, and there are caves everywhere. The caves extend in all directions and are very complicated. Lu Yi and his party passed through the burrows, and it was difficult to tell the direction. Lin Ming muttered and said, good guy, this place is so complicated, people who are not familiar with it may easily get lost. It's no wonder that the monks of the Baiun sect are able to ambush and kill the powerful Sea clan here. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Wang Baifeng looked around and said, they shouldn't be far away. Lu Yi was a little puzzled, how does fellow Daoist Wang know that they are not far away? Wang Baifeng smiled, oh, didn't I tell fellow Daoist Lu Yi? I am good friends with Elder Qiling of Gazong. When I practiced in Qingzhou, I practiced with Elder Qiling for a long time. Hearing this, Lu Yi was stunned, he really didn't know. We have always been in touch. This time I came to the Sea clan battlefield, and brother Qiling asked me to help him. Hearing this, Lu Yi was stunned. A group of people moved, and not long after, they came to a mountain stream. Soon, a stream of light descended from the sky and landed on the ground, it was Elder Qiling. When Qiling saw Wang Baifeng, he showed a bright smile, ha 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 ha. Old Wang, long time no see. Yet, Qiling, I didn't expect your cultivation to improve again. Wang Baifeng sighed a little, you're all hollow, I haven't broken through yet. Qiling smiled quite complacently, and then said, that's my Baiun sect has a Tianjiao evildoer, that little fellow Lu Yi has brought great changes to our Baiun sect, especially when he crossed the tribulation. If it weren't for this great opportunity, it would be difficult for me to break through. When Wang Baifeng heard this, his expression was a little strange, and then he smiled strangely, Qiling, who do you think I brought here? Qiling looked puzzled, and looked around, who? Is there another old friend who came with you? Lu Yi used the 1000 changes technique, even a strange spirit couldn't recognize it. Lu Yi smiled, changed back to his original appearance, and said, Elder Qiling, it's me. Seeing Lu Yi, Qiling widened his eyes and froze. Lu Yi, why are you here? He came to Lu Yi's side in surprise, very surprised. Lu Yi smiled, I came here with Wang Daiyu. Qiling nodded again and again, we also heard that you came to the battlefield of the Sea clan. In the battle of Dongming City, you were able to fight against the Mahayana monks. I didn't expect you to come to us. Come with me, I will take you there. The secret base, Nangang Boy and Zhang Fan Boy will be very happy to see you coming. Lu Yi also nodded with a smile. A group of people followed Qiling through the burrows and came to an underground cave. The cave is very wide, several kilometers in size. There are many everlasting crystals placed inside to illuminate the interior, and there are also pieces of wood buildings, almost forming a small camp. There were many monks coming in and out of the camp. Lu Yi glanced over and saw many acquaintances. Qiling flew over with everyone, and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Everyone, look who I brought here. Everyone was stunned and looked over. After seeing Lu Yi next to Qiling, many monks stared wide-eyed with astonishment on their faces. Lu Yi. Is it junior brother Lu Yi? Several figures soared into the sky and greeted them. Lu Yi saw Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong, and Timan, as well as Nangang Moyu, Xie Tianming, and Wang Tianzun. They were all smiling and very excited. Lu Yi found that their strength had improved a lot. On the battlefield of the Sea clan, there are too many life and death fights. For monks, there is great terror between life and death. Such an environment is very good for a person's experience, and he will naturally improve quickly. Even Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong, and Timan had broken through to the nascent soul realm, and Nangang Moyu, Xie Tianming, and Wang Tianzun had even reached the transformation god realm, and their strength improved rapidly. Of course, there is also the relationship between Lu giving them various resources before they left. Junior brother Lu, long time no see. Zhang Fan hugged Lu with a surprised smile on his ordinary face. The others were also full of surprise. Junior brother Lu, we heard about the battle in Dongming City, you are too strong. Nangang Moyu hammered Lu's chest, his face full of surprise. That's right, with the cultivation base of Dongxi realm, it's crazy to be able to fight against Mahayana monks. Xie Tianming also nodded and sighed. Okay, don't be outside, go in and talk. Noticing that many people looked over, Wang Tianzun said. Everyone nodded and led Lu and his party into the camp. In the camp, when the monks heard the news of Lu's arrival, they all left the room and looked towards the sky. There are thousands of monks here. Lu glanced over and found that many monks were not from the Baiyun sect. Lu saw that some monks from Wanhuazong and Wenjian Villa were also there. At this moment, Yun Xi who was beside him asked in surprise, Senior Sister Huayu? Yun Xi looked at a handsome woman in the camp with a look of surprise. This woman's cultivation is also in the Yuanying realm. After seeing Yun Xi, she frowned and said, You are. Yun Xi changed back to the original, that ethereal and beautiful little face recovered, and said with a smile, I am Yun Xi. Huayu widened her eyes and said in surprise, Yun Xi. Why are you here too? The female cultivators beside Huayu were also surprised. Junior sister Yungzi, I didn't expect you to come too. Yun Xi smiled and said, I came with Lu. Hearing this, Huayu and several Wanhuazong monks showed ambiguous smiles, looked at Yungzi, then at Lu, and at the same time, their eyes were full of envy. Lu was extremely talented. After the news of the first battle of Dongming City, the entire eastern region did not know how many talented female cultivators were willing to accompany Lu, including them of course. The female cultivator who can accompany Lu now is their junior sister. This made all the Wanhuazong monks feel very complicated. A group of people came to the building in the center of the camp, which is the discussion area of the camp. Zhang Fan and the others looked at Lu eagerly. Junior brother Lu, we have already finished eating the spiritual food and wine you gave, and we have missed it for a long time. Xie Tianming said with a smile. When Lu heard this, he laughed and scolded, You are so enthusiastic, so it's because of my spiritual wine and spiritual food. How is that possible? This is just incidental. Incidental. Bai Yulong refused to admit it. Lu smiled and shook his head, Since I'm here, I'll give you some more, save some. Everyone immediately cheered. Long live junior brother Lu. Junior brother Lu is invincible. Junior brother Lu, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. The last words were said by Nangang Moyu. Lu's head was full of black lines, and he couldn't help kicking him out. The group drank and ate meat, and Lu listened to Zhang Fan and the others talking about their visit to the Hai Clan battlefield these years. When we first came, the Hai Clan attacked fiercely, and many of our brothers and sisters were killed. Bai Yulong took a sip of wine, his face turned red, and sighed. Those bastards of the Sea Clan. Tai Man's eyes turned red, and he slapped the table, My master also died to save me. The other monks also had angry expressions. At the beginning, their losses were too great. Listening to their narration, Lu felt heavy in his heart. Even monks in the realm of transforming gods have died several times. Later, junior brother Zhang Fan brought us here, and we were considered stable. Relying on the terrain here, we fought with those sea clans, and we lost a lot less. When we encountered two strong Sea Clan troops, we directly avoided them. We will not let go of the Sea Clan army that can be eaten. Over the years, we have harvested a lot and killed a lot of Sea Clan. Wang Tianzun's voice was a little hoarse, and one of his beloved Taoist companions also died. Junior brother Zhang Fan is quick-witted. If it weren't for him, many people here would have died. Xie Tianming laughed. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. Everyone helps each other. Without my brothers and sisters, and all the elders, I wouldn't be able to survive alone. Lu Yi sighed in his heart. Senior brother Zhang Fan is good in both luck and strength. He deserves to be of the generation of Fan. Change first and then change. Chapter 184 Sister and Sister. Everyone drank wine and chatted about the experiences of these years, and the day passed without knowing it. But because they were still on the battlefield of the Sea clan, everyone was restrained and not drunk. Afterwards, Qi Ling arranged a quiet room for Lu Yi and Yun Xi, and said, "The environment here is relatively simple, Lu Yi, you just leave." Lu Yi smiled. Elder Qi Ling is too polite, this place is already very good. Lu Yi and Yun Xi entered the room, covered themselves with a large array, and started their daily double cultivation. For the next few days, Lu Yi and Yun Xi stayed in the camp to see the monks of the Baiun sect and other sects working together to kill the monks of the Sea clan. He has also participated in several operations, and every time he does, Lu Yi will issue tasks, and the rewards are not bad. His awareness of the waterway has been continuously improved, and his water domain has reached 40%. In addition, some Wanyan Lingyu and several kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures were also obtained. On this day, Lu Yi took out some black water jellyfish meat, and grilled the meat on the square in the center of the camp, and the smell was delicious. Among the spiritual food that Lu Yi learned, there are many recipes about barbecue. Lu Yi has a lot of experience in handling the ingredients. The original snow-white black water flood meat is placed on the crimson flame, and it gradually becomes golden, dripping with fat. Nangang Moyo looked at the flames with a numb face, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Only junior brother Lu Yi can roast meat with the artistic conception of perfect fire. The others also looked numb. They didn't expect Lu Yi to have mastered such a powerful artistic conception of fire. But when they thought of Lu Yi's talent, everyone was relieved. The strange fragrance was strong, and Zhang Fan and the others were full of anticipation. I didn't expect that one day, we could still eat the meat of the black water dragon. Tai Man swallowed wildly. This black water dragon meat is the meat from the corpses of some black water dragons in the combined state that Lu Yi got. After he handles it, even nascent soul cultivators can eat it. However, nascent soul cultivators must eat very little, at most one piece of meat per person, and Huashan cultivators can eat a few more slices. Jindan realm and weaker monks are even more unbearable. Lu Yi smiled, and only took out a small section of Hai Shou Jiao's meat. All the monks in the camp didn't eat much, and Lu Yi and Yun Xi ate the rest. The physical bodies of the two are strong enough, even if it is the flesh of the Hai Shou Jiao, they can eat a lot. While everyone was drinking, Lu Yi smiled and said, "I plan to leave with Yun Xi tomorrow." "What? Junior brother Lu, are you leaving?" Zhang Fan and the others were stunned, a little bit reluctant. Lu Yi smiled, "Well, I'm going to see senior sister and Ruyu's senior sister, I don't know how they are doing recently." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. "So that's the case, then you really should go and see it." Zhang Fan nodded. An old man from Wenjian Villa said, "Lu Yi, I will trouble you to take care of us when we see our young master." Lu Yi smiled, "It should." Hearing that Lu Yi was going to leave, the atmosphere of the crowd was a little downcast, and then Nangang Moyu smiled and said, "Come on. Junior brother Lu Yi is leaving soon, so drink more today. Otherwise, you won't be able to drink without restriction in the future. Spirit wine." Hearing this, everyone laughed, and then toasted one after another. That is to say, but everyone is still restrained. After drinking until late at night, everyone went back separately. Lu Yi stopped Zhang Fan and other friends, and brought them to the living room. Afterwards, Lui arranged a large formation to isolate the surrounding qi. Seeing Lui being so cautious, Zhang Fan and the others looked puzzled. Nangang Moyu asked, "Junior brother, why are you so cautious?" Lui smiled, "In these days, I got a lot of good things by chance, and I plan to give you some." After speaking, Lui took out the Xian Shui treasure record first, and said, "This is the exercise for crossing the realm of tribulation, and the Xian Shui treasure record is the exercise for the way of water, which is very suitable for senior brother Zhang Fan." Hearing this, Zhang Fan was taken aback for a moment, and then showed a look of shock, the tribulation crossing cultivation technique. The others were also shocked. This level of skills is also the best in Tianming. Apart from the immortal scriptures of the major immortal sects' holy places, there is no more powerful skills. Unexpectedly, Lui could take it out easily. Lui nodded, "Well, I got it a few days ago. I have the fairy scriptures, so it's not convenient to teach you. This exercise is just right." Zhang Fan didn't flirt with Lui, and directly accepted the exercises. He still didn't know what he owed Lui all these years, but just kept it in his heart. Zhang Fan smiled happily, "With this exercise, my cultivation speed will be greatly improved, and I should be able to break through to the realm of transforming gods faster." This made the others turn green with envy. "Zhang Fan, you bastard! You're so lucky!" Nangang Moya gritted his teeth with envy. "He is the worst one. Others are practicing well, but he is a fire cultivator. Practicing this kind of kung fu will only slow down his cultivation speed." His eyes are red. The others were also cursing, calling Zhang Fan's luck amazing. In fact, Lui also felt that Zhang Fan was lucky, and the exercises he obtained happened to be water-type exercises. However, the target of the quest was the Sea Clan, and Lui found that most of his quest rewards were related to water or ice elements, and very few other elements. This might just be destiny. Zhang Fan was also very happy, and repeatedly bowed his hands to the others, "Accept, accept." Lui smiled, "Although this exercise is the most precious, there are other things that you can also use." Lui took out some perfect pills, as well as some talismans and treasures that neither he nor Yun Xi could use, all of which were basically in the realm of transforming gods or even below transforming gods. Finally, there are some trophies of the previous Black Water Flood Dragon powers. In fact, Lui can't use those things, he can only use them for his friends, including some top-quality spirit stones and treasures. Looking at so many things, everyone is numb. Xie Tianming's eyes widened, "Lui, are you going to loot some great teaching?" Lui smiled, "That's not true, I got some by chance, and some were the trophies of the High Clan powerhouse who besieged Dongming City before." Everyone sighed again and again, very surprised. After giving Zhang Fan and the others some things that neither he nor Yun Xi could use, Lui's space ring was quite empty. He smiled and said, "Okay, with these, if you continue to work hard, maybe it won't take long before you can reach a stronger position." Zhang Fan and the others nodded. After that, Lui and others left. Lui took out some things and gave them to the elders of Baiun sect, and also gave some to Wang Baifeng and others. To tell the truth, Lui is quite optimistic about Wang Baifeng and others. Give them some support, and maybe they will become very strong in the future. After that, Lui returned to the room. Yun Xi just came back at this time, and she also had a reminiscence with the disciple elders of the Wanhua sect. Lui smiled and said, "Give them some things that they didn't need before?" Yun Xi nodded, "Yeah. The resources she is using now are all the 10,000 years essence or 10,000 years spiritual jade given by Lui. As for magic weapons and the like, what Lui gave her are all spiritual weapons, which are not comparable to those things at all. Naturally, I can't see it anymore." Early the next morning, Lui and Yun Xi bid farewell to everyone and left Feiyanjian. They planned to find Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu. A few months ago, Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu were both in non-Yuan state, and Lu Yi and Yun Xi were heading there. Along the way, Lu Yi and Yun Xi would encounter some Sea clan monks from time to time. Although they were not too strong, the strongest was a Sea clan in the Void Realm. However, neither Lu Yi nor Yun Xi planned to let go, and killed them all one by one. Of course, the mission was issued, and the rewards were rather reluctant. At most, they were some Wanyan Lingyu, which was enough for them to practice for a period of time. More than half a month later, Lu Yi and Yun Xi came to a barren mountain area, and Lu Yi thought of the law of water before. Because there were too many people around before, Lu Yi never absorbed them. Now there are only him and Yun Xi, so he can choose to find a quiet place to absorb them. Lu Yi smiled and said, Yun Xi, I have some insights and plan to retreat for a few days. Hearing this, Yun Xi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, okay. Lu Yi often absorbs the artistic conception of the Dao of water that is rewarded by missions, and every time he feels it, Yun Xi is no stranger to this. However, Yun Xi was still a little puzzled when Lu Yi said that he had some insights in such a serious way. Is the insight this time very precious? Lu Yi smiled, well, the monks who have come into contact with these days are all involved in the way of water, so they should be able to understand something related to the way of water. Yun Xi nodded slightly, I will protect the law for you. Afterwards, Lu Yi and Yun Xi found a deserted cave, and Lu Yi entered it, setting up a large formation to prevent too much movement. And Yun Xi stayed at the entrance of the cave to protect Lu Yi. Inside the cave, Lu Yi sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and began to absorb the law of the wisp of water. All of a sudden, Lu Yi felt that strands of water light emerged from the endless void of consciousness. The water light gradually condensed from the original water mist, turning into water droplets, small lakes, rivers, and endless sea. The water flow gradually became turbulent from the original calm, and finally turned into a huge wave. Water benefits all things without competition. Water can carry a boat and capsize it. Goodness is like water. Lu Yi seemed to turn into a drop of water, into a mist of water, into an ocean, feeling the power of water personally. When calm, water can nourish all things, and when furious, water can engulf heaven and earth. This is an extremely powerful force, and it is extremely malleable. Following Lu Yi's comprehension, the danshan in Lu Yi's body was filled with mist, and the Yuanying flashed a mysterious Dao Guang, and pieces of Dao patterns condensed and turned into brand marks, which were engraved on the Yuanying. Around Lu Yi, phantoms of endless oceans emerged. The azure blue sea is sometimes calm and sometimes raging, with unimaginable and terrifying power, as if it can swallow everything, and it seems to be able to conceive everything. With the improvement of Lu Yi's cultivation base, the vision brought by absorbing the law of this ray of water is too powerful. Even if Lu Yi has arranged a large formation to cover the aura in advance, there are still visions slowly escaping from the formation. Yun Xi, who was sitting at the entrance of the cave, noticed it immediately, and turned to look behind him. Then Yun Xi saw the ocean slowly escaping out, and the area of the ocean continued to expand, with an unimaginable mysterious atmosphere, as if it wanted to swallow the entire mountain range. Yun Xi's eyes widened, and a look of astonishment flickered in the ethereal eyes. What is Lu Yi feeling? The movement is so loud. As time passed, the anomaly became bigger and bigger, the ocean covered the entire mountain, and then spread to the distance, and the mysterious fluctuations slowly dissipated. Yun Xi looked at the ocean, and even himself improved the artistic conception of water. This made Yun Xi even more astonished. At this moment, Yun Xi's eyes flashed a sharp color. She looked in one direction and saw two breaths approaching quickly. The characteristics of those two auras are obviously the powerhouses of the Sea clan. Soon, two Sea clans approached. They were a man and a woman, both of them were in the Void Realm. They looked at the phantom of the ocean with shock in their eyes. This is the domain of water. Such a profound and inexplicable power of the domain. Which sea clan's power is here to realize the Tao? The woman said. The other man looked at the phantom of the ocean with a hint of uncertainty. Why do I feel that there is a trace of incomprehensible power in it, which is somewhat similar to the power of the law in the legend? Laws. Impossible. Apart from immortals, who else can master the laws? The woman shook her head in denial. Whether it is or not, this is an opportunity for us. If we follow such a great power, we will definitely gain a lot in the future. Both Sea Clan looked forward to it. At this moment, they saw an ethereal and peerless girl suddenly appearing. Her green skirt was flying, and she looked at the two of them coldly. The expressions of the two sea clans were indifferent. Human clan. Hollow Void Realm. Yun Xi glanced at the two sea clan monks. Without saying much, the jade lotus spun above his head, and a cyan Dao light flashed. The next moment, the two sea monks didn't even react. They were swept by Dao Guang and turned into ashes. Yun Xi didn't speak, and landed at the entrance of the cave, continuing to protect Lu Yi. Time passed. Half a day later, the vision outside the entrance of the cave became stronger and stronger, covering an area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Fortunately, the environment here is remote. Except for the two sea people just now, no one was attracted here. At this moment, Yun Xi paused suddenly, and looked towards the sky again. Two streamers of light approached at an extremely fast speed, making Yun Xi frown uncontrollably. The strength of the visitor made Yun Xi feel a strong threat. And in the distant sky, Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang were flying. They were going to find Lu Yi, but they felt the vision in the distance, and they were very surprised. What is that? Jian Ruyu looked at the phantom of the ocean in the sky, and raised his eyebrows. Is it the water domain? Could it be that some sea clan's power broke through here? Lu Ningxuang frowned. The two looked at each other with a cold look in their eyes. Jian Ruyu said, "Go and have a look." N. Lu Ningxuang nodded. The two quickly approached the phantom. Just as the two approached the phantom, a figure stood in the air, blocking their way. Seeing this person, both Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu were stunned. Yun Xi. Lu Ningxuang's cold and pretty face showed a look of astonishment, and she was a little uncertain. The current Yungzi has an ethereal aura like a fairy, and is even more beautiful than before. Yun Xi didn't expect to meet Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu, so she was also taken aback. Sister Ningxuang, Sister Ruyu, it's you. Yun Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Yun Xi's address, both Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu raised their eyebrows, looked at each other, and saw the same look in each other's eyes, the eyes of rivals in love. Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly. Sister Yungzi, why are you here? Yun Xi smiled and said, Lu Yi is here to retreat, and I am here to protect him. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu were taken aback for a moment, then looked at the phantom of the ocean behind Yun Xi, and thought of some possibility. Jian Ruyu had a strange expression, and said in astonishment, "This vision is caused by the younger brother?" Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu looked at each other, both of them were at a loss. When did the younger brother comprehend the water domain? Lu Ningxuang looked puzzled. Yun Xi smiled and said, "Don't Sister Ningxuang know? He realized it a long time ago." Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu narrowed their eyes slightly and looked at each other. The junior brother told this guy, but didn't tell the two of them? Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, with a touch of coldness, and Jian Ruyu held the long sword with sharp eyes. Yun Xi smiled and said, "Sister Ningxuang, Sister Ruyu, since you are all here, let's protect the Dharma together. If someone strong is attracted, I'm afraid I won't be the opponent." Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly. The two followed Yun Xi to the entrance of the cave. They took a look inside the cave. The interior was sealed by formations, and they saw the situation clearly. Then the three sat together, and the atmosphere was a little weird for a while. Yun Xi blinked, and said, "Sister Ningxuang, Sister Ruyu, these days I often hear rumors about you on the battlefield of the Sea Clan. My sister is very yearning for your deeds. Can you tell me about it?" Hearing this, Jian Ruyu smiled, "If that's the case, then fine." Only then did the three communicate. As time passed, in the cave, in Liu Yi's mind, the endless ocean gradually disappeared, and the vision around him also gradually subsided. He slowly opened his eyes, strands of blue Dao patterns flickered in his eyes, and then disappeared. Liu Yi exhaled slightly and showed a smile. The law of water, realized. Not only that, but because he realized the law of array of water, Liu Yi's water domain has also been greatly improved, even reaching 70%. Compared with before, it has increased by more than 30%. The harvest this time is too great. The corner of Liu Yi's mouth raised, he got up, and stretched himself. The retreat is over, go out and see how Yun Xi is doing. With a wave of Liu Yi's hand, the endless patterns slowly dissipated, and he walked out of the cave. At the entrance of the cave, Liu Yi saw Yongzi, Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu together, and the three of them talked and laughed. Liu Yi was stunned for a moment, extremely astonished. Senior Sister Ruyu, why are you here?" Seeing Liu Yi coming out, Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu both looked over. Lu Ningxuang had a calm smile on her cold face. "Junior brother, I didn't expect you to have mastered such a powerful water domain. If it wasn't for Sister Yun Xi, tell me, I don't even know." Jian Ruyu also smiled and said, "Yeah, I never knew, junior brother, you have mastered such a powerful water domain." Liu Yi always felt that there was something wrong with the smiles of the two of them, and there was a chill behind them. "I still owe 2,200 monthly tickets for an update. The author still has some things to do tonight, and I will add an update tomorrow." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 185 Strong Persistence. Liu Yi smiled dryly, "Ha ha ha, didn't I just realize this recently? When I sparred with senior brother Zhang Fan before, I only mastered the artistic conception of water. After coming to the battlefield of the Sea Clan, I gained a lot. In the first battle of the monks, the understanding of the Dao of water is deeper than before." After hearing Liu Yi's explanation, Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu didn't say anything more. Then Liu Yi smiled and said, "Senior Sister Ningxuang, Senior Sister Ruyu, why are you here? We are going to find you." Regarding this matter, Yun Xi has already told Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu that they plan to go to Nanyuan Prefecture. Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly and said, "We were going to find you, and we saw a vision on the way, so we came to have a look, and unexpectedly, we met Sister Yongzi." It was only then that Liu Yi noticed that Lu Ningxuang called Sister Yun Xi. The relationship between the three seemed to be good. I don't know what the three of them talked about before. But anyway, for him, of course it was a good thing. Liu Yi felt a little happy. "I see." Liu Yi nodded slightly. Jian Ruyu asked, "By the way, junior brother, why do you suddenly want to come to the Sea Clan battlefield?" Liu Yi smiled, "After breaking through to the realm of the void, the speed of cultivation has slowed down a bit, and I also miss you and my senior sister a little, so I came to the Sea Clan battlefield to see and experience it. In this case, we just happened to practice together." Jian Ruyu said with a smile, eyes shining. Lu Ningxuang also nodded slightly. Naturally, Liu Yi had no objection. He planned to find his senior sister and Ruyu's senior sister, and practice together. For him, finding senior sister and senior sister Ruyu to compete together and complete the task of learning together is enough for him to obtain a lot of training resources and improve his understanding of the sword domain and the ice domain. During the period, I will fight with the monks of the Sea Clan and get some treasures of heaven and earth. If I am lucky, I might get thunder-type treasures of heaven and earth, so that my junior sister can also transform into a fairy body. Of course, there is also a task about Misty Island, and Lui also plans to do it well. However, in order to find the Misty Island, Lui had to practice the small deduction technique to the limit level first, so that he could be sure of finding the Misty Island. Lui smiled and nodded, I think so too. Yun Xi smiled and said, let's get out of here first. Lui, your perception of the Dao of water is a bit big. Many sea people have been attracted here before. Lui nodded, and then the four left the barren mountain area. Along the way, the four of them chatted while rushing, mainly listening to Lu Ningxuang and Jianruyu talk about their experiences in the Sea Clan battlefield. Because Jianruyu is considered to have the body of a sword fairy, and his combat power is extremely terrifying, even surpassing Yun Xi, who has a body of a fairy of thousands of flowers. A lot of Sea Clan's attention, it can be said that the two killed all the way. However, in such a fierce life and death battle, the cultivation of the two improved very quickly, even much faster than retreating in the cave. Coupled with the cultivation of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures given by Lui, the two have made great progress. Lu Ningxuang broke through to the realm of the cave 10 years ago, and the field of ice has been raised to more than 50% with the help of the ice spirit beads. Hi! And Jianruyu is even worse, now he is at the 5th level of Dongxiu, and he has made rapid progress, and Jianyu has reached the level of Dacheng, which is close to 90%. You know, this is the field of swordsmanship. Even the monks who are crossing the robbery, few have such a high level of swordsmanship. This is the power of the fairy body. Just like Yongzi now, the natural domain is equally powerful. Hearing what Jianruyu and Lu Ningxuang said, Lui said to himself, I want to defeat senior sister Lu Ningxuang. Task: defeat Lu Ningxuang. Reward: 50 pieces of Wanyan Lingyu, and the understanding of the Dao of Ice will be improved. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lui raised his eyebrows, as he expected, because his senior sister is not a fairy body, and the task rewards are not even as good as Yun Xi who just broke through to the realm of Dongxiu. Yun Xi's mission reward is still 10 pieces of 100,000 year Lingyu. Although the spirit jade rewarded by the senior sister is 50 yuan, but after all, it is only 10,000 years old, and there is no way to compare it with 100,000 years old. Lui said to himself again, I want to defeat Jianruyu. Task: defeat Jianruyu. Reward: 30 pieces of 100,000 year old spirit jade, improved sword sense. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lui was overjoyed, as expected of senior sister Ruyu. She was also an immortal body, but her cultivation base was much higher than Yun Xi's, and her rewards were also much higher. The 100,000 year Lingyu cost as much as 30 yuan. This is enough for Lui to practice for a while. Sure enough, it is still necessary to let the senior sister transform into a fairy body, so the harvest will be high. Lui smiled and said, long time no see, senior sister Ruyu, why don't we come and compete together? Hearing this, Jianruyu and Lu Ningxuang were taken aback for a moment, and then Jianruyu looked at Lui with vigilance, you boy, your strength is clearly comparable to that of a Mahayana monk. Could it be that you want to bully us? Lui saw Jianruyu's vigilant face, with black lines all over his head. Senior sister Ruyu, where are you going? Whether it is you, senior sister Ruyu, or senior sister, you are all very strong. Compete with you, and fight against me. It is also good for me to understand Taoism. Really? Jianruyu couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. Lui nodded solemnly. At this time, Lu Ningxuang thought of something, and looked at Lui strangely. Junior brother, your way of water was improved in the battle with Zhang Fan and the monks of the Sea Clan, so if you compete with me, could you also understand the artistic conception of ice? Lu Yi nodded, it's true that I have realized a little bit. Lu Ningxuang's expression was a little weird, how far have you realized the Dao of Ice? Lu Yi coughed dryly, and said, about 60 to 70% of the ice domain? Lu Ningxuang? Jian Ruyu? Both of them were numb, and even Yun Xi next to him was stupefied. Jian Ruyu exclaimed, is it true? Junior brother, you learned the way of ice from Ningxuang, how can it be deeper than Ningxuang? Lu Yi immediately said, isn't it true that the blue is better than the blue? Lu Ningxuang is a little skeptical about her life. She is also an innate ice spirit body. Although she is not as good as an immortal body, she is definitely the most powerful talent among mortal bodies. In addition, she also has extremely precious ice spirit beads. Even after trying so hard, it's not as good as the feeling from the junior brothers sparring with her. A look of disbelief appeared on Lu Ningxuang's cold face. Seeing Lu Ningxuang's appearance, Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. He was deeply afraid that his senior sister's Taoist heart might have problems. It's okay for other people to have problems, but his own senior sister can't do it. He quickly said, actually, I have a very strong ability to understand any Taoism, maybe it's because my physique is not normal, so you don't have to, senior sister. Think about it, it's not your problem. Lu Ningxuang, Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi all thought of Lu Yi's performance all the time, and then they showed a dazed look. Lu Ningxuang said thoughtfully, no wonder. Junior brother, your cultivation base has improved so quickly, and you have also understood various Taoisms so quickly. What kind of physique do you have? Could it be that you are also an immortal physique? Lu Yi smiled shyly, I don't know very well. It should be about the same? No wonder. Jian Ruyu nodded again and again, I knew it, how could an ordinary physique be so strong? Yun Xi also smiled and said, even in the immortal physique, Lu Yi's talent is definitely the top one. As a fairy body, Yun Xi knows best how strong the fairy body is. Lu Yi's performance is stronger than that of ordinary immortal bodies. Lu Yi smiled. With his body that has been using the power of the Dao to build the foundation, maybe there is no fairy body that can compare with him? Jian Ruyu immediately said, no. Then, when you compete with us, you have to use the same Taoism as us, so maybe we can also understand it. Hearing this, Lu Yi was startled, he hadn't thought of this before. If Lu Yi uses the same Taoism as them, it should be a reference for them, and their talents should also be improved. This method is not bad. Lu Yi laughed, as expected of senior sister Ruyu, this is a good idea, so how about this? Do you want to come and discuss? Come on. Jian Ruyu was eager to try. Her sword domain has reached this point, and it has not been improved for a long time. Even if it is a fairy body, after reaching 90% of the sword domain, it becomes extremely difficult to improve. After all, the cultivation base is too low. She also hopes to find an opportunity to improve from Lu Yi. The four had their own expectations and came to an empty desert area. Then Jian Ruyu and Lu Yi planned to start a sparring match. Both of them were wearing white clothes, standing in the air, the white clothes were flying, and the sword intent circulated around them, like two white-clothed sword fairies. The sword domains of the two surged with unimaginable terrifying power. From time to time, there were clanging sounds in the sky, and from time to time, a trace of cracks would appear in the void. Lu Yi's sword domain is not weak, these days his perception, coupled with the various opportunities before, has reached about 60%. But it is still a lot worse than Jian Ruyu. Lu Yi's sword field was suppressed by Jian Ruyu, and it was constantly compressed. Jian Ruyu smiled triumphantly and said, hey junior brother, you have practiced so many great ways, and I specialize in kendo, and you are no match for me in single kendo. Lu Yi smiled calmly, I haven't really understood the way of swords these days, maybe after a while, my swordsmanship will catch up to senior sister Ruyu again. Humph. Sister, I am also an immortal. Don't underestimate me. I won't be caught up by you. Jianruyu wrinkled her straight nose and said. Let me see how strong you are in single-handed swordsmanship. Jianruyu shouted, and the long sword appeared in his hand, followed by densely packed white jade long swords in the sky. There are hundreds of thousands of white jade long swords. The terrifying sword intent tears the sky and the earth, and the ground is shaken accordingly. A white jade sword light shoots up into the sky, tearing the sky even more. As a fairy body, although Jianruyu is only 50% hollow, the aura it shows even surpasses the general combined power. Even Luyi felt quite threatened. Luyi didn't use formation Dao, nor did he use any other Dao methods, he just planned to use sword Dao to fight Jianruyu. For him, this is also a kind of discussion, a kind of experience. The lightsaber in Luyi's hand emerged, and golden sword lights flowed around his body. Although the sword lights were not as strong as Jianruyu's, they carried a tenacious and indestructible aura. Immortal sword intent. Jianruyu stood in front of him with a long sword, his hands joined together in seals, and shouted, Excalibur Sutra 100,000 killing swords. The dense white jade long swords clanged, and the sound of Qingyu swords pierced the sky and the earth, and the sword intent dissipated one after another. The sword light swept across the desert below, and there appeared sword marks spreading to the sky. The whole sky seemed to be dyed white jade. Even Luyi felt a hint of threat. If he used the formation method, Luyi could easily suppress Jianruyu, but just relying on the sword intent, Luyi also felt the pressure. He sighed in his heart, senior sister Ruyu is getting stronger and stronger. The next moment, Luyi raised the long sword in his hand and said with a light smile, 9 slashes with heavenly sword. As if the coercion of heaven suddenly appeared, a sword light representing the will of heaven and earth shot up into the sky. The golden sword light shot up into the sky tens of thousands of meters with panic, and slashed towards the endless white jade sword light. Boom boom boom. Under the roar, pieces of white jade sword light dissipated, and the golden sword light gradually dimmed. As a fairy body, Jianruyu is very proficient in the mastery of the Divine Sword Sutra, and the same is true for the mastery of the killing and cutting swordsmanship. However, Luyi has a mission panel, and his control over spells is beyond the norm. Normally, a spell can only be promoted to the realm of returning to the truth. But Luyi is different, his technique can surpass Gaijin, and after reaching the limit level, it is as powerful as a supernatural power. With the heavenly sword 9 slashes, Luyi had already realized the limit level long before, and it was already like a supernatural power. It is also the killing and cutting swordsmanship of the cave realm, and Luyi's heavenly sword 9 slashes naturally far surpasses the 100,000 killing sword. However, Jianruyu's sword domain level is very high, surpassing Luyi, and the power of the 100,000 killing sword is not weaker than the heavenly sword 9 slashes. The two swordsmanship lasted for a while in the air, the 100,000 killing sword was slashed, and the dim heavenly sword 9 slashes crossed the sky, and slashed towards Jianruyu. Jianruyu's pupils contracted, and she was very shocked. She didn't expect Luyi to be able to break through her Excalibur scripture killing secret technique with one sword. Sword Ruyu's black hair danced, and there was a sound of Qingyu Jianming, white jade radiance flowed on his body, and a sword mark was condensed on his smooth forehead, his whole body seemed to be transformed into a long sword. She took a step forward with her slender thighs, and the sword field that spread for hundreds of kilometers shrank, slowly condensing on the surface of Jianruyu's body. The next moment, she shouted, Excalibur Sutra, Excalibur Slash. A long white jade sword with a length of tens of thousands of meters floated in the air, like a god wielding a sword, and slashed towards Luyi. Under the white jade long sword, Luyi's body was as small as dust. However, his aura is like a giant. Luyi's kendo technique attainments far surpassed Jianruyu's, and Jianruyu's kendo comprehension far surpassed Luyi's. The two sides had little difference in strength in these two aspects. But the problem is that Liu Yi's foundation is extremely terrible. Every time he upgrades, he uses the treasures of the Dao to upgrade. Every time he breaks through, he needs to consume far more spiritual energy than ordinary monks. Even if it is an immortal body, it is far beyond comparison. Not to mention other things, it is only the major cultivation method. Liu Yi's Immortal Sword Sutra has been cultivated to the limit level. What a terrible foundation! Comparable to weaker Mahayana monks. Even if Jianruyu is a fairy body, in this respect, the gap is too big. Liu Yi didn't use his full aura, but even so, he was able to fight Jianruyu back and forth. Liu Yi didn't plan to use all his strength either. After all, he thought that his senior sister had doubts about life when she heard his understanding of the Dao of Ice before. If it is stable, it will be too bad. This is not without lessons learned from the past. Just think about the previous Tianlong Shenzi who was almost punched by Liu Yi to the point of autism. At that time, Liu Yi hadn't used his full strength yet. Therefore, Liu Yi suppressed the quality of his aura, and fought against Jianruyu by virtue of his sword field and exquisite kendo techniques. He thought in his heart that Jianruyu's swordsmanship talent is extremely high, and such a sparring should also help her sword field, and Jianruyu will be stronger by then, which is naturally a great thing. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. Sword lights tens of thousands of meters long swept across the sky and across the ground one after another. Bottomless sword marks were everywhere on the desert, and many cracks appeared in the original desert valley. The landscape was changed by the two men. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, Liu Yi increased his strength and sent Jianruyu flying with a single blow. A pale color appeared on Jianruyu's pretty face, and his blood was churning from the shock of Liu Yi's sword. Then Liu Yi took advantage of this opportunity, stepped up to Jianruyu's side in an instant, wrapped his arms around Jianruyu's waist, and said with a smile, "Sister Ryu, I've accepted." Jianruyu felt the temperature around her waist, her body was slightly weak, and she leaned against Liu Yi's chest, but she was also very surprised in her heart. She stared at Liu Yi with wide eyes. Junior brother's kendo technique has mastered such the level is really unimaginable, it's too subtle. Liu Yi smiled, "Is there any gain?" Jianruyu recalled the previous battle with a bright smile, "Well, let me carefully comprehend, maybe I really hope to improve the realm of kendo again, and it will also be of great help to my comprehension of kendo techniques." "That's good." Liu Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was very happy. Sure enough, this method is still good. If you use the same method to fight against them, it will also promote their improvement. At this moment, a dry cough sounded. The next discussion is my turn. Liu Yi and Jianruyu froze, and turned their heads to see Lu Ningxuang standing behind them. Her pretty face was cold, looking at Liu Yi's hands around Jianruyu. Although Jianruyu is not thin-skinned, she still can't compare with the straightforward Yun Xi. She blushed a little, then broke away from Liu Yi's hand, and said with a smile, "Next it will be Ningxuang's turn." Liu Yi felt that his skin was actually not that thick, so he also smiled a little embarrassedly. "Senior sister, if that's the case, if this is the case, let's start?" Lu Ningxuang nodded, then looked at Liu Yi. "Do you need a rest, junior brother?" Liu Yi smiled, "My endurance is very strong, senior sister can rest assured, 1 hit 3 will be fine." Change first and then change. Chapter 186 Sister Ryu, are you willing to help me? Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly and said no more. The two also stood in the air. The desert below is in a mess, which is the trace left by Liu Yi's previous battle with Jianruyu. Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, and she smiled slightly. "Junior brother, let me see what the stronger ice domain is like." Liu Yi smiled and said, "That's natural." Lu Ningxuang's spiritual energy circulated all over her body, and wisps of ice mist surged. Just like the previous Jianruyu, she shot with all her strength. Both of them knew how powerful Liu Yi was, and they could strike without any scruples and use their best to test their perception. Wisps of ice mist also emerged around Luyi's body, and groups of ice crystals condensed around Luyi's body, like pieces of mirrors surrounding Luyi's body. This is Luyi's first time using the ice domain to fight, but the Taoism that has been thoroughly understood is like instinct for Luyi, and it is also as handy as other Taoism. It is not without Luyi's ice Dao spells. The various tasks he did in the sect before also rewarded ice attribute spells, but the level is not high. Luyi has not practiced much, and the level is only now it's just LV1. Of course, facing Lu Ningxuang, even without spells, relying on Luyi's own foundation and the ice domain surpassing Lu Ningxuang, it is enough to fight. Lu Ningxuang's whole body was full of aura, and she used the Ice God Seal, Ice Sword technique and other spells again and again, and even used the Ice God Seal spiritual weapon that Luyi gave him, and went all out to fight Luyi. Ice mist circulated around Luyi, condensing an ice shield to resist the attack, and condensing an ice sword to attack Lu Ningxuang. Without a handy technique, the battle was a bit stretched, and the battle between the two lasted for a long time. Afterwards, Luyi's spiritual energy erupted, and the ice swords were densely packed, covering the sky and the sun, blasting through Lu Ningxuang's defense and defeating her. Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was also a little pale, but her eyes were shining brightly, and she said with a smile, "Is this the more powerful ice domain? It's really extraordinary. I've realized something." Seeing that Lu Ningxuang also felt something, Luyi was also happy in his heart. After that, Luyi fought Yun Xi again, using the natural way. Because Yun Xi is also a fairy body, and Luyi also has no convenient spells in the way of nature, so it took the longest time in the end. It took a long time, and Yun Xi was defeated when Yun Xi's aura was exhausted to the point where even his strength became weak. After sparring with the three of them, Luyi still didn't blush and his heart didn't beat, and he didn't feel too tired. With his current foundation, even such a fierce battle is very ordinary to him. His recovery was too fast. Even, Luyi was a little happy in his heart. He got a lot of spiritual jade from the competition with the three of them, and he could practice for a long time, and he also had the comprehension of the way of sword, the way of ice and the way of nature. With the strength of the three of them, there must be no shortage of rewards. After the exchange of ideas, the four of them hit the road again. Because Luyi planned to go to the sea area, the direction of the four of them was the most intense area of the battlefield, which was the front line area. Even Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu hadn't been there much. Soon, it was night. The four found an empty valley and dug a huge cave as a resting place. Jianruyu said with some anticipation, Junior brother, hurry up and get some spiritual wine and spiritual food, I haven't eaten for a long time." Seeing Jianruyu's appearance, Luyi smiled helplessly, then he thought of something and said with a smile, "By the way, wait a minute, I have something to give to senior sister." Hearing this, the three of them were taken aback. Especially Lu Ningxuang looked at Luyi with some doubts. "What?" Luyi took out a piece of blue crystal. The crystal was only the size of jelly, but it was full of coldness, and the entire cave wall was covered with a thick layer of frost just after it was taken out. Even Jianruyu and Yun Xi felt a complete chill. Jianruyu let out a breath of white air, and looked at the crystal in Luyi's hand in shock. "What is this? It's so cold." But Lu Ningxuang, like a lightning strike, opened her eyes wide and stared at the crystal, completely attracted by the crystal. "It's such a rich road of ice, what is this?" Luyi looked at Lu Ningxuang and said with a smile, "This is the essence of Xianbing, the core essence condensed from Xianbing for hundreds of millions of years. It is an extremely precious fairy treasure, suitable for monks who practice the way of ice. Senior sister, if my innate ice spirit body absorbs this profound ice essence, it should be able to transform into an immortal body." Hearing this, the atmosphere in the cave suddenly fell into dead silence. All three of them stared wide-eyed, Lu Ningxuang couldn't believe it. And Jianruyu and Yun Xi were even more astonished. Jianruyu exclaimed, "It's Xianzhen again. Junior brother, where did you find it? This mysterious ice essence should be an extremely precious treasure of heaven and earth, right?" Lu Yi smiled, "I got it by chance before." Shock also appeared in Yun Xi's ethereal eyes. "Lu Yi, your luck is really good." Lu Yi smiled and said, "Is it? I also think, senior sister, this is for you, so that you can transform into a fairy body." Lu Ningxuang was silent, her cool and pretty face was still a little absent-minded. "Is it a fairy body?" Jianruyu on the side laughed straight, poked Lu Ningxuang with his elbow, and said with a smirk, "Xianzhen. Ningxuang, I gave you such a precious thing without even thinking about it. Xiangxiu, you can't even repay your brother's kindness, can you?" When Lu Ningxuang heard Jianruyu's words, she came back to her senses. Her pretty face blushed slightly, she glanced at Jianruyu, then at Lu Yi, and said with a smile, "After the battle in Dongming City, as long as my junior is willing, I don't know how many stunning beauties are willing to recommend themselves as pillow seats." Hearing this, Jianruyu thought of something, her pretty face was slightly cold, she folded her hands on her chest, and nodded repeatedly, "Indeed. Didn't that shameless woman Lei Tianyan ask about our junior brother a few days ago? That woman must be up to no good." Lu Ningxuang also thought of this, squinted her eyes, and nodded slightly. "Young brother is extremely talented, not only Lei Tianyan, but many female successors from holy lands of the Immortal Sect and Daijiao want to be by my junior brother's side." "Lei Tianyan? Who is that?" Lu Yi was a little confused. Jianruyu glanced sideways at Lu Yi, "It's the saint of Lei Yi in Holy Land, you saw it back then when I was in the ruins of the Immortal Sword Sect." Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, it turned out to be her. To be honest, Lu Yi had forgotten about it, after all, it was many years ago. Lu Yi said seriously, "No matter who she is definitely not as important as senior sister in my heart." Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang's pretty face blushed and smiled. Jianruyu next to him was very dissatisfied, and said, Hey, junior brother, what about me? What about me?" Lu Yi said seriously, "Of course it is equally important, and so is Yun Xi." Jianruyu crossed her arms and was not particularly satisfied with this answer, but she didn't say much. Lu Ningxuang took the Xianbing essence with her hand, and said with a smile, "Thank you, junior brother, then I'll go to retreat first." Hearing this, Lu Yi nodded, "Well, the environment here is relatively remote, and I didn't meet any monks from the Sea clan along the way, so I'm retreating here, and we can leave after you have absorbed the Xianbing essence, senior sister." Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, "Well, then I will open another cave." Lu Yi nodded, "Well, I'll help you set up a big formation. The movement of transforming the fairy body is not small. I'll cover it up for you so as not to cause big turmoil." Lu Ningxuang looked at Lu Yi softly, nodded and said, "Yes." Seeing Lu Ningxuang and Lu Yi looking at each other affectionately, Jianruyu murmured, "I always feel that Yun Xi and I are too unpleasant to be here." Lu Ningxuang froze, and looked at Jianruyu with black lines all over her head, until Shajing was still talking. Lu Ningxuang was a little dissatisfied, and snorted softly, "Ruyu, help me open up a cave." I know. Jianruyu stood up helplessly, "I'm just a coolie." Yun Xi also smiled and said, "Sister Ningxuang, I will help too." The three opened up a cave for Lu Ningxuang, while Lu Yi began to arrange a large formation. The movement of the fairy body's transformation was too great. Before Yun Xi's transformation, even the big array he arranged to protect the sect couldn't stop it. Fortunately, at this moment, his formation skills are much stronger than when he set up the protection formation for the Wanhua sect. In addition, there is also a secret technique such as the melting formation technique, so Liu Yi still has some confidence in his heart. He took out 2 pieces of 100,000-year-old ice in the Mahayana realm as the eyes of the formation, and began to carve the formations of the Mahayana realm on them. 4 Elephant Killing Formation, Thunder Shadow 10,000 Swords Formation, Yellow Heaven and Earth Elemental Formation, the 3 large formations were stacked one after the other. Liu Yi relied on the heaven, material and earth treasures and the fusion formation technique to stack up to 18 layers. Coupled with some combined large formations and whole void formations, they are densely distributed on the mysterious ice. Afterwards, Liu Yi also carved another piece of profound ice with formation patterns. When the 2 formation eyes were completed, Liu Yi used the fusion formation technique to fuse the 2 formation eyes into one. A sheet of icy fog enveloped the entire valley, and the outside world could not see the scene clearly, and it was difficult even for Du Jidaneng to force his way in. This is the pinnacle of Liu Yi's work. He did not hold back at all, and made such a powerful formation eye by fully exerting his attainments in the array. At this moment, the 3 of Lu Ningxuang have opened up a new cave, as Lu Ningxuang's retreat place. Seeing the ice and fog in the valley, the 3 of them were surprised. After finding Liu Yi, Jianruyu asked curiously, "Junior brother, is this the big formation you created?" Liu Yi nodded, "Well, it's enough to resist the cultivator, and it should be able to cover up the vision of the fairy body transformation." "Can you resist the cultivator?" The 3 of them were extremely shocked. Jianruyu looked at Liu Yi with a weird expression, and said, "You guys are getting more and more monsters." Liu Yi's head was full of black lines. "Senior Sister Ruyu, I am a normal human being, why am I considered a monster?" Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly, "With this big formation, we can retreat here for a while." Yun Xi also nodded with a smile, "Sister Ningxuang retreats and transforms, we can also exchange ideas occasionally and practice hard for a while." Liu Yi nodded, he thought so too. It just so happened that he could take advantage of this time to practice his little deduction technique. Lu Ningxuang nodded, then entered the newly opened cave and began to retreat. Liu Yi used the big formation again to seal off the cave so that Lu Ningxuang would not be disturbed by the 3 of them. After all, the 3 of them must also exchange ideas from time to time. If they are disturbed, it will affect the effect of retreat. After Lu Ningxuang retreated, Jianruyu stretched her waist, said with a smile, "We haven't finished our wine yet, go back and drink." Liu Yi and Yun Xi glanced at each other, and then followed Jianruyu back to the previously opened cave without saying a word. Anyway, it will take a long time to absorb the fairy formation, let alone a few years. Even if it is cultivation, there is no rush. The 3 of them returned to the cave, drinking and discussing. Because Yun Xi and Jianruyu are not weak in cultivation and are very strong, the wine that Liu Yi took out is of course not ordinary, it is the spirit wine of the state of integration. After drinking it, you can improve your cultivation, which is very helpful for cultivation. Even Yun Xi and Jianruyu were both a little overwhelmed with alcohol, and their pretty faces were flushed and drunk in the end. Seeing that the 2 drank about the same, Liu Yi was also helpless. He took the 2 of them back to their own rooms. Afterwards, Liu Yi came to Yungzi's room. Yun Xi was drunk, her pretty face was reddish, her ethereal eyes gleamed with water. She looked at Liu Yi and said, "Liu Yi, why are you back again?" Liu Yi said with a smile, "I haven't done double cultivation before, and then we have to retreat here for a few years, and there is no other danger. Can we do double cultivation for a while?" When Yun Xi heard this, she was startled, and was so frightened that she woke up a little from the wine. She knew what Liu Yi's double cultivation meant. She quickly said, "I think it's still in the Sea Clan battlefield, we don't want to." However, before she finished speaking, Liu Yi stopped her mouth. Not long after, the sound of dragon's chant and phoenix cries came from Yungzi's room. Early the next morning, Jianruyu woke up from a hangover, feeling pain in his forehead. She hissed, rubbed her head, and muttered, I can't drink so much next time. This wine is really strong. But soon, Jianruyu felt the obviously improved aura in her body, and her pretty face froze slightly, with a look of astonishment. The cultivation base has improved so much. She was silent for a while, and then said, well, it seems that it's okay to drink a little more. Then Jianruyu went out of the room and saw that there was no one in the hall, and yesterday's spiritual wine and spiritual food had not been put away. She raised her eyebrows, looked around, and saw that Liu Yi's room was not closed. Jianruyu walked in and found no one in Liu Yi's room. She was a little puzzled. Where is the younger brother? Jianruyu walked out of Liu Yi's room and found that the door of Yongzi's room was closed, but it was very quiet inside and there was no movement. Jianruyu called out, Sister Yun Xi, are you in the room? After a while, no one answered. Jianruyu frowned, have you started to practice in seclusion? Sister Yun Xi is working so hard. Where did that junior brother go? Jianruyu walked out of the cave, looked around. The valley was not big, there were many trees, and the environment was extremely beautiful. That was why they stayed here. Jianruyu flew around, but couldn't find Liu Yi, and became even more puzzled. But she couldn't find Liu Yi, and Jianruyu didn't think about it anymore, so she had to go back to practice. 7 days later, Liu Yi walked out of Yun Xi's room, and stretched a little unsatisfactorily. After 7 days of dual cultivation, coupled with the absorption of the 100,000 year Lingyu, Liu Yi's cultivation has improved extremely quickly. If he double cultivated every day, at this rate, he could raise his cultivation level by 1 level in more than a year, and he could rise to the 3rd level of Dongxu. Double cultivation is really a good thing. Liu Yi sighed in his heart, it's a pity that Yun Xi didn't last long. Liu Yi returned to his room, and began to absorb the Taoism perception rewards given by the previous mission. Soon, there were waves of extremely fierce sword art in Liu Yi's cave. The strong sword intent awakened Jianruyu who was practicing. Jianruyu walked out of the room, looked at Liu Yi's room in confinement, felt the rapidly rising sword domain, widened her eyes with a look of astonishment. This is, the sword field? How did the younger brother's sword field suddenly increase so much? Jianruyu thought of what Liu Yi said before, maybe it won't be long before he can catch up with him in the way of swordsmanship. Jianruyu didn't believe it at first, but now she believes it a little bit. According to this improvement speed, the younger brother may really be able to catch up with her. Jianruyu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. No. I have to work harder. Jianruyu returned to the room and continued to practice. However, a day later, the extremely mysterious ice field came from Liu Yi's room again, which woke Jianruyu up again. She left the room, looked at the vision in Liu Yi's room, her pretty face was numb. The ice domain. This guy's ice domain seems to have improved a lot. Junior brother is really a monster. Jianruyu muttered. At this moment, the door of Yongzi's room opened, and Yongzi walked out. Seeing Yun Xi coming out, Jianruyu smiled and said, Sister Yun Xi, have you finished your training? Are you working hard? You have just drank the spirit wine and have been practicing in seclusion until now? Then Jianruyu saw that Yun Ziqiao looked tired. She was stunned for a moment, and said with some concern, Sister Yun Xi, you look tired, are you okay? Yun Xi shook her head slightly, sat on the chair, and exhaled slightly, I'm fine, thank you Sister Ruya for your concern. Really okay? Jianruyu was a little worried, you seem to be very weak. After hearing this, Yun Xi thought of something, looked at Jianruyu, and said seriously, Sister Ruyu, I do have some difficulties, are you willing to help me? Hearing this, Jianruyu nodded slightly, and said with a smile, since you have such a good relationship with your junior brother, you are also my junior sister. If I can help, I will naturally help. Tell me. Hearing this, Yun Xi smiled, and said with seriousness in her ethereal eyes, Sister Ruyu said so I am relieved. Have you and Luyi practiced together? Jian Ruyu? Jian Ruyu's pretty face was stiff, her head was full of question marks, and she looked at Yun Xi blankly. The corner of Jian Ruyu's mouth twitched. Sister Yun Xi, what did you say? I may have misheard. Does this guy know what he is talking about? Yun Xi blinked, and asked again very naturally, Sister Ruyu, have you ever practiced with Luyi? Change first and then change. In the evening, there is an edition of the 2,200 monthly ticket for last month. Chapter 187 Incomparably Generous Mission Rewards 2200 Monthly Pass Plus Update. This time, Jian Ruyu heard it clearly. But she also became more numb. What the hell? Is this what they can talk about? Seeing Yun Xi's serious and natural expression, Jian Ruyu wondered if she was overreacting. Maybe this is a normal conversation? Jian Ruyu looked confused, and said with a little embarrassment, No. What's the matter? Yun Xi grabbed Jian Ruyu's hand, and said seriously, Sister Ruyu, help me, I want you and Luyi to practice together. The atmosphere was a little silent all of a sudden. Jian Ruyu's expression froze, and he and Yun Xi stared wide-eyed. After a moment of silence, Jian Ruyu opened his mouth. Hey? Jian Ruyu's head was full of question marks. Looking at Yun Xi, he was stunned. What did you say? Jian Ruyu asked numbly. Yun Xi repeated again, I hope Sister Ruyu, you and Luyi will go to double cultivation. Of course I heard it. No, I mean, why? Why did you tell me this? Jian Ruyu was completely dumbfounded. This is what the two of them should talk about? Although Jian Ruyu knew that Yun Xi must be Luyi's Taoist companion, after all, Luyi was too good and treated them very well, even if it was her, if it wasn't for the sword heart fruit that Luyi gave, she would not have become a fairy body. Immortal body. Normal practice is enough to become a fairy, what kind of chance is this? Coupled with Luyi's gentle personality, he is simply an ideal Taoist companion. Not to mention her, there are countless female cultivators who are willing to become his Taoist companion throughout the dawn. Although Jian Ruyu was a little uncomfortable with Luyi having other Taoist companions, he still accepted it. However, Jian Ruyu never expected that Yun Xi would tell her such a thing. Isn't that shy? Jian Ruyu only felt that her face was flushed and her mind was in chaos. Yun Xi remained calm, and said, Because I will die alone. Jian Ruyu? Her expression froze all of a sudden. She silently looked at Yun Xi. What do you mean? A trace of fear appeared on Yun Xi's pretty face, and she naturally said, Luyi is too powerful, I can't stop it alone, every time I double cultivate, I will pass out, so I hope Sister Ruyu will bear it with me. The corner of Jian Ruyu's mouth twitched violently, thinking of something, his eyes lost their light, and he said quietly, Sister Yungzi, just in case, I want to ask, do you have already practiced double cultivation with your junior brother? Pass? Yun Xi nodded, well, it's been a while. Jian Ruyu's eyes lost their light even more, so that's the case. Is this woman a vixen? Jian Ruyu was very angry. From what she knew, even Ningxuang had never double cultivated with her junior and junior, but this woman had already done it. Hateful. I'm so envious. Bah! Shameless! Jian Ruyu was furious for a while. Jian Ruyu originally thought that she would be the first one. After all, when she went to the Baiun sect last time, she was already proactive enough, and that's what she paid attention to. It's just that the situation didn't allow it at the time. Jian Ruyu didn't think he was in a hurry. Unexpectedly, in just a few decades, the vixen took advantage of it. Jian Ruyu's teeth were about to be crushed. Yun Xi saw Jian Ruyu's expression was stiff, and there was a trace of doubt in his ethereal eyes. Sister Ruyu, what's wrong? Jian Ruyu smiled fleshily, it's okay, Sister Yungzi. Yungzi nodded. Sister Ryu, are you willing to help me? At this moment, Jian Ryu thought about what Yun Xi said before, and she couldn't care less about getting angry. She asked with some doubts, Yun, Sister Yungzi, what do you mean by saying that the younger brother is too powerful? Why do you faint every time? After all, Jian Ryu is still a virgin, and she doesn't know much about men and women, and her dual cultivation has only been mentioned by some senior sisters from the same sect of the Divine Sword sect. But the senior sisters never said that they would faint? Could it be that these two double cultivations are different? Jian Ryu was thinking about the problem. Yun Xi was taken aback when she heard this. Even if she was as straightforward as her, she didn't know how to say it. She blushed slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Sister Ryu and Lu Yi will find out about this after Shuangziu, and I don't know how to explain it. Hearing this, Jian Ryu was even more puzzled. She blinked her eyes, although she was a little puzzled in her heart, but seeing Yun Xi's faltering appearance, she didn't ask any more questions, so that's how it is. Yun Xi asked again, Sister Ryu, is she willing to help me? Jian Ryu's pretty face flushed slightly, a little shy. Dual cultivation? Although Jian Ryu was shy, she thought that she was accidentally taken advantage of by Yun Xi in front of her. If she thought of a way last time, she should be the first one, right? Apart from Yun Xi, there are too many women who are greedy for junior brother, not to mention the girl Ningxuang and Minjiu, every Immortal Sect Holy Land and the successors of the Great Sect, all of them are eyeing junior brother covetously. Anyway, this time I must not let go of the opportunity. Although Jian Ryu is not as straightforward as Yun Xi, she is also a vigorous and resolute person who dares to love and hate. A sharp look flashed in her eyes, and she nodded, okay. I will help you. Hearing this, Yun Xi's eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly, thank you Sister Ryu. This way, I can relax a little bit. Seeing Yun Xi heaving a sigh of relief, Jian Ryu always felt that he agreed too soon. Could it be that this double cultivation is very torturous? Jian Ryu was a little nervous for a while. However, Jian Ryu gritted his teeth when he thought of double cultivation with his junior and junior, no matter how much he tortured him, he couldn't back down. After all, if you want to become a Taoist brother, you must pass this test. Yun Xi didn't know Jian Ryu's thoughts. She smiled and said, Lu Yi is now comprehending Taoism. When he comes out, senior sister, I'll rely on you. I still need to rest for a few days. Hearing this, Jian Ryu patted Majestic's chest, showing a hearty smile, don't worry, leave it to me. I'm not weak. When Yun Xi heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he encouraged Jian Ryu, Sister Ryu is very strong. Jian Ryu smiled calmly, and said, naturally. It must take some time for the younger brother to complete the realization, how about the two of us also learn from each other? Listen to Sister Ryu. Yun Xi smiled and nodded. After another 2 days, Lu Yi absorbed both the understanding of the Dao of Ice and the Way of Nature. It has to be said that it is worthy of being a fairy body sparring task, and the rewards are indeed generous. Especially Senior Sister Ryu's task rewards. Lu Yi's original sword domain has not been improved for a long time, now after absorbing the task rewards, it has been directly increased to more than 60%, which can be said to be a huge increase. In contrast, the improvement in the field of ice is a little less. However, Lu Yi was not disappointed. It won't take long for the senior sister to transform into a fairy body, and the rewards will definitely be better when the time comes. Lu Yi walked out of the room with a satisfied face, and then saw Yun Xi and Jian Ryu sitting together drinking, with smiles on their pretty faces. Lu Yi froze for a moment, then smiled and said, Senior Sister Ryu, Yun Xi, have you guys finished training? Both Jian Ryu and Yun Xi looked over. Jian Ryu blushed slightly, nodded slightly, Seeing that Jian Ruyu seemed a little shy, Lu Yi was a little puzzled. Sister Ruyu, what's wrong? You seem to be a bit out of place? Jian Ruyu shook his head quickly. No, nothing, haha, how could something be wrong? At this time, Yun Xi said with a natural expression, it's like this, Lu Yi, Sister Ruyu wants to double cultivate with you. Lu Yi. Jian Ruyu? The atmosphere was silent for a while, and the entire hall was extremely quiet. Lu Yi's expression froze, his mind was full of question marks. He looked at Jian Ruyu who seemed to be petrified. Hey? What's that? Senior Sister Ruyu wants to double cultivate with him? This is a good thing. Great news. No, why would Yun Xi know? Why did Yun Xi say this? Lu Yi was a little confused. Jian Ruyu's head was full of question marks, and he was completely dumbfounded. She wasn't ready yet. How should she tell her junior brother about this? But Yun Xi, that bastard, actually said it directly. Seeing that both of them were silent, Yun Xi thought they hadn't heard clearly, and said calmly again, Lu Yi, Sister Ruyu wants to double cultivate with you. Jian Ruyu was about to cry, Sister Yungzi, you don't need to repeat it. What kind of torture method is this? Lu Yi also came back to his senses, looking at Jian Ruyu with a strange expression, with vague expectations in his eyes. Senior Sister Ruyu, is what Yun Xi said true? Seeing Yungzi looking at her eagerly, Jian Ruyu's ethereal eyes were full of anticipation, and he said with a look of unrequited love, well, it's true. Lu Yi laughed immediately, wonderful. The gains brought by double cultivation are much more than that of sparring. Lu Yi suddenly thought that he didn't seem to have released the mission about Senior Sister Ruyu. Lu Yi quickly said to himself, I want Senior Sister Ruyu to fall in love with me. Task. Make Senior Sister Jian Ruyu fall in love with me. Reward, Jian Yuan Tree Species *1, Fairy Scripture Juxiao Xianjian Collection, Fairy Art Zhan Xing, 100% of the Law of Swordsmanship. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lu Yi? Fuck, what is the reward for this mission? Immortal scriptures, immortal techniques, and the principles of swordsmanship all dazzled Lu Yi's eyes. Although Lu Yi knew before that the task of making people fall in love with him is extremely rewarding. Whether it's senior sister or junior sister, or even Yun Xi's task rewards, they all far exceed their original strength. But this fairy-level reward still shocked Lu Yi. Is it because Senior Sister Ruyu is a fairy body? Lu Yi had some guesses in his heart, probably because Senior Sister Ruyu is a fairy body, and this type of missions are already rich in rewards, and if they are superimposed, they will eventually become such a generous mission reward? Thinking of this, Lu Yi felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, the missions of senior sisters and sisters were released a little too early. For example, senior sisters, if they wait for her to transform into a fairy body before releasing the missions, one can imagine how rich the rewards will be. This is more than 100 million mistakes? Lu Yi felt so distressed that he couldn't breathe, and missed a lot of immortal rewards. However, the task has been issued, and everything is irreversible. Lu Yi could only bear back his distress and accepted the task. He looked at the shy Jian Ruyu, and his smile gradually became presumptuous. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Lu Yi grabbed Jian Ruyu's waist with one hand, picked her up by the waist, and walked towards the room with her. Lu Yi didn't bring Yun Xi with him. After all, this was the first time for senior sister Ruyu. Lu Yi felt that he should get along with her and leave deep memories for her. Back in the room, Lu Yi closed the door and put senior sister Ruyu on the bed. Although Jian Ruyu was usually quite aggressive, but at this moment her pretty face was flushed, her eyes turned, and she didn't dare to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi asked with some doubts, by the way, senior sister Ruyu, why did you suddenly think of dual cultivation with me? Jian Ruyu said speechlessly, isn't it because of Yun Xi? Yungzi? Lu Yi was a little puzzled. Jian Ruyu looked at Liu Yi faintly, and said, Yun Xi said that she asked me to help her, that you are very powerful, and hoped that I would bear it with her. Speaking of this, Jian Ruyu asked curiously, by the way, junior brother, why did Yun Xi say that she would faint every time? Hearing this, Liu Yi twitched the corners of his mouth, then raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled charmingly, you will know later. After finishing speaking, Liu Yi leaned forward and blocked Jian Ruyu's red lips that still wanted to speak. Soon, there was a painful hum, and the sound of dragons and phoenixes could be heard in the room. Various visions appeared, and there was a strange sound that made people blush. Because there was only Yun Xi outside, Liu Yi didn't waste his energy arranging a large formation to cover it up. Yun Xi in the hall heard the voice in the room, her pretty face flushed slightly, she couldn't help clamping her legs, her body was slightly red. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and showed a happy smile, I hope Sister Ruyu can last longer. Afterwards, Yun Xi returned to the room and began to practice. Time passed, and 3 days later, Jian Ruyu finally understood what Yun Xi meant by Liu Yi being too powerful. 3 days later, before Jian Ruyu fainted, she finally understood why Yun Xi said that she would faint every time, and why Yun Xi asked her for help. Who can stand this? Liu Yi didn't leave, but rested with Jian Ruyu who had passed out. He happily started to check the mission rewards. A Jianyuan tree is planted. The Jianyuan tree is a kind of fairy-level treasure tree. It takes tens of millions of years to grow. It grows with swordsmanship, and even the law of swordsmanship. When mature, the Jianyuan tree will form Jianyuan fruit, which is an extremely precious fairy fruit, even surpassing Jiangxin fruit. As long as one eats a sword essence fruit, even a newcomer to the immortal Dao will be able to gain an extremely powerful sense of the sword. Directly comprehend a ray of Kendo law. This is just the effect of one sword essence fruit, if there are enough, one can even comprehend the law of the sword to a very deep level. It can be said that as long as he guards a sword element tree and he can live long enough, he will definitely become an extremely powerful swordsman. Liu Yi was extremely shocked, he did not expect the first reward to be so rich. Although this is just a tree species, it is nourished by various spiritual marrow and spiritual jade, coupled with the cultivation of Liu Yi's own natural power, which can shorten the growth time of the sword essence fruit, and the growth period will definitely be shortened by a lot. At that time, maybe Liu Yi can rely on this to improve his swordsmanship. However, it would be even better if he could have a special technique for cultivating immortal trees, and it would definitely shorten the time. Liu Yi sighed in his heart. He put away the Jianyuan tree seed, and then began to check other mission rewards. The Immortal Scripture 9 Heavens Immortal Sword Collection, as an immortal scripture, is naturally an extremely precious treasure. After Liu Yi received the Immortal Scripture, he examined it and felt that this exercise was extremely profound, taking the artistic conception of the 9 heavens. Every time he broke through, he broke the first heaven, broke a layer of taboos, and completed a transformation. Although it is different from the Immortal Sword Sutra, as an Immortal Sutra, it is no worse than the Immortal Sword Sutra. Liu Yi planned to comprehend this book of immortality in the future. At that time, he might be able to combine the Book of Immortal Sword and the Book of Immortal Sword of Juxiao, and learn from the strengths of both sides to comprehend a more powerful and more suitable Book of Fairy Book. If other monks were to know Liu Yi's thoughts, they would definitely be non-committal, or even ridiculed. A monk of Dongxiu actually thought of merging the fairy scriptures to deduce his own fairy scriptures. But Liu Yi didn't have conceited thoughts in his heart, after all, he was already deducing a suitable body training fairy scripture. Adding a qi training celestial scripture, there will be no difference. But that's for later. Liu Yi began to check other mission rewards. Liu Yi checked the fairy art slaying the stars and found that it was a very powerful fairy-level sword art. According to the introduction of the fairy art, if you practice it to the extreme, you will have the ultimate attacking power, and you can kill it with a single sword. A star. Lu Yi looked at the ups and downs of his heart and was extremely frightened. Cutting off a star with one sword, what kind of power is this? It's hard for Lu Yi to imagine that even if it's a cultivator who wants to kill the stars, it can be said to be a dream. Only the power of the fairy level can do this, right? This celestial technique is too profound, and Lu Yi just checked it a little, and found it esoteric and difficult to understand. If you want to practice, I am afraid it will take a long time. But Lu Yi doesn't care, anyway, he has plenty of time. As long as he masters a little bit of this fairy art, it can be regarded as a killer for Lu Yi. The final task reward is 100% of the sword law. For Lu Yi, this should be the most suitable reward for him at this stage. After all, he can comprehend and use the law of swordsmanship now, and it will immediately improve his combat power. Mastering 10% of the swordsmanship rules is enough to greatly increase Lu Yi's combat power. Among other things, at least facing a Mahayana monk like Mo Ming, he should be able to easily kill him. Lu Yi looked at Jian Ruya, who was still sleeping, thought for a while, and decided that it's better not to disturb her, and to realize it later. Thinking of this, Lu Yi hugged Jian Ruya, closed his eyes and meditated. As a fairy body, Jian Ruya is also a cultivator of the whole void, with an extremely strong physical body and a strong recovery ability. She woke up from a deep sleep after a day. She opened her eyes were a little confused, and she muttered to herself, "Am I dead? Lu Yi?" He was stunned, "What the hell?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "What is senior sister Ruya thinking? Of course she's still alive." Only then did Jian Ruya wake up completely. Noticing that Lu Yi was holding her, Jian Ruya blushed slightly, then thought of the previous double cultivation, couldn't help but trembled slightly, as if that kind of intoxicating the feeling of fear has not dissipated. She bit her lip, glared at Lu Yi, and said quietly, "I finally know why Yun Xi looked like that before." Lu Yi coughed dryly, and said seriously, "If senior sister Ruya finds it too much, you can take her to bear it together." When Jian Ruya heard the words, she thought of something, her pretty face flushed, and she glared at Lu Yi, "Bad junior brother. Change first and then change." Thank you for the reward of 3000 points from PIN030, 1000 points from Cruis, 100 points from 08A, and 100 points from 20220326130222284. Chapter 188 Really Master the Power of the Law. Jian Ruya feels embarrassed when she thinks of that scene, let alone actually do it. She refused on the spot, "Don't even think about it. It is absolutely impossible for me to be with Yun Xi." Seeing Jian Ruya's refusal, Lu Yi didn't continue to talk about this topic. He hugged Jian Ruya's delicate body and said with a smile, "Let's rest for a while." At this time, Jian Ruya felt something, her body froze, she raised her head, and looked at Lu Yi resentfully, "Junior brother, I can't do it anymore." Lu Yi was suddenly embarrassed, this is an instinctive reaction, or... No. You can go find Yungzi. Jian Ruya blushed, pushed Lu Yi away, and told Lu Yi to leave quickly. Lu Yi was pushed out of bed by Jian Ruya, and got up helplessly. Seeing Jian Ruya's determination, he had no choice but to say, "Then senior sister Ruya, you should have a good rest." Jian Ruya wrapped her whole body in the quilt, and let out a muffled snort. Lu Yi left the room, looked at the hall, and found no one inside. He came to the door of Yun Xi's room and called, "Yun Xi." Soon, the door of the room opened, and Yungzi came out. She was a little surprised when she saw Lu Yi. "Lu Yi, why did you come out? Where is sister Ruya?" Lu Yi smiled, "Senior sister Ruya is dying, she told me to come find you." Yun Xi froze immediately, "What? So fast? Didn't sister Ruya say that she is very strong?" When Jian Ruya in the room heard this, he was so ashamed and indignant that he almost fainted. Lu Yi smiled helplessly, "You have to tell senior sister Ruya about this. After talking about landing, Lui hugged Yun Xi and went back to the room. 7 days later, Lui walked out of Yun Xi's room, feeling his improved cultivation, and smacked his lips in delight. Double cultivation is really good. Lui subconsciously looked at Jian Ruyu's room. He walked over and knocked on the door of Jian Ruyu's room. "Senior Sister Ruyu, have you rested yet?" Jian Ruyu, who was practicing in the room, heard Lui's voice. Her body froze, and she almost lost her temper. She widened her eyes, and quickly said, "Junior brother, the Dragon Chant and Phoenix Cry formula is very exquisite. I have gained something and plan to retreat." Lui felt a little regretful when he heard the voice coming from the room. However, since Senior Sister Ruyu has gained something, Lui naturally can't just care about himself. He sighed helplessly, "Okay then." Coincidentally, he also absorbed the perception of dual cultivation, and by the way, also comprehended the 100% sword law. Lui returned to his practice room and began to practice. The insights brought by the double cultivation were extremely strong. After Lui absorbed the insights, the field of swordsmanship and the field of nature skyrocketed again. The field of Kendo has increased to more than 70%, or even close to 80%, and the power of nature has also increased to a similar level. The vision caused by the perception is extremely huge, spreading out of the training room, so that the sword in the room is still practicing. Yun Xi, who was resting, woke up with a start. Both of them couldn't believe it. Lui's improvement speed was too fast. Even if they were immortal, they couldn't compare at all. After absorbing both perceptions, Lui began to absorb the 10% of the sword law. It was a piece of sword light condensed by the way of swordsmanship. The sword light seemed to be projected from the endless void, appearing in Lui's mind. The Dao Yin in Lui's body chanted, and the Dao Yun circulated, and it seemed that the world seemed to have changed. The whole world seemed to be under Lui's control. This feeling is different from the field of perception. The realm of comprehension is essentially the unity of heaven and man, using oneself to leverage the world, using one's own aura as a guide, guiding the power of the heaven and the earth, and forming a small world of one's own. This is the realm. But the law is different. This is a more powerful force. Compared with the artistic conception, which is the manifestation of the power of heaven and earth, the law represents the power of heaven and earth itself. Mastering the law is equivalent to mastering the power of heaven and earth. The monk takes the heaven and the earth for his own use, and any area he sees is his world and his domain, but it is also more powerful than the domain. After mastering the law, raising one's hand to overthrow the clouds and rain, suppressing all directions, all within a single thought. This kind of power is the power standing above the heaven and the earth. Lui only felt that the world seemed to be under his feet. During the comprehension, in the training room, the world around Lui's body shook, and the entire area was covered with the Dao pattern of the sword, which was extremely mysterious and extremely sharp. The power of other avenues has been squeezed out and is extremely rare. It seems that only the way of the sword is left in the whole world. And Lui, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the training room, became the master of this world and the master of the sword. Both Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi, who had been shocked by Lui's absorption before, left the room and came to the hall. Their expressions were shocked, and they stared at the room where Lui was practicing, only feeling that a terrifying power was slowly waking up. What is this? Yun Xi's ethereal eyes were filled with palpitations, and she was extremely shocked. Jian Ruyu's expression was even more numb, with an expression of disbelief. It's the way of the sword. Domain? Such a powerful sword domain, what level of perception is that? Yun Xi was extremely shocked. No, this is definitely not the sword domain, no matter how strong the sword domain is, it can't be this powerful. Jian Ruyu shook his head repeatedly, his expression shocked. There was an unbelievable brilliance in her eyes, and she said, "This is the way of the sword itself, the power of the law." Yun Xi widened her eyes and opened her small mouth. The law of the sword. Sister Ruyu, do you think Lu Yi has mastered the law of the sword? Jian Ruyu nodded again and again with a solemn expression. It must be the law. Only the law can have such a powerful power. But Lu Yi is only in the realm of the void, and the realm of the void has mastered the law? Can anyone really reach this level? Even if the target is Lu Yi, Yun Xi feels a little unbelievable. Jian Ruyu also couldn't believe it, she said, but the truth is right in front of us. Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi were silent, and then they looked at each other, seeing surprise and pride in each other's eyes. Yun Xi smiled brightly, as expected of Lu Yi. Junior brother is too powerful. I have mastered the law now. This is the power that can only be mastered by an immortal. It will definitely be stronger in the future. Jian Ruyu is full of expectations. Lu Yi is her Taoist companion. The two have just practiced together, and seeing themselves his Taoist companion is so powerful, even a woman like Jian Ruyu is very excited. The vision of comprehending the laws of swordsmanship is extremely powerful, and sword lights soaring to the sky surge in the cave, even rushing out of the mountain peaks, lingering in the sky and the earth. Fortunately, Lu Yi built a large enough formation to cover up the vision of Lu Ningxuang's transformation into a fairy body, so the vision did not escape outside. Jian Ruyu looked at the mysterious sword way in the vision, and was a little distracted for a while, and then she also had some insights, and she fell into an epiphany. She sat cross-legged directly, and began to understand the more powerful sword way. Even Yun Xi didn't practice the way of swords herself, but she was gifted with excellent comprehension. Seeing the comprehension of the laws of the way of the sword, she even had a certain understanding of the way of the sword, and realized a little bit of sword intent. Yun Xi was very speechless in her heart. She obviously didn't understand these things, but after following Lu Yi, she was aware of both the artistic conception of water and the intent of sword. The feeling lasted for a long time, and then slowly subsided. In the training room, the sword shadows around Lu Yi's body, which were condensed by the Dao of the sword, slowly dissipated. He sat cross-legged, and the aura around him was as light as a fairy, like a fairy of the Dao of sword descending from the earth, with strands of mystery on his handsome face. Dao Guang. This is a scene that has not completely disappeared after the power of the law has dissipated. After a while, the Dao Guang also dissipated, and Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes, in which appeared a series of mysterious and incomparable sword patterns. The Dao pattern dissipated, Lu Yi's eyes returned to pitch black, and the original fairy-like aura dissipated, returning to normal. Lu Yi was very pleasantly surprised. This perfect sword law is too strong. It directly raised Lu Yi's sword field to perfection, and even made Lu Yi directly start to understand the law of sword. This means that Lu Yi has truly cultivated the sword domain to perfection, and if he wants to improve his swordsmanship, he needs to understand the power of the law. At this moment, Lu Yi has really mastered a law, instead of just mastering a ray of law power like before. His sword law has reached nearly 10%, and his combat power is completely worse than before. Farewell. It's too powerful. The corners of Lu Yi's mouth turned up, and his smile was extremely bright. He just didn't know, who is stronger when he is facing a more powerful Mahayana monk, or even an ancestor who has crossed the tribulation realm. It's hard for Lu Yi to guess without really knowing how strong the transitional ancestor is. But what he knew was that with his current strength, if he faced Mo Ming, the black water flood dragon of the Mahayana 5th floor, he would be able to kill him with just one sword strike. Lu Yi exhaled slightly, stood up and stretched, and then walked out of the training room. In the hall, both Yun Xi and Jian Ruyu were there. Jian Ruyu closed his eyes and was feeling, with the strong sword intent flowing around him, and the mysterious and incomparable field of swordsmanship continued to spread. Lu Yi was a little surprised, and then suddenly realized that it was probably because of the vision caused by his realization that senior sister Ruyu also had a realization. And Yongzi looked at Lu Yi at this moment, and asked curiously, Lui, Sister Ruyu said that you have mastered the law of swordsmanship, is it true? Lui smiled and nodded, yet. Yun Xi suddenly laughed, that's great. Seeing Yun Xi happy, Lui also smiled. At this moment, the kendo field around Jian Ruyu also slowly dissipated, and she slowly opened her eyes, with a look of surprise in them. Lui smiled and said, Senior Sister Ruyu, congratulations, it seems that your sword domain has improved a lot. Jian Ruyu got up and said happily, well. The improvement has reached about 92%. Seeing the evolution of the law of the sword with my own eyes is of great help to me. There should be improvement in the future. Thanks to you, Junior. That's because Senior Sister, you have amazing talent. An ordinary person might not be able to have so much insight. Hearing this, Jian Ruyu had a resentful expression on his face, no matter how amazing it is, it can't compare with you. Shock flashed in her eyes, how many days has it been? Your sword domain has improved from about 60% to the current law of swordsmanship. Is this still human? Junior brother, you are simply a monster. Lui's head was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, why is it a monster? It's just a coincidence that I came to my senses. Ordinary people have some insights, can they directly understand the law? Even Yun Xi nodded, Lui, your talent can indeed make all monks despair, just like a monster. Seeing that both of them said that, Lui's head was full of black lines, and he sneered again and again, you actually said that about your Taoist companion? You will be punished for doing this. Hearing this, Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi were startled and looked at Lui. What do you want to do? Jian Ruyu was vigilant, I tell you, don't mess around. Lui, go find Sister Ruyu, I haven't replied yet. Yun Xi said. Jian Ruyu? She looked at Yun Xi incredulously, this woman sells teammates like this? Shouldn't they be on the same front now? Lui showed a big villain's smile, and sneered again and again, it's late. Both of you can't escape today. Without seeing Lui make any movements, Yun Xi and Jian Ruyu felt that their bodies could not move at all, as if they were enveloped and suppressed by heaven and earth. The two of them stared wide-eyed, and Jian Ruyu exclaimed in surprise, the law of the sword. The auras of the two of them circulated, but they were useless for thinking. With the combat power of the combined state of the two, it was like a mayfly shaking a tree, unable to break free from the suppression of the law at all. With a smile on his face, Lui led the two of them towards the room. Both Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi thought of something, their expressions changed, and they were both a little scared. It's okay to double cultivate them alone, but together? They never thought about it. Jian Ruyu begged for mercy, Senior brother, I was wrong, I shouldn't have called you a monster, so why don't you let Senior Sister go? Yun Xi is still selling miserably, Lui, I haven't rested well yet, you should go find Sister Ruyu. Yun Xi. Jian Ruyu wanted to bite Yun Xi to death. Naturally, Lui would not let the two of them go, he just wanted to find an excuse to let the two of them be together. He smiled and said, it's too late to admit my mistake now. Lui led the two into the room and closed the door. Not long after, there was the sound of dragons and phoenixes in the room. 10 days later, Lui walked out of the room with some unfinished thoughts. I have to say that if Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi are together, they will indeed last longer, which is definitely better than being alone. But even so, the two of them still couldn't stand it for too long, and eventually they were so exhausted that they fell asleep. However, with two people, the cultivation speed is faster. After all, when they are doing double cultivation alone, they have to be given time to recover and rest in the middle. If there are two people, there is no need to take turns. Lui's cultivation speed is also faster than before, feeling the spiritual energy surging in his body, Lui is very satisfied. Dual cultivation is really good, according to this speed, he should be able to upgrade to the third floor of the cave soon. Afterwards, Lui went to the practice room and began to practice exercises and spells. 2 days later, Yun Xi and Jian Rui recovered, and they didn't give Lui a good look. After all, it's too shy. All blame Lui forcibly pulling the two of them together. But Lui was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. In the following time, Lui's life calmed down. Every day, he would either practice double cultivation with Yungzi and Jian Rui, or compete with them and get rewards for the competition. Lui used all the 100,000 year spirit jade obtained from the reward task for cultivation, and the cultivation speed was extremely fast. In addition, Lui focused on the small deduction technique, and wanted to take advantage of the time when the senior sister was in seclusion, to realize the small deduction technique to the limit level. The small deduction technique is an extremely powerful secret technique, very mysterious. Lui often drank enlightenment tea, and his comprehension reached an unimaginable level. In addition, his Taoism is completely condensed by the Dao, and the speed of comprehension of various Taoism and secret arts can be said to be extremely exaggerated. Even so, Lui comprehends every day. And practiced with tasks, it took a full 5 years to comprehend the small deduction technique to the limit level. When Lui raised the small deduction technique to the limit level, he seemed to feel something invisible and intangible. This kind of thing permeates the endless space, and also flows in the long river of time. It is ubiquitous and omnipresent, interweaving everything in the world. Although Lui could only vaguely feel it, he had some guesses in his heart. This mysterious power is called fate. The fate of all things, the fate of heaven, earth, time, and space, everything is contained in it, mysterious and inexplicable. The small deduction technique may have a certain connection with the destiny technique itself. Lui thought of his master, and heard that she was practicing the fate technique. Lui was very shocked. The fate karma involved in the small deduction technique felt so mysterious. How powerful is the real fate technique? Although Lui has cultivated his small deduction skills to the limit level at this moment, because of his own limited strength, the things he can deduce are also limited. He can't deduce too many things beyond himself, otherwise it will be extremely easy to be backlashed. But fortunately, Lui didn't plan to deduce immortals or anything like that. He only planned to deduce the location of Misty Island. Although it was related to immortals, it was definitely different from directly deducing immortals. On the day when the little deduction technique was practiced to the limit level, Lui tried to deduce the location of Misty Island. In the training room, Lui sat cross-legged, with mysterious and inexplicable lights flickering in his eyes, and the nascent soul in his body stimulated Dao sounds, and the whole training room was filled with Dao Yun, an unimaginable mysterious power spreading. This is the power of fate. Lui used a small deduction technique to leverage a corner of fate. He squeezed the formula with both hands, and began to deduce the location of the Misty Island. Deducing the location of a thing requires a certain understanding of the thing. Lui heard a lot of information about Misty Island from brother Zhang Fan and the others. Although he didn't know much, he barely met the conditions for the deduction. As Lui urged the little deduction technique with all his strength, the terrifying coercion dissipated, and Yun Xi and Jian Rui, who were practicing, both left the room and came to the hall. The two looked at each other, both numb. What is this perverted junior brother comprehending again? Jian Rui was full of question marks. Since Lui forcibly pulled her and Yun Xi to double cultivation, Jian Rui changed Lui's title. Lui's behavior is simply too perverted. To this, Lui seriously retorted, how can a man not be perverted? There is a problem with this name. It's a pity that Jian Rui didn't listen. Even if Lui punished her several times, she was unwilling to change. Yun Xi was originally called a pervert along with Jian Rui, but after being punished a few times, she couldn't stand it anymore and changed quickly. Yun Xi also shook his head, it's such a mysterious power. It seems to be much deeper than the general Dao. Is Liu Yi comprehending some powerful secret technique again? The two were no strangers to Liu Yi's performance. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But in the training room at this moment, Liu Yi had a mysterious Dao light flowing all over his body. After a while, he opened his eyes, a stream of light appeared in his eyes, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Although the location of Misty Island has not been accurately deduced, it can be regarded as finding the direction. Chapter 189. 15 years later. The direction of the Misty Island is in the south of the east, because Liu Yi's own strength is limited, and this place is too far away from the Misty Island, so only a general direction can only be deduced. However, Liu Yi believes that as he gets closer to the Misty Island, the direction of the deduction will definitely become more and more accurate. At that time, it will not be difficult to find Misty Island. With the bottom line in his heart, Liu Yi also heaved a sigh of relief. Because Lu Ningxuang's retreat has not yet ended, Liu Yi continued to comprehend other spells and skills. Of course, Shuangzihu didn't forget either. Because of the double cultivation, Liu Yi's cultivation speed has increased a lot, and coupled with the 100,000 year spiritual jade he has been using to cultivate, in just 5 years, Liu Yi has raised 3 realms again, reaching the 5th floor of the cave. The point. Shuangzihu has greatly improved Liu Yi, but it has improved Yun Xi and Jian Ruyu even more. After all, Liu Yi's skills have been cultivated to the limit level, and after operation, the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption is not slow. However, because the two of them's dual cultivation time was shorter than that of Liu Yi, the speed of their cultivation was about the same. In addition, they also used 100,000-year-old spirit jade. In the past 5 years, they have all improved extremely quickly. Yun Xi has been promoted to the 4th floor of the cave, and Jian Ruyu has been promoted to the 7th floor of the cave. Moreover, the dual cultivation of secret techniques has also improved their fields, and their strength has been greatly improved. As the strength of the two improved, Liu Yi's sparring tasks naturally increased significantly, and he received more and more rewards. It's a virtuous cycle. In 5 years, Liu Yi's natural domain has reached 90%, which is not far from perfection. As for the way of swordsmanship, because Liu Yi has truly reached the realm of law, the improvement brought by each exchange reward is relatively small. In 5 years, his law of the way of swordsmanship has only improved a little. There is no way, after all, the power of the law is too profound. Liu Yi was not too disappointed. After continuing to practice, Liu Yi still practiced with Yungzi and Jian Ruyu on weekdays, and when the two were exhausted, or when they had some insights into retreat, Liu Yi also practiced other secret techniques and exercises. For example, the small void technique, the melting array technique, the fairy scripture 9 heavens sword collection, the fairy technique slaying stars and so on. He will also practice various skills such as array dao, alchemy dao, and artifact refining. It can be said that the time passed very fulfillingly. In a blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Liu Yi's cultivation base has been promoted to the 9th floor of the cave, Jian Ruyu has been promoted to the peak of the cave, and it is not far from breaking the limit of the heaven, and Yun Xi has also been promoted to the 8th floor of the cave. The cultivation speed of the 3 is extremely fast. On this day, the 3 of them were doing double cultivation, and the sound of dragons singing and phoenixes singing could be heard endlessly in the cave. Yin and Yang Dao patterns, sword Dao patterns, natural Dao patterns, and other mysterious Dao patterns flickered, and powerful visions also enveloped the entire cave. At this moment, the 3 of Liu Yi felt an extremely cold chill, making their bodies cold. Liu Yi and Jian Ruyu hugged each other, and Yun Xi fell to the side powerlessly. At this moment, they were both startled and stared wide-eyed. This is... Jian Ruyu breathed out, his eyes full of surprise. Liu Yi said pleasantly, "It's senior sister, I'm afraid she has absorbed the Xianbing essence, and she should start to transform into a fairy body. Yun Xi propped up his body, and said a little weakly, "Let's go and have a look." The three got up in a hurry, put on their clothes, and then left the cave. The three of them came to the outside of the cave where Lu Ningxuang had retreated before. At this moment, the outside of the cave was covered with weeds because it had not been cleaned up for many years, and there were some creepers crawling all over the rock wall. Inside the stone gate of the cave, an incomparably thick chill slowly escaped, and the thick frost began to spread at an extremely fast speed, and all the nearby trees were frozen into ice sculptures. Even the three of Luyi felt the extreme cold. Jianruyu let out a breath of white air, and said in shock, "It's so cold. The power of this frost is so powerful." At this moment, an icy blue beam of light soared into the sky and hit the white mist in the sky heavily. The white mist shook for a moment. Luyi was a little surprised. This vision is really powerful, and the entire formation is a little shaken. With the appearance of the beam of light, a more intense chill spread, centering on Lu Ningxuang's closed cave, spreading in all directions. Ice crystals raged, and the valley with a radius of tens of kilometers turned into an ice valley in just a short moment. Everything, whether it was trees, rocks, or animals that lived in it, were frozen into ice sculptures. Only the three of Luyi survived. The whole valley has become a world of ice and snow. In this regard, both Jianruyu and Yun Xi were very calm, and the two of them have also undergone the transformation of the fairy body, and they have also experienced such a scene. It was the first time that Luyi saw the transformation of the fairy body with his own eyes, and he was a little shocked. If he hadn't used a large formation to cover it up, the movement would have been many times bigger. In this way, the entire Sea Clan battlefield might have seen the movement here. At that time, I don't know how many Duja patriarchs will be attracted. Fortunately, I have the foresight. Luyi breathed a sigh of relief. The transformation of the fairy body lasted for a long time, until 3 days later, a roar resounded through the valley, and the entire mountain where Lu Ningxuang closed her cave burst apart. A blue light group slowly rises from the mountain. Luyi's eyesight was excellent, and he could see what was inside the light cluster. Lu Ningxuang's eyes were closed, and she was wearing a white dress. The power of ice surged around her body, and the lines of ice were densely packed, covering Lu Ningxuang. Her originally black hair turned into long snow-white hair at this moment, and the snow hair fluttered along with the cold wind that surrounded her body. At this moment, Lu Ningxuang has icy muscles and bones, and her white skirt is flying like a fairy of ice and snow, standing in the air. As the cold wind surged, the dense Dao pattern flowed, slowly blending into Lu Ningxuang's snow-white skin, and carved a brand on it. Among them, a large number of Dao patterns flickered and flickered, condensing into an extremely complicated and mysterious snowflake imprint, just like snowflakes falling, slowly falling on Lu Ningxuang's eyebrows. The embellishment of the snowflake mark added a holy color to Lu Ningxuang's originally cool and beautiful face, making it even more beautiful. Not to mention Luyi, even Jianruyu and Yun Xi were slightly taken aback by such beauty. Jianruyu whispered, "Ningxuang is getting more and more beautiful." When Luyi heard this, he turned his head and saw Jianruyu's eyes glowing. His head was full of black lines. Sister Ruyu and Yun Xi have both cultivated together these years. Could it be because of this awakening of some special hobbies? Jianruyu noticed Luyi's eyes, turned her head and saw that Luyi's expression was a bit weird, and immediately looked at Luyi vigilantly. "Perverted junior brother, what are you thinking?" Luyi coughed dryly, smiled slightly, and said, "It's okay." Jianruyu poked Luyi with a smirk, and said, "Perverted junior brother, you are lucky, Ningxuang is so beautiful, why don't you enjoy it by then? Why don't you find a chance to bring her in?" Luyi? He glanced at Jianruyu even more strangely. "When you were asked to be with Yun Xi before, you were absolutely unwilling." Jianruyu glared at Luyi in embarrassment. "It's not because of you. You force this, what can I do? I can't beat you. It's already like this, why don't you bring Ningxuang in? Yun Xi on the side heard the conversation between the two, and also nodded, Sister Ruyu's opinion is good, anyway, the two of us can't stand it. Isn't that good? Liu Yi was a little embarrassed. Jian Ruyu squinted at Liu Yi with contempt, look at your perverted appearance. I guess I have already thought of how to bully Ningxuang, right? Even Yun Xi nodded, Liu Yi must be thinking of something weird. Liu Yi looked like a gentleman, how is it possible? How could I, Liu Yi, be such a person? In your hearts, I am such a person. Yes. Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi nodded at the same time. Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he looked at the two of them and laughed straight, it seems that you two seem to be arrogant again? I hope you don't regret it. Hearing this, both Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi froze, and Jian Ruyu turned his head to look away, as if he didn't hear it. Yun Xi also learned from Jian Ruyu, pretending not to hear. Liu Yi was very speechless, Senior Sister Ruyu, Yun Xi has learned from you. Jian Ruyu? She was dazed and speechless. In the beginning, who fooled her into being bullied by this pervert? Who taught whom? Jian Ruyu was aggrieved and didn't want to talk to Liu Yi. After a while, in the sky, Lu Ningxuang's transformation was coming to an end, and all the Dao patterns were integrated into Lu Ningxuang's body. The blue radiance around Lu Ningxuang also slowly dissipated, and an incomparably powerful aura wave slowly escaped from Lu Ningxuang's body. The three of Liu Yi were shocked. Is Dongxu at its peak? Jian Ruyu asked in surprise. Yun Xi said, Sister Ningxuang absorbed Xianzhen, and her cultivation improved very quickly. When I absorbed 9 colors of the valley, my cultivation also increased a lot. Liu Yi looked envious, he also wanted to improve so quickly. However, it would be too wasteful for him to use something like Xianzhen. After all, it can transform a mortal body into an immortal body. After becoming an immortal body, the most important thing is to increase the task rewards it brings to him. What's more, even if he uses Xianzhen, with his foundation, it is impossible for him to directly break through so many realms like his senior sister. Liu Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At this time, Lu Ningxuang's eyes, which were originally confinement, slowly opened. The eyes were ice blue, like a calm ice spring in a lake, with mysterious Dao patterns flashing inside. Afterwards, the Dao pattern in her eyes slowly dissipated, the eyes returned to pitch black, and her snowy hair also returned to black hair. Her eyes became lively, and she saw the three of Liu Yi immediately. The corners of her mouth were raised, and a smile appeared on her cold little face, like an ice flower blooming, pure and glamorous, touching. Lu Ningxuang flew over and said with a slight smile, Junior brother, I succeeded. Liu Yi smiled and said, Congratulations, senior sister, you have transformed into a fairy body. From now on, the sea and the sky will be bright, and the road to becoming a fairy will be smooth. Lu Ningxuang brushed her hair slightly, revealing her snow-white side face. She looked at Liu Yi with tender black eyes, it's all thanks to my junior brother, if it wasn't for my mysterious ice essence, I wouldn't be able to transform. Senior sister can break through, this Xianbing essence is worth it. Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang looked at each other with an ambiguous atmosphere. At this moment, Jian Ruyu said speechlessly, I said you too, the atmosphere is already here, do you want to kiss? As soon as Jian Ruyu's words fell, Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang froze. Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, he turned his head to look at Jian Ruyu, this guy is a sun-level light bulb, right? Seeing Jian Ruyu's cheerful look, Liu Yi glared at her fiercely, and said via voice transmission, Senior Sister Ruyu, wait. Next time I will make you unable to get out of bed for a month. Hearing this, the smile on Jian Ruyu's face suddenly froze, and he had to send a voice transmission to Liu Yi, perverted junior brother, I was wrong. Don't. I'll help you get Ningxuang. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines. Senior sister and I agree in love, so do you still need your help? Then I'll help you press Ningxuang's hands. Isn't this more exciting for you? Jian Ruyu offered another plan. Lu Yi froze and coughed dryly. Am I such a person? Isn't it? Perverted junior brother. Jian Ruyu asked back. Hateful. Who can refuse such an opinion? Lu Yi's head was full of black lines, and then he said via voice transmission, next time we will discuss this matter carefully, forget it this time. Jian Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately she knew how perverted her junior brother was. As long as she mastered this point, her junior brother would be easy to coax. When Lu Yi and Jian Ruyu were transmitting sound, Lu Ningxuang beside her was also a little shy. She turned her head and glanced at Jian Ruyu. Ruyu, what are you talking about? Jian Ruyu said with a dry smile, it's nothing, it's nothing. Ningxuang, you have also gained a lot this time. Not only did you transform into a fairy body, but you also raised your cultivation base to the peak of Dongxiu. Yun Xi at the side also smiled and congratulated. Congratulations to Sister Ningxuang for transforming. Lu Ningxuang had just transformed into a fairy body. She was in a great mood. She nodded with a smile. Well, thank you Sister Yun Xi. Then Lu Ningxuang saw that both Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi had a trace of exhaustion on their faces, and asked with some doubts, did you two not rest? Why do you feel a little tired? Hearing this, Jian Ruyu froze, and said with a dry smile, no, we are just too tired from cultivation. Although Jian Ruyu said that she wanted to help Lu Yi get rid of Lu Ningxuang, but if she really wanted to take action, Jian Ruyu immediately faltered. After all, Lu Ningxuang was Jian Ruyu's good friend. When Lu Ningxuang didn't know, she secretly took her dear the younger brother was eaten. Jian Ruyu was really afraid that Lu Ningxuang would beat her to death. It's only a matter of time if you can hide it for a while. Seeing that Yun Xi was about to speak, Jian Ruyu quickly transmitted the voice, Yun Xi, don't talk about dual cultivation. Yun Xi was about to speak, but when she heard this, she was stunned. Why, Sister Ruyu? You have to find a good opportunity to talk about it. Why are you talking about it now? Jian Ruyu was persuasive. Yun Xi didn't have any thoughts, and nodded, well, we'd better hurry up. If Sister Ningxuang joins us, we can relax more. I know. Then Jian Ruyu smiled and said, today is a great day for Ningxuang to transform into a fairy body. Perverted junior brother, we have to have a good meal today, so we won't get drunk. Pervert junior brother? Lu Ningxuang was taken aback, looking at Jian Ruyu with some doubts. Jian Ruyu froze, cold sweat was coming down her forehead, her head turned wildly, and then her eyes lit up, and she said, Ningxuang, you don't know, junior brother, he actually comprehended the law of swordsmanship. This is the law. You saying pervert is not pervert. So I called him pervert junior. When Lu Ningxuang heard this, she was also shocked, extremely shocked. Junior brother, you actually mastered the law of swordsmanship. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines at the moment, and he was speechless. Jian Ruyu was called a pervert for this reason? Jian Ruyu on the side looked at Lu Yi beggingly, fearing that Lu Yi would tear things apart. Seeing Jian Ruyu's pitiful face, Lu Yi was helpless. Then he thought of something, and said with a smirk, I'm calling brother Yi, I won't say anything. Jian Ruyu? This bastard, actually asked her to call him brother? Obviously she is bigger. Is there any reason for this? Shouting or not? Lu Yi's smile gradually became presumptuous. Crunch! Jian Ruyu gritted her teeth loudly. Lu Ningxuang beside her frowned, and asked doubtfully, Ruyu, are you okay? Jian Ruyu said with a dry smile, it's all right, it's mainly because I want to eat spiritual food. She stared at Lu Yi, and then said via voice transmission, Yi. Brother. Brother. Hey, my sister is so good. Liu Yi was happy. Jian Ruyu's chest rose and fell. At this time, Liu Yi said with a smile, "Senior sister, I have indeed mastered the principles of swordsmanship." Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang stopped paying attention to Jian Ruyu. She was extremely shocked, and then smiled. Junior brother is really powerful. The power of law can only be mastered by immortals. Junior brother, you can master it in the cave realm. Lu Ningxuang's words left Jian Ruyu speechless. Your junior brother has something even stronger. Liu Yi smiled and said, "Senior sister, I'm honored." Senior sister Ruyu is right, let's celebrate today. N. Lu Ningxuang also nodded slightly, without any objection. Back in the cave, the four of them drank spirit wine and chatted until the next day. Liu Yi drank a glass of wine, smiled lightly and said, "Since senior sister is out of customs, let's leave here." Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang also nodded slightly, "Yes." Jian Ruyu said, "I have no objection either. I have been in seclusion for 15 years. I don't know what's going on outside." Yun Xi also nodded slightly, and had no objection. They have stayed in this valley for 15 years, and they don't know what happened to the war between the Sea tribe and the monks of the eastern region. Since he was planning to leave, Liu Yi closed his eyes, and the white ice fog gradually dissipated, revealing the scene outside. It seemed that it had just rained outside, and the sky was exceptionally clear, as blue as washing, like a clear gem. The four of them looked up at the sky. Jian Ruyu stretched his waist, and showed a hearty smile. "It's been a long time since I saw the sky. Seeing such a beautiful sky, I can't help but want to chant a poem." Hearing this, the three of Liu Yi all looked at Jian Ruyu. Lu Ningxuang was a little surprised. "Ruyu, aren't you only interested in swordsmanship? You can also write poems about these mundane things?" "Ningxuang, you underestimate me. How difficult is it to recite poems?" Jian Ruyu didn't care. "Sing a song and listen to it." Liu Yi was also curious. Even Yun Xi looked at Jian Ruyu in surprise. Seeing the three of them looking at her, Jian Ruyu pondered for a long time, and then she blushed even more, before choking out a sentence, "This day, it's so blue." Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang, Yun Xi. The air was suddenly silent, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The three of them looked at Jian Ruyu in bewilderment. Jian Ruyu's pretty face flushed. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just a sword cultivator myself, and I'm not a mortal talent. This is already very good." Pfft! Liu Yi couldn't help laughing. Jian Ruyu became angry from embarrassment, and stared at Liu Yi with wide eyes. "Well, you perverted junior brother. What's so funny? If you have the ability, come and sing a song." Lu Ningxuang and Yun Xi also looked at Liu Yi, and they both remembered the phrase that Liu Yi said many years ago when he was in the Sea of Purple Radish and asked what love is in the world when he was in Wanhuazong. Both remember it vividly. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 190. Do you think you are Liu Yi? Liu Yi smiled. "Why is this difficult? Let me think about it." "Humph! I don't believe you can recite something." Jian Ruyu folded his arms in disbelief. Liu Yi glanced over, and then smiled lightly. "Listen up. When the wind returns, the mirror rubs the blue light, and the rain passes through the thousands of peaks and pours Dai Nong." Jian Ruyu? She looked at Liu Yi in shock, in disbelief. Liu Yi was happy. "Just kidding, in his previous life he was also a person who had read Tang poetry and Song Ci. As his cultivation level improved, his mental strength became stronger and his memory became better and better. He remembered all the previous poems. Find a sentence. What's so difficult about poetry?" Yun Xi smiled and said, "Liu Yi really knows everything, even those mortal talents are probably beyond the reach of literary talents." Liu Yi smiled and looked at Jian Ruyu. "How is it? Are you convinced?" But... damn it! Jianruya was very unwilling, but he had to be convinced. If it were her, she would never be able to read such a poem. How can this guy know everything? Lu Ningxuang also smiled slightly. Okay, let's go. By the way, junior brother, where are we going? Lu Yi smiled and said, I plan to go to the sea area to have a look. Sea territory. The three of them were all taken aback, looking at Lu Yi. Lu Ningxuang frowned slightly and said, Junior brother, the coast of the eastern region is now the sphere of influence of the Sea clan, and it may be very dangerous to go there. Jianruya was even more skeptical. You perverted brother, don't you want to directly attack the old camp of the Sea clan? Although you have mastered the law of swordsmanship, there must be many ancestors guarding there. We are afraid not an opponent? Lu Yi said speechlessly, Sister Ruyu, what are you thinking? How could I be so brainless? Don't worry, I'm just going to find a place by the sea. We will use the 1000 transformation technique. If we don't go to the residence of the Sea clan, there shouldn't be any too dangerous. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang and the three looked at each other. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, and said with a light smile, Since you have made your decision, junior brother, we will naturally follow along. As long as it's not attacking the Sea clan's stronghold. Wherever Lu Yi you go, I will go there. Hearing what the three said, Lu Yi smiled slightly, in that case, let's go. The four of them flew towards the eastern region, and soon they encountered an ancient city controlled by the eastern region allied forces. The four of them used the 1000 changes technique to enter the ancient city to inquire about the current situation of the Sea clan battlefield. In the past 15 years, the war between the Sea clan and the allied forces of the eastern region was still very fierce. When Lu Yi fought in Dongming City back then, the Haishou Jiao clan lost 3 Mahayana powers, plus more than 30 combined powers, which can be said to have seriously injured the Haishou Jiao clan. This made the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan furious, and Lu Yi was listed on the must-kill list, and the ranking even directly ranked first. This caused an uproar in the entire Eastern Allied forces. You must know that the monks at the top of the must-kill list are all ancestors of Duja. This means that even the tribulation-crossing monks of the High Clan will come to kill Lu Yi as long as they hear where Lu Yi is. Many monks speculated that the reason why Lu Yi ranks so high is that killing the Haishou Jiao Mahayana is one aspect. The most important aspect is that Lu Yi's talent is too powerful, and the threat to the Sea clan is too great. If he is left alone, I am afraid in the future, it will be the deadly enemy of the Sea clan. Of course, this is just the guesswork of the monks in the eastern region. And Yun Xi, who was with Lu Yi, also ranked very high, and the seniors who had surpassed the realm of fusion were about to catch up with Jianruyu. After many speculations, the monks of the eastern region confirmed that the one who followed Lu Yi was the fairy body that shook the eastern region, Yun Xi of the Wanhua sect. This also shocked the monks in the eastern region even more. After all, that is a fairy body. He didn't expect to follow Lu Yi's side. Later, the news about Yun Xi and Lu Yi was found out, and the monks in the eastern region discovered that Lu Yi and Yun Xi had known each other a long time ago, and the relationship between the two was very good. From the looks of it now, they might not only be good buddies, but also companions. Immortal Body and Lu Yi are Taoist couples, and the news spread, which broke the hearts of many young monks from the eastern region. Many young male cultivators regard the immortal body as the lover of their dreams. After all, this is a future immortal. Even if they are not worthy, they will always have some delusions in their hearts. I didn't expect that now the famous flower has a master. If it were someone else, some talented male cultivators would probably fight, but the target was Lu Yi, they didn't even have the courage to fight. And those saintesses in the holy land of the immortal seed, those female heirs of the great religion who have been passed down for a long time are also extremely lost. Lu Yi's talent is peerless, even the immortals are amazed. In the Battle of Dongming City, he used the realm of the cave to resist the realm of the Mahayana. How amazing is it? Looking at the entire Tianming, from ancient times to the present, there has never been such a character. Naturally, there are many talented female cultivators who secretly wish to be with Liu Yi for a long time. Unexpectedly, Liu Yi actually has a Taoist companion at this moment, and it is the fairy body that shocked the eastern region. Even the descendants of the Holy Land of Xianzong would not think that their talent is stronger than that of immortal physique, and they are a little ashamed. However, there are new gossips. According to Wang Qifeng, who did not want to be named, Liu Yi has been to the Divine Sword Sect many times, and every time he is in the female sword of the Divine Sword Sect, Immortal Jian Ruyu. Stay in Dongfu. As soon as this remark came out, all the male monks in the eastern territory wailed and wailed. Jian Ruyu is a matter of the immortal body. Although the Divine Sword Sect has not made it clear, after guessing by the ancestors of the holy lands of the various immortal sects and the great religion, it is likely to be true. Unexpectedly, it also has something to do with Liu Yi. Liu Yi had two fairy body Taoist companions by himself, which made all the young male cultivators turn green with envy and hatred. But on the contrary, it made the eyes of those female cultivators shine, and they had other ideas. Since Liu Yi has more than one Taoist companion, they can be Liu Yi's Taoist companion, why can't they be themselves? Even if they are not fairy bodies, the natural conditions of the saintesses in the Holy Land of Xianzong are also very good. They are extremely talented and magnificent, which are almost the necessary conditions for every saintess. For a while, many saintesses were ready to move. However, to the surprise of all the monks, Liu Yi disappeared after the battle in Dongming City. It was not only Liu Yi who disappeared, Yun Xi, Jian Ruyu, and even Lu Ningxuang who was with Jian Ruyu also disappeared. This made all the monks guess again and again. Some monks believe that Liu Yi and the others were assassinated by the powerful Xi clan, some believe that Liu Yi and the others were captured by the elders of the Eastern Territory, and some believe that Liu Yi and the others are extremely talented, but they are on the list of the Xi clan's must-kills. The ranking is too high, and the Excalibur school didn't want to let them have any accidents, so they hid them all in the snow. But not long after that, Shen Jianzong spoke out. There was no Shuezhang people, even Jian Ruyu was not in Shenjianzong, but because Jian Ruyu's life card did not have any accidents, it shows that they are still alive and well, just it may be hidden, or it may be retreating. Even so, Liu Yi's performance in Dongming City was so amazing that even after 15 years, people still brought it up for discussion from time to time. With the same strength as Liu Yi, there is also Liu Yi's love affair, which is also talked about. In the ancient city, when Liu Yi heard the news, his face was full of complacency and a smile. Lu Ningxuang, Jian Ruyu, and Yun Xi all looked at him suspiciously. "Junior brother, you seem very happy?" Liu Yi laughed happily and said, "Look at the way these guys grit their teeth when they say I'm flirtatious, you know how much they envy me. My Taoist companions are all peerless beauties, and they are all immortal bodies. Let them be envious." The three were speechless, completely incomprehensible of Liu Yi's pride. In addition to the news about Liu Yi, the four of them also heard a lot about the Xi clan battlefield. Over the years, the battle between the Eastern region allied forces and the Xi clan allied forces is still fierce. However, after all, the allied forces of the Eastern region were united by the monks of the entire Eastern region, including a large number of monks from the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect and the Great Religion. After years of fighting, they gradually gained the upper hand. And news came out that the dream of the three Suxians of the Xianhuang Dragon Mang clan to unify the Xi clan was thwarted. After all, the overlord forces in the entire Xi clan possess immortal artifacts. After learning about the movement of the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan, the overlords of other Xi areas of the Xi clan also united to resist the Suxian of the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan. Even with three virtual immortals and their own clan's immortal artifacts, it is still difficult for the Suan Huanglong Mong clan to suppress the powerful Sea clan who are united by many immortal artifacts. The Sea clan has been in a stalemate for quite some time, and on the battlefield in the eastern region, the Sea clan cultivators have not been supplemented, and they have fought for years and suffered a lot of losses. Naturally, they gradually began to be unable to do what they wanted. During the 15-year war, the coalition forces in the eastern region had more victories than defeats, and the battlefield gradually moved towards the sea, fully extending the size of a state. However, if there is no accident, it may take a long time to end the war. This is good news for the entire eastern region, but for Luyi, it is a bit troublesome for the Sea clan to move back. After all, as the Sea clan's battlefield moves backwards, there are more and more Sea clan strongholds in areas close to the sea, and the strong are more and more concentrated. It will be even more troublesome for him to pass through these areas and go to the eastern sea area. However, now that he has reached this point, Luyi naturally will not give up easily. Even if the allied forces of the Eastern Territory can win the Sea clan war, it may take decades, and he doesn't want to wait so long. After inquiring about the news, the four of Luyi left the ancient city and continued to move towards the sea area of the eastern region. The speed of the four of them was very fast, and after just 3 days, they traveled an extremely long distance and came to the most intense front line of the battlefield. Boom! As soon as they approached the front line, there was a terrifying power fluctuation from a distance, and Luyi and the others all looked over. The Battle of the Combined State? Lu Ningshuang frowned slightly. Let's go and have a look. The four of them flew in that direction. It didn't take long for them to approach the battlefield. At this moment, in the distant sky, there were 3 Sea clan powers who were in the state of integration, and they were besieging a figure covered with dragon scales and surrounded by real dragon patterns. Seeing this figure, Luyi's expression was a bit strange. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet Long Aotian. Sage son of Heavenly Dragon? He's here too? Jianruya was also a little surprised. Tianlong Shenzi's strength is not weak. He obviously hasn't let down his vigilance these years. He has already cultivated to the 7th floor of the cave. Although it is worse than Luyi, it is not too slow. And his opponent is 2 4-layer combined and 1 5-layered superpowers, both of whom are also extremely powerful. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce, and Tianlong Shenzi was extremely powerful physically. Although he was suppressed by the 3 combined powers, but with his strong strength, Tianlong Shenzi resisted the attacks again and again. He roared again and again, and he wanted to counterattack from time to time. The 3 combined powers couldn't help him for a while. In another area, there are still 2 Mahayana powers confronting each other. One is a tall old man, and the other is a young man with loose black hair. One is the powerhouse of Tianlong Holy Land, and the other is probably the power of the Blackwater Jiao. The strong man in the Tianlong Holy Land looked cold, staring at the powerful Blackwater dragon in front of him, and said, "The Holy Son of my sect has a small cultivation level, and the 3 Blackwater dragons of the combined state can't kill him. Ziyu will be there." Hearing this, Hai Shui Jiaodaneng sneered again and again, "That's not necessarily the case. Long Aotian killed many talented juniors of my Hai Shui Jiao clan, he will die today. The elders of my clan are also on the way. Do you want to fight today?" The strong man in Tianlong Holy Land had a cold expression. It's worth killing an evildoer in the eastern region. Hai Shui Jiaodaneng was equally cold. The Sea clan wants to fight, and I, Tianlong Sacred Land, will accompany them to the end. The strong man of Tianlong Sacred Land said coldly, with aura surging all over his body. Hai Shui Jiaodaneng smiled, "Save your energy, Long He, how many times have you and I fought? The difference in strength between us is not that big, we can't tell the winner, why is that so?" Hearing this, Long He frowned, staring at the Hai Shui Jiaodaneng. At this moment, the Black Water Flood Dragon could sense something, turned his head and saw Luyi and the others approaching quickly. Cultivator from the Eastern Territory? Hai Shui Jiaodaneng narrowed his eyes, then sneered, it turns out that there are only 4 cave monks. The 4 of Luyi naturally also heard the words of the powerful black water dragon, and couldn't help raising their eyebrows. Jianruyu put his hands on his chest and said with a smile, what's wrong with Monk Dongxiu? Haven't your Hai Shui Jiao clan been killed by Monk Dongxiu? Hai Shui Jiaodaneng's face was cold, looking for death. He grabbed it with one hand, and the mysterious water surged, turning into a big black hand, and grabbed Luyi and the others. The big hands and feet are dozens of kilometers away, covering the sky and the sun, with terrifying aura fluctuations. Seeing this, Long He reached out and grabbed it. A dragon-clawed hand emerged and met the big black hand. There was a roar, and the space between the 2 big hands shattered and turned into a pitch-black hollow. Turned into magma. Long He sneered and said, they are right. During the Battle of Dongming City, Liu Yike was a monk of Dongxiu. Yu Hai Shujiao died because of him and 3 Mahayana great masters. Hai Shujiao Daneng was furious, and the spirit flowed all over his body. Long He, do you really think I can't do anything about you? Long He smiled coldly, you really have nothing to do with me. He turned his head to look at Liu Yi and the others on one side, and said, this is not the place for you to stay, let's go. Liu Yi smiled, Senior, how about we kill this black water dragon together? Hearing this, Long He and Hai Shui Jiaodaneng were both taken aback, their expressions suddenly a little strange. Hai Shui Jiaodaneng raised his head and laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. Kill me. Just rely on you? Do you think you are Liu Yi? Long He also had blue veins on his forehead, is this monk Dongxiu crazy? Are you entertaining the old man? Long He said with a bad temper. Liu Yi smiled slightly, and the sky formation map flew out, turning into a formation pattern covering the sky and covering the sun, covering an area with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Then there was a roar, and 4 phantoms quickly appeared, which were the 4 elephant killing formation. The moment he saw the 4 elephant killing formation, the smile of the Hai Shui Jiaodaneng stopped abruptly, his eyes widened, and he stared at the phantom of the 4 divine beasts condensed in the sky. His expression changed, the 4 elephant killing formation. Liu Yi used the 4 elephant killing formation and the Lei Yan Wanjian formation to resist Mo Ming in Dongming City, which made this large formation extremely famous. Seeing the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts emerge, Long He seemed to change his face, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. 4 elephants kill the formation. Are you really Liu Yi? Liu Yi smiled slightly, well, Senior, how about we kill this black water dragon together? Long He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Good. The golden aura flashed all over his body, there were real dragon patterns flowing on his body, and the dragon scales condensed, and he immediately used the Tianlong transformation. Terrifying aura coercion and blood energy tide emerged, and Long He used all his strength from the beginning. Since little friend Liu Yi is here, let's kill this black water Jiao. He stepped out and pushed towards the powerful black water flood dragon. At this moment, that Hai Shui Jiaodaneng's face suddenly became very ugly. His strength was originally on par with Long He, but he unexpectedly met Liu Yi. The combined power of the 3 black water flood dragons and the son of heavenly dragon in the distance also noticed the movement here, and they were startled and looked over. When Tianlong Shenzi saw the 4 elephants killing formation, his expression was shocked for a moment, Brother Liu. Then he showed a smile, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and looked at the 3 combined powers. Brother Liu is here, how can I, Long Aotian, be underestimated by him? 3 old bastards, die to me. The last time he was defeated by Liu Yi, the son of heaven's Dao had already broken his heart. Liu Yi's words made him wake up, break through and stand up, and his strength improved faster than before. And after the news of the first battle of Dongming City, Tianlong Shenzi knew that he would not be able to catch up with Liu Yi in his life. Even so, Tianlong Shenzi still regards Liu Yi as his goal and takes it as his object of struggle. Now that Liu Yi is here, Son of Heavenly Dragon naturally does not want Liu Yi to see his failure. The aura around him circulated, terrifying fluctuations escaped, and cracks appeared in the depths of the dragon scales around him. Tianlong 4 changes. Tianlong Shenzi directly used the secret technique that he had not mastered. Seeing the appearance of Tianlong Shenzi, the complexions of the three Hai Shuijiao's combined powers all changed. Is this bastard crazy? Leave him alone, Liu Yi is here, what should we do? After the first battle in Dongming City, Liu Yi's strength was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Just as soon as he appeared, the faces of the three combined powers turned pale, and horror appeared in their eyes. Chapter 191 Go deep into the enemy. At this time, the great power of the Black Water Dragon in the Mahayana realm in the distance said decisively, "Retreat." Hearing this, the three combined powers were relieved and planned to evacuate. Liu Yi smiled coldly, "Want to run?" As soon as he moved his thoughts, the phantoms of the four divine beasts roared and firmly blocked the power of the Black Water Dragon, with sharp claws, huge mountains, faint blue and fire, and endless water arrows surging, drowning the power of the Black Water Dragon. Boom! Xian Shui surrounded the whole body of Hai Shui Jiaodaneng, he blocked all the attacks, his face was cold, and he roared angrily, "Liu Yi! Don't bully others too much! Ha 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 ha! So what if I bully you?" Long He laughed heartily, and stepped forward, like a giant humanoid dragon, charging towards the Blackwater Flood Dragon, surging with energy and blood, turning into a golden wolf and rushing straight into the sky, horrified incomparable people. He reached out and hit the dragon claw hand, and the ferocious dragon claw was like the claw of a real dragon, grabbing at the Blackwater Flood Dragon Daneng. The Hai Shui Jiao Daneng shouted in anger, and transformed into a body tens of kilometers long. The huge body swung, and with the power of Xian Shui, it smashed the dragon's claw hand. His body also froze for an instant as if struck by lightning. Then, the endless attacks of the phantoms of the four divine beasts overwhelmed him. The strength of this Black Water Flood Dragon is not even as good as last time's Mo Ming. Even in the face of the siege of the phantoms of the four divine beasts, his scales and armor were broken, blood overflowed, and he was injured. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and said speechlessly, "It's much worse than that Mo Ming." Hearing this, the Blackwater Flood Dragon was able to cough up a mouthful of blood. The atmosphere was incomparable, and he roared angrily, "Liu Yi!" Liu Yi didn't pay attention to the mighty roar of the Black Water Dragon, he just said to himself, "I want to kill these monks of the Sea Clan." Task: kill the Sea Clan monk. Reward: Tribulation Crossing Technique, mysterious ice covering the sea seal, 10-million-year-old spiritual jade, and the perception of the way of water is improved. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Well, compared to the previous mission rewards in Dongming City, the rewards are much less, but the strength of the Blackwater Flood Dragon is just that, and Liu Yi feels that he can't ask for more. Otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing for him. Liu Yi silently accepted the task. Seeing that the Blackwater Flood Dragon was injured just after the first battle, the three Blackwater Flood Dragons who were in the combined state were even more horrified. One Blackwater Flood Dragon roared, "Run separately!" Where to run? Son of Heavenly Dragon, who had used the four transformations of Heavenly Dragon, roared angrily, soaked in blood all over his body. With blood flowing, he slapped one of the fit powers with his palm. The face of the fit power changed, and he quickly spit out a long sword and shot at Tianlong Shenzi. Clang! The magic weapon of the long sword collided with the palm of Tianlong Shenzi, and it cracked immediately, and flew upside down. The palm of Tianlong Shenzi slapped the fit and powerful body, and immediately slapped him upside down, coughing up blood. But the other two combined powers have already taken this opportunity to flee to the distance. Just when the two combined powers thought that life was in front of them, Two figures suddenly stood in front of them. It was Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu. Lu Ningxuang used the 1000 transformation technique to transform into an ordinary-looking girl, but her eyes, which were as cold as ice lakes, were still breathtaking. She looked at the combined 5-layer power in front of her with a very calm expression. The combined 5-level power had a hideous expression on his face, and he roared angrily, "Go away!" A stream of jet black water shot at Lu Ningxuang, trying to dissolve her. However, when the pitch-black Xian Shui approached Lu Ningxuang, the Xian Shui froze directly in the air, turning into frost. What? The face of the 5-layer Almighty changed drastically, with an expression of disbelief. As for Lu Ningxuang, streaks of ice mist had already emerged around her body, and more than 90% of the ice field slowly dissipated, with an incomparably terrifying aura, which made the heart of the combined 5-layer power go cold. How can it be so strong in the mere whole realm? Before he had time to think about it, he felt that his body was inexplicably frozen. His face was horrified, spiritual energy and mysterious water surged, and he wanted to struggle, but the terrifying black ice seemed to penetrate everywhere, and he was completely unable to resist his frozen footsteps. No! The 5-layer black water flood dragon roared in despair, and then his body and Xian Shui were frozen together, losing his vitality. With a slight wave of Lu Ningxuang's bare hand, the ice sculpture turned into dust and disappeared into the sky, completely annihilated. On the other side, a beam of sword light crossed his body at the speed of crossing the space, before the powerful 4-layer body could even react. Immediately, the body of the combined 4-level power stiffened, and the next moment, more than 90% of the sword field surged, twisting the combined 4-level power into a blood mist. Jian Ruyu looked at Lu Ningxuang, and said in surprise, "Ningxuang, after your transformation, your strength has improved a lot. You know, when Lu Ningxuang hadn't transformed, even fighting with a 1st-level monk was very difficult. I didn't expect to be able to easily kill the power of the 5-layer fusion now." Lu Ningxuang smiled lightly, but was also surprised in her heart. Yes. On the other side, the Son of Heavenly Dragon is suppressing the remaining 4-layer power. Both of them noticed that Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang raised their hands and killed the two great powers, and they were full of question marks. Especially Tianlong Shenzi, originally thought that he was only inferior to Lu Yi, but he didn't expect there to be such a powerful female cultivator. He began to doubt life. At the moment when Tianlong Shenzi was in a trance, the 4-layer powerful body's blood was burning, and his speed increased sharply, flying towards the distance. Tianlong Shenzi came back to his senses, his face changed. Oops! The combined 4-layer power burns essence and blood, and the speed is extremely fast. If you can't stop it, the Son of Heavenly Dragon will not be able to catch up. In just a short time, the combined power has already appeared more than 10 kilometers away. It's over, I'm ashamed in front of Brother Lu. Tianlong Shenzi felt extremely uncomfortable for a while. At this moment, a ray of blue light flashed past Tianlong Shenzi, and instantly caught up with the combined power more than 10 kilometers away, engulfing him. The next moment, the fit and powerful body turned into ashes and disappeared. Tianlong Shenzi's heart was cold, and he turned his head in disbelief, and saw a phantom of a green lotus appearing above Yun Xi's head, and the green lotus swayed and released a terrifying Dao light. "You are Brother Lu's Taoist companion, Yun Xi." Sun Tianlong thought of the rumors about Dongming City, and said in surprise. When Yun Xi heard this, she was slightly pleasantly surprised, and nodded with a smile, "Yes. I am Lu Yi's Taoist companion." When Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang heard this, their heads were full of black lines, and they looked at Tianlong Shenzi faintly, with a cold and murderous look. This made Tianlong Shenzi extremely frightened, and only felt that he might die at any time. He was terrified and at a loss, not understanding what had happened. Seeing Yun Xi, he naturally thought of the other two, you guys are Brother Lu's other Taoist partner, Jian Ruyu, and Brother Lu's senior sister, Lu Ningxuang. When Jian Ruyu heard the words, she immediately smiled, that's right, I am Jian Ruyu. Lu Ningxuang's expression was icy cold, and there was a chill circulating all over her body. She said quietly, I am indeed the senior sister of the younger brother. Tianlong Shenzi noticed Lu Ningxuang's expression, and felt that he seemed to be at the gate of hell. A sense of fear emerged in his heart, and he didn't dare to speak more, so as not to anger Lu Ningxuang. At this moment, there was a scream from a distance. The black water Jiao Mahayana Almighty was covered in scars all over his body, and his breath was extremely weak. Finally, he was pierced through the head by Longhe's heavenly dragon fist, and died on the spot. Lu Yi's expression was calm, without any pressure at all. He just did it casually, and didn't use most of the methods, but he was already able to cooperate with Longhe to kill this black water flood dragon. It can only be said that the power of this black water flood dragon is indeed a little weak. Seeing the huge body of the Mahayana black water dragon falling from the sky, Longhe let out a little breath, then smiled, looked at Lu Yi and said, little friend Lu Yi, thank you very much, otherwise the situation will become worse. Some serious. Lu Yi smiled, Senior, you are being polite. As a monk in the eastern region, this is what I should do. Longhe sighed, as expected of you, little friend Lu Yi, if Aotian has half of you, why should my Tianlong holy land not be prosperous? Lu Yi smiled and said, Sage son of heavenly dragon is very talented, and his strength is not weak anymore. Those three are. Longhe looked at Lu Ningxuang and the other three in the distance. Naturally, he also noticed the terrifying strength of the three of them, and easily killed the three powerful black water flood dragons in one blow, far surpassing the son of heavenly dragon. Hearing this, Lu Yi glanced at the three of Lu Ningxuang, coughed dryly, and said, they are my Taoist companions. Hearing this, Longhe was taken aback for a moment, and then he burst out laughing. Everyone has said that little friend Lu Yi is suave, and it is true. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when being ridiculed by such an old man. I'm still young, only over 100 years old. Longhe's smile stopped abruptly. He just felt his heart was pierced. If Lu Yi hadn't said it himself, Longhe would have forgotten about it. The junior in front of him, whose strength is comparable to him, and who may even have more and stronger means than him, is only over 100 years old now. This shit. Longhe just felt that his Dao heart was pierced by the endless sword, and he really couldn't laugh. Seeing Longhe's stiff expression, Lu Yi was a little puzzled. Senior? Are you okay? Longhe came back to his senses and shook his head. It's all right, let's go. Lu Yi nodded. Lu Yifei came to the side of Jian Ruyu and the other three, and said with a smile, how is it? Are you okay? Jian Ruyu wrinkled her nose, and said, to be honest, I feel that a fit monk is not enough. Next time, leave me a Mahayana monk? Lu Ningxuang also nodded, and said coldly, well, what Ruyu said is correct, maybe we can compare with Mahayana monks now. Lu Yi was not surprised. After all these years, even the weakest Yongzi is already at the 8th level of the whole, and because of the fairy body, the natural field has reached 90%. The cultivation technique has also been quite profound, and the strength is terrifying. Coupled with the spirit weapon that Lu Yi gave them, ordinary combined powers may not be their opponents. Hearing this, Tianlong Shenzi and Longhe not far away were extremely shocked. The three Dongxue cultivators all wanted to fight against the Mahayana power. Is the current Mahayana power so weak? Longhe fell into self-doubt. And Tianlong Shenzi has faded away from the Tianlong Four Changes, because he used a secret technique that he has not yet mastered, hurting the source. His breath has become weaker, and his face is a little pale. He flew over and showed a bright smile to Lu Yi, Brother Lu, long time no see. Lu Yi also smiled brightly, yes, Brother Aotian, long time no see. Seeing that the breath of Tianlong Shenzi was weak, he seemed to have hurt the source, so he stretched out his hand, and the power of nature circulated and merged into Tianlong Shenzi's body. Lu Yi's natural power is already extremely astonishing, reaching 99% and only half a step away from the natural realm of perfection. The strong vitality flowed, and the injury of Tianlong Shenzi was healed in an instant. Seeing that his injury recovered so quickly, Tianlong Shenzi froze, staring at Lu Yi with wide eyes. "Brother Lu, this is force of nature." Lu Yi smiled, "I have a feeling by chance." With a trace of admiration in Tianlong Shenzi's eyes, he sighed, as expected of brother Lu. "I am far behind." Long He beside him also looked numb. As a Mahayana monk, Long He naturally knew how strong the natural force Lu Yi used was definitely at the domain level. Moreover, in the field, it is also extremely profound. Is this the talent that even immortals marvel at? Long He only felt that the gap between people was sometimes bigger than that between people and dogs. After long he was surprised, he warmly smiled and said, "Since it is fate to meet little friend Lu Yi here, why not go with us? We plan to go to Yueling City." Lu Yi was taken aback, smiled and shook his head and said, "We have something to do, I'm afraid we can't go to Yueling City." Hearing this, Long He and Tianlong Shenzi both looked disappointed, but Lu Yi continued to speak, "However, we will walk a certain distance along the road, and we can walk together for a certain distance." Hearing this, Tianlong Shenzi's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "It's just right." Lu Yi smiled, "Brother Aotian hasn't seen each other for a long time, but we can exchange ideas." Lu Yi said to himself, "I want to defeat Son of Heavenly Dragon." Task: defeat Tianlong Shenzi. Reward: 1 drop of True Dragon Essence. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lu Yi was overjoyed. The last time he competed with Tianlong Shenzi, he was still in the realm of transforming gods. Now Tianlong Shenzi is already in the realm of Dongxiu, and the rewards for the competition have increased again. The essence of the real dragon, it sounds awesome when you hear it. Tianlong Shenzi also smiled all over his face, "If brother Lu is willing to use the way of body training to compete with me, I will naturally be willing. If you use formation techniques, I will directly admit defeat." Lu Yi smiled, "Don't worry, I won't bully you." Seeing that Lu Yi and Tianlong Shenzi had a friendly conversation, Long He also smiled. After all, Tianlong Shenzi is the future successor of Tianlong Holy Land, and even the immortal seeds cultivated by the immortals behind Tianlong Holy Land are the future of Tianlong Holy Land. And Lu Yi's talent is strong enough, he will definitely become a fairy in the future, and judging from Lu Yi's performance, I am afraid that he will not be an ordinary fairy in the future. For Tianlong Shenzi himself, it is still a great thing for Tianlong Holy Land. Afterwards, the group didn't stay here much. After all, the great power of the Blackwater Flood Dragon had already informed the ancestors of the Blackwater Flood Dragon, and they left in time to avoid further disturbances. Yueling City is located in the core area of the Sea Clan battlefield, so it happened to be on the way with Lu Yi and the others. For Lu Yi, it happened to be an opportunity to compete with Tianlong Shenzi and get some body training resources. Along the way, everyone was on the road during the day and rested at night. Lu Yi and the Son of Heavenly Dragon competed from time to time, and obtained a lot of true dragon essence. During the break, everyone will chat and discuss. Lu Yi asked Long He curiously, "Senior, why did you go to Yueling City? It should be quite dangerous there, right? After all, Yueling City is the most frontier ancient city where the allied forces of the eastern regions and the Sea Clan army come into contact. It is considered one of the main positions, and the battle is very fierce. Even if it is a powerful body, it is nothing new to die here. The Son of Heavenly Dragon can be said to be the future of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. It can be experienced, but it is a bit exaggerated to come to such a dangerous area." Hearing this, Long He's face became a bit more solemn, and he said, "In these days, some scouts have sent news that the ancestors of the High Clan and a large number of great powers are gathering, and they have entered the city not far from Yueling City. Tiandong City, I am afraid that it is planning to launch a big war. Many ancestors and great experts from various holy lands of the eastern region have come here to help out, and I am naturally no exception. As for Aotian." Speaking of this, Long He had a weird expression on his face, and said, "This matter is originally a secret, but since it's Luyi's little friend, it should be fine if we say it." Luyi was a little surprised. What did Senior say? After the immortals from the Immortal Sword Sect woke up, the existences behind the Immortal Sect Holy Land in our eastern region took action and gave a lot of resources to cultivate Tianjiao. The purpose is to cultivate immortals. Long He said. Hearing this, Luyi was taken aback, a little stunned, and Jianruya beside him said, "It's the same with my Excalibur sect. It has also improved a lot." "So it was the will of the immortal?" Luyi asked curiously, "Why did it happen all of a sudden?" Long He shook his head, "How can I, an old man, understand the thoughts of the immortals? However, even the resources bestowed by the immortals are not endless. They will only be given to the most talented disciples, young people from various sects. At this moment, we all hope to perform better, only in this way can we get more resources, and we will be one step closer to becoming an immortal." This time, many young people from Yueling City participated, not only Aotian. Luyi felt a little stunned, "So that's how it is." Speaking of this, Long He smiled and said, "Of course, there is also a part of the reason, Luyi, you." Luyi was taken aback, "Me? Yet, you are too strong. Aotian is already considered the top among the young talents of the Eastern Territory, and they are all overwhelmed by you, let alone the others? With you as their target, they are all desperate very." Long He laughed. The corner of Luyi's mouth twitched, didn't expect him to have such a role. A few days later, they approached the direction of Yueling City. Both Long He and Tianlong Shenzi invited Luyi and the others to go to Yueling City to prepare for the upcoming battle. They also heard that Luyi and the others planned to go deeper, and their faces changed. Now there are many powerful people and even Duja patriarchs staying in the coastal area of the eastern region. If you find you will definitely spare no effort to encircle and suppress. My friend Luyi, my opinion is not to go further." After hearing the news, Long He warned very seriously. Luyi just smiled, "Senior, don't worry, I know it well." Seeing Luyi like this, Long He could only sigh and said no more. Seeing that Luyi and the others planned to go deep into the enemy's formation, Tianlong Shenzi was even more eager to try, and even asked Luyi if he could take him with him. It's a pity that Luyi didn't speak, and was stopped by Long He. Tianlong Shenzi could only give up unwillingly. After that, Luyi bid farewell to Long He and Tianlong Shenzi, passed through the area of Yueling City, and continued to go deep into the coastal area of the eastern region. Change first and then change. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 192. When the monks of the Sea clan practice to the depths, they will turn into human form, but the source is slightly different from the human race. However, as an extremely delicate secret technique, 1000 changes can also simulate a similar original breath. As long as you don't enter the city of the Sea clan, or get too close to the strong people of the Sea clan, it's not easy to be discovered. And the four of Luyi never thought about actually entering the Sea clan city. The four of them moved in the wilderness, very low-key. As for the monks from the Sea clan that they met on the road, Luyi and the others would kill them with lightning speed, and if they could kill one by one. Of course, Luyi also issued a mission, and the rewarded perception of the way of water is not bad. Just after the four of Luyi went deep into the territory controlled by the Sea clan to a certain extent, they suddenly discovered that the monks of the Sea clan had changed. A large number of Sea Clan monks left many Sea Clan strongholds and flew towards the front line. In the sky, groups of Sea Clan monks would fly by from time to time, but there were far fewer monks who went deep into the coast of the eastern region. Even, the mighty power of the combined body realm will pass by from time to time. This made the four of Luyi's expressions a little dignified. Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, and she said, Senior Long, he said before that there will be a big battle near Yueling City, and now it seems that it is true. Jian Ruyu nodded, and judging from the situation, the scale of the battle may not be small. We have met 3 combined powers. Yun Xi opened his mouth and said, Luyi, we killed all these sea monks, will it cause any disturbance? Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu also looked at Luyi. Along the way, even if they encountered groups of Sea Clan monks, they were all killed by Luyi and turned into mission rewards. Luyi smiled, it's okay, we'll just change into something else at some point. And now that there are so many monks from the High Clan coming back and forth, we won't be discovered if we lose a few people. Hearing this, the 3 of Jian Ruyu stopped talking. At this moment, the 4 of Luyi paused at the same time and looked towards the sky. Streams of light streaked across in that direction, and the aura of the 3 leading monks was extremely powerful, like an abyss. A monk in the Mahayana realm. And behind the 3 Mahayana monks, there are 10 more powerful monks, as well as a large number of monks who are in the realm of the void and the realm of transforming spirits. This made Luyi and the others startled. There are so many powerful sea clans? This should be the top level of the Blackwater Flood Dragon? It seems that the scale of this battle may be bigger than we imagined. Just this small area has 3 Mahayana masters passing by. Lu Ningxuang frowned. Then the 3 of them looked at Luyi. Pervert junior brother, can you deal with them? Or let them leave like this? Jian Ruyu asked. Luyi narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, of course we can't let them go, it's just right, let me try my current strength. As he spoke, Luyi said to himself, I want to kill the monks of the Sea Clan in the sky. Task. Kill the Sea Clan monks in the sky. Rewards, the awareness of the way of water is improved, the best spiritual tool mist beads, the best spiritual tool Xianbing Minjai robe, the law of a wisp of water. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Luyi raised his eyebrows, the mission rewards are good, very generous. He accepted the task, and then there were stars flickering all over his body, 10% of the sword law emerged, and the surrounding world seemed to have changed. Both Lu Ningxuang and Yun Xi's expressions changed slightly. They can no longer feel the power of the Great Ice Avenue and the way of nature around them. And Jian Ruyu's eyes were shining, and she felt the extremely strong power of swordsmanship. The whole world seems to be made up of swordsmanship, too strong. Jian Ruyu couldn't help muttering to himself as a sword mark appeared on his forehead. Such a terrifying surge of spiritual energy naturally attracted the attention of the sea monks in the sky. The expressions of all the monks of the Sea Clan changed drastically, and they stared at the ground where the breath came from. The leading one, a Mahayana-level Daneng, circulated spiritual energy all over his body, with the aura of the peak of Mahayana emerging, and the jet-black mysterious water surged, as if he had life, and condensed a set of pitch-black battle armor around Daneng's body. A dark red long spear emerged in his hand, and he roared angrily, He Fang Sheng, come out and see. A starlight emerged and suddenly appeared in the sky, standing opposite to a group of Sea Clan monks, it was Luyi. The sword intent and starlight surging around Luyi made all the monks of the High Clan terrified and inexplicable. This momentum is too powerful. The leader of the High Clan Mahayana Daneng's eyes flickered, with a hint of chill, Who is your excellency? At this moment, behind the High Shoujiao, who was at the peak of Mahayana, there was a beautiful woman on the 4th floor of Mahayana. Her eyes widened and her face changed drastically, impossible. You are Luyi. Although Luyi's appearance had changed, his aura was still revealed when he exploded with all his strength. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, looked at the Hai Shoujiao woman, and then suddenly smiled. The Hai Shoujiao who escaped in Dongming City last time? Last time, during the battle in Dongming City, a Hai Shoujiao escaped by using the space teleportation talisman. Liu Yi naturally still remembered it, but he didn't expect to meet him here now. Really, Liu Yi? Hearing this name, the faces of all the powerful Sea clan members changed slightly. After all, Liu Yi's battle in Dongming City brought a lot of losses to the Sea clan. All the Sea clan monks remembered him, and even killed him. Liu Yi's ranking on the list is still hanging on the first place. However, at this moment, all the Sea clan trembled a little. How is it possible? How could Liu Yi have such strength? He Shuijiao, the peak of Mahayana, stared at Liu Yi tightly, as if staring at a prehistoric beast. Obviously he hasn't fought yet, but he already has the intention to retreat at this moment. At this moment, Liu Yi stepped forward, like a star shining on the sky and the earth, a pure silver sword light flashed past, and disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. The world became quiet. Afterwards, all the monks of the Sea clan in the sky collapsed, turning into blood mist and dissipating in the air. Liu Yi exhaled foul breath, his face was slightly pale, and his breath was weaker than before. In order not to cause complications, and to prevent these Sea clan monks from having the opportunity to fight back and send messages, Liu Yi directly used his most powerful moves. 10% of the swordsmanship rules were fully used, and even the fairy-level swordsmanship Zhanxing was used. The so-called fairy-level swordsmanship requires the use of the power of law to activate. After 15 years of comprehension, Liu Yi, relying on his own strong comprehension, coupled with the mastery of the sword law, and the rewards of the mission, finally cultivated Zhanxing to the level of LV2. Although it's only LV2, it's an immortal technique after all, and it's naturally incomparable to any mortal technique, and it's Liu Yi's big trump card. And the fact is that, relying on the LV2 star cutting, Liu Yi beheaded all the sea monks in front of him with a single sword, including 3 Mahayana great powers, and even a terrifying existence at the peak of Mahayana. Perhaps, if you want to block such a sword, only the Patriarch Duja can do it. However, although Zhanxing is strong, it consumes too much aura. You know, Liu Yi's foundation is almost solid to the extreme, and he has deliberately controlled his power. Even so, this sword cost 1/3 of Liu Yi's aura. After the 3 swords, Liu Yi will have no aura. Liu Yi sighed, the quality of his current aura is still too bad. When it can be similar to the ancestor of Duja, then using Zhanxing should not consume so much. Then Liu Yi thought of something, and his body froze. I accidentally destroyed the corpses of those sea clansmen, those are 3 black water dragons in the Mahayana realm. Flesh and blood don't know how precious it is. Liu Yi had a heart attack for a while. But soon, Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he found that there were rays of light flashing in the air. Space ring. The great power of the Mahayana realm, the interspatial ring is naturally extraordinary, that is their entire wealth, so they must be protected. The interspatial ring of a Mahayana monk is extremely precious, so naturally it is not so easy to break. Even the star-slaying sword that was exposed could not be broken. Liu Yi was overjoyed, and with a wave of his hand, took all those space rings away. Lu Ningxuang and the other 3 also flew up at this moment, and the 3 of them looked at Liu Yi with incredible expressions. Pervert junior brother, you are really getting more and more perverted. Jianruyu exclaimed. Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he glared at Jianruyu, full of threats. Feeling threatened by Liu Yi, Jianruyu was not afraid at all. She will never die until the Yellow River. Lu Ningxuang's cold eyes also fluctuated violently, and she said in shock, Junior brother, you are indeed getting stronger and stronger now, even a monk at the peak of Mahayana can't stop your sword. Yun Xi also nodded and sighed, I thought that after transforming into a fairy body, the gap with Liu Yi and you would be narrowed, but it still didn't narrow, but it got bigger. Liu Yi smiled slightly, now that I have mastered the law, I am naturally stronger than you. You are immortals, and you will definitely become immortals in the future, and now the domain has reached more than 90%, maybe it won't take long. Once you understand the law, you won't be weak when the time comes. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Lu Ningxuang's eyes lit up and they all smiled. Junior brother is right, maybe it won't be long before we can master the law. Lu Ningxuang smiled. Jianruyu and Yun Xi also nodded slightly. Okay, let's get out of here first, there is so much movement here, maybe there will be strong people from the Sea clan coming to check. Liu Yi smiled. Lu Ningxuang and the other three also nodded. The four turned into streamers and disappeared in place. After leaving that area for a while, the four of Liu Yi used the 1000 transformation technique to change their forms again, and then, Liu Yi secretly used a small deduction technique to disrupt the causal fate and prevent people from spying on the Qi. This is what Liu Yi learned when he was hunted down before. There are many strange people in Tianming. Maybe there are monks who are good at divination like Tian Yuanzong. In this case, it is easy to deduce their position. However, Liu Yi mastered the small deduction technique and interfered with the fate of the air machine, so naturally he would not be deduced. After finishing everything, Liu Yi was relieved. The four continued to move towards the coastal area. During this period, Liu Yi received all kinds of mission rewards, and the harvest was quite rich. Among them, the realization of the Dao of Water and the Law of Water, Liu Yi set up a large formation before he began to comprehend, so as not to attract too much attention from the vision. When Liu Yi absorbed the Law of Water last time, the vision had already attracted some monks from the Sea tribe, this time Liu Yi will not repeat the same mistakes. He used the formation I from last time, which was enough to resist the vision. After absorbing the Dao of Water and the Law of Water, Liu Yi's water domain was completely perfected. Coupled with the 2 strands of water law obtained earlier, he had completely mastered the Law of Water. This is the second power of law that Liu Yi has mastered after the Law of Swordsmanship. Originally, because senior brother Zhang Fan was not strong enough, and because he hadn't competed for many years, Liu Yi's understanding of the way of water had almost stagnated. He didn't expect that after coming to the battlefield of the Sea clan, he would improve his understanding of the way of water through mission rewards so much quick. It was directly promoted to the law level. This was something Liu Yi himself had never thought of. Of course, this also has something to do with Liu Yi's own strength. The Sea clan he killed is not weak, there are many fusion powers, and there are even Mahayana powers. Naturally, the rewards are not cheap. It makes sense. Of course, it was reasonable to Liu Yi, but it made the three of Lu Ningxuang doubt life. In addition to the law of the sword, Liu Yi actually realized the law of water, which is simply outrageous. Jianruyu repeatedly exclaimed that Liu Yi was a pervert, and Lu Ningxuang and Yun Xi were also extremely shocked. In addition to the comprehension of the Dao of Water and the Law of Water, the rewards include the top-grade spiritual weapon Misty Bead and the top-quality spiritual weapon Xianbing Minjaihu Dharma Robe. The Mist Bead is a very rare alien spiritual weapon, which can release a mist containing psychedelic power, covering a part of the world. If the spiritual power is enough, it can even trap the ancestor of Duja. One can imagine how powerful it is. The Xianbing Bright Jade Robe is also an extremely precious spiritual weapon, with a powerful shield of Xianbing, which is enough to withstand a single attack from a cultivator. Not only that, but it can also greatly increase the power of ice-type spells and increase the absorption speed of ice-type skills. It is an extremely precious spiritual weapon for monks who practice the way of ice. Although this spirit weapon is also useful for Liu Yi, it is not as useful as for his senior sister. Liu Yi gave the Xianbing Bright Jade Robe to his senior sister. Lu Ningxuang didn't show any hypocrisy at all, she just accepted Liu Yi's reward. Anyway, she already owed Liu Yi too much, so she didn't care anymore. Anyway, it's the same as what Ruyu said, it's a promise by body. Lu Ningxuang thought about this, her pretty face was still a little red. After absorbing all the harvest, it took half a month before the four of Luyi continued to go to the seaside. At this moment, in Tiandong City, where the Sea clan resides, the atmosphere is somewhat silent. A tall, black-haired ancestor of Hai Shui Jiao Duja had a gloomy expression, and the space around him distorted and trembled with his aura, like a wave of water. He said slowly, "Have you not found it yet?" In front of the ancestor of Duja, a Hai Shui Jiao in the Mahayana realm had an equally ugly expression and shook his head, "We didn't find it. We searched in the direction where Brother Li and the others disappeared, but we didn't find any trace of the murderer, even Patriarch Wei Yuan used the heavenly mystery technique, but couldn't find it, and Wei Yuan Patriarch said that some masters messed up the heavenly secrets, so it is impossible to guess." Hearing this, Duja Patriarch's face became even colder. "Hey! Mu Yuan is getting older and weaker, and he can't find anyone. Who is it? Dare to kill the mighty members of my Blackwater Flood Dragon clan in succession? Let the old man find him, and he will definitely be crushed." The Hai Shui Jiao in the Mahayana realm dared not speak. After all, Mu Yuan was also the ancestor of the transcending tribulation realm, so only the person in front of him dared to speak like this. "Old ancestor, then shall we still attack?" The great Neng of the Mahayana Hai Shui Jiao asked cautiously. As soon as these words came out, the Duja Patriarch's face darkened and he fell silent. He snorted coldly, and said, "In just a few days, 3 Mahayana monks and more than 20 combined monks have been missing. How can we fight? Find important people in the clan." The great power of the Hai Shui Jiao in the Mahayana realm opened his mouth, wanting to say that after years of wars, the powerhouses in the clan suffered huge losses, and it is not an option to continue like this. But seeing the icy gaze of the Duja Patriarch, he could only bite the bullet and nod. And in Yueling City not far from Tiandong City, Patriarch Longming of Tianlong Holy Land and Patriarch Fang Tianyao of Divine Sword Sect stood on the city wall, looking in the direction of Tiandong City, their eyes full of puzzlement. "What's going on with the Sea clan? I heard from the spies that a large number of monks from the Sea clan have entered Tiandong City, and they should be ready for a big battle. Why don't they come to attack?" Patriarch Longming asked suspiciously. Ancestor Fang Tianyao had a sharp expression on his face, and said, "Humph! Maybe you're holding back something, maybe you're waiting for us to relax our vigilance?" Behind the two patriarchs, there are still many Mahayana powers, as well as Tianlong Shenzi and other Tianjiao of the Holy Land of Xianzong. They are also puzzled. The son of Tai is dressed in white, standing with his hands behind his back, gentle and elegant, like a handsome young man. He glanced at Tianlong Shenzi beside him, and asked indifferently, "Long Ao Tian, I heard that you saw Brother Lu on the way here?" As soon as these words came out, the saints and saints nearby all looked over. The short word Lui is enough to attract the attention of the most powerful arrogance in the eastern region. Tianlong Shenzi glanced at Tai Shenzi, and said, "What's the matter with you?" The holy son of Tai was not angry either, and smiled slightly, "Brother Lu is a peerless evildoer in my formation. Last time in Dongming City, he even helped Elder Lin Yunfan in my holy land to wipe out the powerful Sea clan. Our holy land of Tai is still waiting for him to enter Tai. It's just a picture, so naturally we need to pay attention." Hearing this, Tianlong Shenzi's face darkened, and he sneered and said, "What are you evil spirits of formations? Brother Lu's talent in body training is 100 times higher than that of formations. You know nothing." Wang Qifeng on the side smiled and said, "Long Ao Tian, can't you say that? Brother Lu's swordsmanship talent is obvious to all." Feng Buming also nodded with a smile, "Brother Lu's swordsmanship talent is not comparable to body training and formation." Tianlong Shenzi glanced at Wang Qifeng, and said coldly, "Wang Qifeng, Feng Buming, you two are average in strength, but your mouth is strong. What's the matter? Didn't you feel good about being beaten by me? Hearing this, both Wang Qifeng and Feng Buming's expressions darkened. Wang Qifeng sneered and said, "It means that my junior sister Zhong Jianruyu is not here, otherwise how can you be presumptuous?" Hearing this, Tian Long Shenzi thought of the sword that extinguished the four-layer power of the fusion a few days ago, his face froze, and he snorted coldly, "Unfortunately, you are not Jianruyu." Okay, we are all friends, what's the fuss? Brother Long, have you really seen Brother Lu? Is he okay now? Lei Tianyan, the saint of Lei in Holy Land, smoothed things over with a smile. Son of Heavenly Dragon saw Saintess Lei Yin talking, and said with a smile, "Brother Lu is naturally fine. Where is he now?" Lei Tianyan asked with a smile as his eyes lit up. He? Go deep into the Sea clan with the three sisters-in-law, planning to go to the sea area. Tian Long Shenzi said. Sister-in-law? The smiles of the Lei Yin Saintess and the female heirs of the Immortal Sect Holy Land and the great cult slowly disappeared, and a terrible chill spread out, causing all the male monks present to feel the extreme chill. At this moment, the four of Luyi continued to go deeper, and not long after, they found that there was another powerful Sea clan flying towards Tiandong City. Luyi was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Is there another great power coming? The mission reward is here again, isn't it? Chapter 193 The Strange Power on Misty Island. A handsome Sea clan Mahayana with long dark purple hair is flying towards Tiandong City with four combined powers and a group of sea monks who are in the realm of illusory gods. A Hai Shoujiao in the state of integration complained, "Why does the ancestor of Heiwen need support from the clan again? Isn't there enough reinforcements before him to fight a few games?" Another Hai Shoujiao said, "I heard that the ancestor of Heiwen and the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan are very close. Maybe the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan has given him some benefits. Every time there is a battle, he spares no effort to rush to the front." The purple long-haired Mahayana power frowned, and said, "Okay, is it something you can discuss about the ancestors of the clan?" Hearing this, the other four combined powers looked at each other and said nothing more. At this time, the Mahayana power shouted, "Cheer up, everyone, the ancestor Heiwen didn't ask the clan to support him for no reason. I heard that many strong people in the clan were ambushed on the way to Tiandong City. Kill. Until now no one has found out who did it." Hearing this, the several fit masters looked at each other and then one of them said, "Is the rumor true? I thought it was just groundless. Yet, who dares to assassinate our strong man in our territory, and there is no movement at all?" The other three combined powers also showed disbelief. The Mahayana power frowned, "This is true, otherwise, even Patriarch Heiwen would not ask for help." At this moment, all the monks of the Sea clan felt a terrifying aura rushing from the ground at the same time. A gorgeous silver light scattered past, the consciousness of all the monks of the Sea clan dissipated, and their bodies turned into blood mist and collapsed. In the sky in the distance, Luyi and the others soared into the air. Luyi spread his hands and put away the space ring left by the monk of the Mahayana Sea clan, and then turned into a stream of light, leading Lu Ningxuang and the other three to disappear in place again. With the name. After leaving, Luyi checked the mission rewards with satisfaction. Because Mahayana monks are involved, the rewards are still generous. There are 10 pieces of spiritual jade of 1,000,000 years, as well as the heavenly materials and earth treasures of the Mahayana realm, the mysterious ice chalcedony, and the understanding of the avenue of water. Luyi found a quiet place to absorb all his perception of the way of water. Unfortunately, the level of the law of water is too high, even if the perception of the way of water rewarded by Mahayana monks still cannot be improved much. After that, the four of Luyi continued to move towards the East China Sea. Luyi wondered if he could meet some powerful people from the Sea clan again, but unfortunately, he never met again. Although Luyi said he was sorry, he didn't care too much. Hurrying is the most important thing. From time to time, Liu would use a small deduction technique. As Liu continued to approach the East China Sea, he deduced that the location of Misty Island became more and more clear. It was no longer just a rough location as it was at the beginning. According to the deduced information, Liu led Lu Ningxuang and the other three to constantly change directions while avoiding the stronghold of the Hai clan. The closer to the sea area of the eastern region, the more ancient cities and war camps of the Sea clan. Liu even felt a terrible atmosphere from several ancient cities. The current Liu can kill even Mahayana monks, but these auras make Liu feel extremely dangerous. It is conceivable that it is the ancestor of Duja. Liu took Lu Ningxuang and the others carefully around the area with the Duja patriarch, and after more than half a month of trekking, they finally came to the seaside. The Azure Sea is rough and endless. Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu had been to the beach before, but it was nothing. Yun Xi came to the beach for the first time, and couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the sea. After arriving at the seaside, Liu found a no-man's land, set up a large formation, and deduced again. After the deduction ended, Liu coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his breath was a little weak. Although Liu deduces the location of Misty Island, after all, Misty Island involves immortals. Even if it is not directly deduced, as it gets closer, after the deduction, Liu's backlash is getting bigger and bigger. The power of backlash was even enough to turn a fit monk into dust, that is to say, Liu's physical body was strong enough to not suffer too much damage. However, Liu also confirmed the direction. He opened his eyes, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. This way. Liu took Lu Ningxuang and the others and flew towards a sea area near the south. Lu Ningxuang and the others followed Liu, and Jian Ruyu asked curiously, "Pervert junior brother, where are you going to take us?" Lu Ningxuang and Yun Xi also looked curious. Liu smiled and said, "Have you ever heard of the legend of the Misty Island in the East Sea?" The three looked at each other and shook their heads. "What is that place?" Liu told the legend of Misty Island to the three of them, and all three of them stared wide-eyed in astonishment. "The sky is so big, there are so many wonders, there is such a place!" Yun Xi exclaimed. "Junior brother, can you find the Misty Island?" Lu Ningxuang was smart and guessed what Liu was going to do at the moment. Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi looked at Liu in surprise. Liu nodded and smiled, "Yes." This made the eyes of the three of them shine. After all, this is a place related to immortals. However, the three of them were also a little worried. After all, it was rumored that even the ancestor Duja might not be able to come out of it alive. Liu comforted the three of them, he would not go deep, he just wanted to see the Misty Island. Hearing this, the three were relieved. In addition to the Sea clan, there are many ferocious and terrifying sea beasts in the sea area of the eastern region. When Liu and the others crossed the sky, they saw a huge silver fish with a length of several thousand meters soaring into the sky. The bottom is sparkling, and the breath is full of fit. I also saw the huge octopus tentacles stirring the blue sea, and the terrifying torrents rippling. The breath of the octopus was as deep as an abyss, which was the Mahayana realm. There are also a variety of other sea animals. There are quite a few sea beasts that are powerful, even far surpassing the ferocious beasts on land. After all, the area of the sea area is larger than that of the Tianming continent, the survival inside is more intense, and the beasts are also extremely ferocious. With the law of water, Liu was like a fish in water in the sea, and with restraint of breath, they did not disturb the sea beasts, and flew quietly for a day, passing several islands. There were traces of fierce battles on these islands. Liu also saw the ruins of a sect on one island, which was obviously the result of the invasion of the Sea clan. One day later, when the sun was in the sky, the four of Liu stopped on a stretch of sea. A look of doubt appeared on Liu's face, and he said to himself, "It should be here, how could it not be?" Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. A day ago, Liu Yi used a small deduction technique to deduce the location of the Misty Island. It should be in this area. As a result, Liu Yi searched all the surrounding areas for a long time, but he did not find the Misty Island. This made Liu Yi a little puzzled. Lu Ningxuang, Jian Ruyu, and Yun Xi were also searching not far from Liu Yi. The four of them searched for Misty Island in a carpet-like manner, but so far there has been no progress. At this moment, Yungzi in the distance suddenly exclaimed, which caught Liu Yi's attention, and Liu Yi turned his head to look over. Then Liu Yi saw a white mist suddenly appear not far from Yungzi, and the mist surged and spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Liu Yi's pupils shrank slightly, and then he was overjoyed. Mist Island. Liu Yi flew towards Yun Xi, and Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu in the other area also noticed this and flew over as well. The four of them joined together, looking at the ever-spreading fog, feeling a little uneasy. The fog quickly spread for thousands of kilometers, and the entire area was completely white, making it impossible to see clearly what was inside. However, it didn't take long for the white mist to surge and become transparent. Above the originally empty sea area, a huge island appeared. There was an incomparably rich spiritual energy dissipating from the island, almost condensed into a spiritual mist. Even Liu Yi and the others in the distance could clearly feel the terrifying fluctuations in the spiritual energy. The entire island is very calm, and there seems to be no strong atmosphere inside. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. According to what Brother Zhang Fan and the others said before, there must be a giant snake on the Misty Island, but they didn't see it. Is this Misty Island? It suddenly appeared. Yun Xi asked with a surprised expression. Jian Ruyu frowned, looking at the island in the distance, a little incomprehensible. How did it appear? I can't perceive it at all. Liu Yi also nodded. Indeed, I don't feel it either. Lu Ningxuang looked at Liu Yi. Junior brother, shall we go in? Liu Yi looked at the Misty Island in the distance, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, of course we have to go in, but let's go to the seaside and not get close to the central area. After all, even the ancestor of Duja would die on this island. No matter how confident Liu Yi was, he would not dare to fly over directly from the sky. He now has two tasks involving the Misty Island. One is to find the Misty Island, and the other is to explore the Misty Island. He glanced at the task panel. The first task has been completed, and the second task, Liu Yi can naturally complete as much as he can. If he can't finish it at one time, at worst, he will come to explore later when he becomes stronger. There is no need to waste his life get in. In case of danger, Liu Yi will decisively take Lu Ningxuang and the others to escape. Liu Yi took Lu Ningxuang and the three of them from the sea to the Misty Island. They were very careful along the way, and even took out the space teleportation talisman, which can be directly transferred in case of danger. However, nothing happened along the way, and the four of Liu Yi quickly crossed tens of kilometers and came to the beach of Misty Island. The moment I first set foot on the beach, the Misty Island, which was as quiet as a phantom, seemed to come alive. Liu Yi felt that in the forest on the beach, there were powerful auras dormant. These auras were like abysses, like gods and demons. He felt the aura of a large number of powerful levels. There are even more auras under the Almighty, roaring and hissing, constantly coming from the depths of the Misty Island. This made the three of Jian Ruyu's eyes widen in astonishment. Why didn't we notice the breath in the air before? Liu Yi looked around, and had an idea that he couldn't believe. This Misty Island seems to be located in a different space. Only when you completely enter the Misty Island can you enter this space. Looking down, you can only see the projection of Misty Island. In fact, if Liu Yi hadn't practiced the small void technique to the limit, was very sensitive to space, and keenly noticed the difference after setting foot on the Misty Island, he would not be able to draw such a conclusion. What? The three of Jian Ruyu were shocked. In another space? Could it be a small world somewhere? Yun Xi guessed. No, it's good that the small world has an entrance, but the whole world shouldn't be projected on the outside world. Jianruyu shook his head. The Excalibur sect owns the small world, and Jianruyu has the right to speak. Lu Ningxuang frowned. Then how did you do it? Jianruyu shook her head. I don't know either. I always feel that this place is very evil. Jianruyu shrank her neck, always feeling a little chilly. Yun Xi looked around, then looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, what should we do? Lu Yi looked into the depths of Misty Island, thought for a while, and then there was a powerful beast aura inside, but so far, Lu Yi has not felt the extremely dangerous aura. In a short time, there should be no danger. Moreover, senior brother Zhang Fan and the others were able to enter the forest back then, which meant that the road ahead was not dangerous, so they could go and have a look. Thinking of this, Lu Yi said, let's go inside, but the three of you have to follow me and be careful. All three of Lu Ningxuang nodded. Lu Yi led the team at the front, and walked inward with the kendo rules running all over his body. The trees on the island are tall, and the canopy is so thick that it blocks the sunlight, making the interior look a little dark and gloomy. But Lu Yi and the others could see things in the dark without any feeling. Along the way, there were some ferocious beasts, but their strength was very weak, and they were only in the Golden Core realm, so there was no danger to them. But what surprised them was that this forest was full of precious treasures of heaven and earth, which caused the three of Jianruyu to exclaim again and again. This is the ice spirit grass. Earth essence stone. Isn't this the Wanyan hydrangea? Even such a natural treasure? Isn't there too much treasure here? It's like throwing it on the ground for someone to pick up. All three couldn't believe it. Even Lu Yi was surprised. Although these things were nothing to Lu Yi, there were too many problems. Many people would snatch these treasures outside. Back then, the three of Zhang Fan obtained some natural and earthly treasures here, and it was only then that Timan and Bai Yulong grasped the artistic conception and took off. As the four of them continued to go deeper, the strength of the beast inside became stronger and stronger, and the treasures contained in it became more and more precious. However, Lu Yi felt a palpitating aura coming from a very far away, and it gradually became stronger as the four of Lu Yi kept approaching. Not only Lu Yi felt this breath, but Lu Ningxuang and the others also felt it. Their strength was far inferior to Lu Yi's. After feeling such a breath, their faces were slightly pale, and horror appeared in their eyes. What a powerful breath! What kind of breath is that? It makes people feel that they may die at any time. The four of Lu Yi stopped immediately. Lu Ningxuang glanced at the corpse on the ground. It was a pitch-black leopard, and its cultivation was in the realm of transforming gods. She was surprised. Obviously the strength of this leopard is so weak, why can it survive here safely? The three of Lu Yi were also a little puzzled. Yet, not only this leopard, but also more beasts with not too high cultivation levels, how can they live in it? Yun Xi was extremely curious. Jianruyu guessed, could it be that these ferocious beasts have been living in it all the time, so they got used to it? However, no one can know if it is true, but it is very strange. At this moment, strands of black mist suddenly appeared around Yun Xi, who had the weakest cultivation. Soon, black lines climbed up Yun Xi's snow-white body, and her expression showed pain. Lu Yi's face changed slightly. Yun Xi, what's wrong with you? I'm so uncomfortable. Yun Xi's brows had the green lotus imprint condensed, and the whole body was flowing with lights, resisting the black mist, but even so, it was still difficult to completely resist, and the black lines slowly appeared on the ground at a slow speed. Yun Xi's face. Jianruyu and Lu Ningxuang on the side also gradually had black mist emerging from their bodies. Lu Yi frowned, rolled up the three of them, turned into a streamer, disappeared in place immediately, moved towards the outside, and arrived on the beach not long after. The black mist on Jianruyu and Lu Ningxuang's body gradually dissipated, and the black mist on Yun Xi's body also became much dimmer, and the black lines on his body no longer spread, and slowly faded away with the flickering Dao light of Wanhua immortal body that black texture. However, this is extremely slow. Liu Yi frowned, grabbed Yun Xi's hand, an aura with the power of the Dao poured into Yun Xi's body. He only felt a deep and chaotic force entangled in Yun Xi's body, wanting to completely invade Yun Xi's body. What kind of power is this? Liu Yi was a little startled. He only felt that this force was very powerful, but it was extremely strange. Yun Xi, as the immortal physique of 10,000 flowers, possesses an extremely powerful physical background, has resisted such an invasion, and is slowly eliminating this force. Naturally, Liu Yi would not stand idly by, as his aura poured in, the power of the Dao surged, rushing towards that strange force. When the weird power met the power of the Dao, it dissipated at an extremely fast speed like a bubble. Liu Yi was a little surprised, and then quickly realized that the power of Dao far surpassed ordinary aura, even the aura in a fairy body like Yun Xi couldn't compare. Even Yungzi's aura can wipe out such power, so the power of the Great Way is naturally easier. As the power of the Dao poured into Yun Xi's body, that strange power dissipated quickly, and finally was completely wiped out, and the black lines on her body also dissipated. Liu Yi was a little worried, and used spiritual energy to comb Yun Xi's body thoroughly. Seeing that there was no sequelae at all, Liu Yi was relieved. Yun Xi opened his eyes, feeling a little weak. Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang on the side looked at Yun Xi with worried faces. Yun Xi, how are you? Are you okay? Jian Ruyu asked. The two have been cultivating together with Liu Yi for more than 10 years. They are closer than real sisters. Seeing Yun Xi's appearance at this moment, she is very worried. Yun Xi frowned and said, "It's okay." Lu Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief, "It's fine." Liu Yi asked, "Yun Xi, what happened just now?" Yun Xi shook his head, "I don't know either, I just felt a sudden messy voice in my ear, and then some terrible thoughts suddenly appeared in my heart, as if something strange was about to revive in my body." This made the three of Liu Yi frown. Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang looked at each other, and Lu Ningxuang said solemnly, "I also felt intermittent and messy voices ringing in my mind just now, which made people feel very uncomfortable." Jian Ruyu also nodded, "Me too." Liu Yi remembered that before leaving, the two of them also had wisps of black mist circulating around them, and narrowed their eyes. It seems that there is something wrong with the things inside, such as senior sister Yu and senior sister are quite powerful, and they are both immortal bodies, so they all have such a strange feeling. Is there something in there? While Liu Yi was thinking, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky not far away, and the next moment, a figure slowly walked out of the crack. "Thank you Sakura Mingfei for the reward of 1,500 points, and thank you 08A for the reward of 100 points. Chapter 194 Meeting the Immortal Sword Immortal, Jiu. It was a handsome young man in a white robe with a golden sword pattern engraved between his eyebrows. There is also a golden long sword floating beside the man. It is the sword immortal of the Immortal Sword sect who has been sleeping for millions of years. The sword fairy walked out of the space crack, the crack behind him slowly closed, and then disappeared. The sea below him became calm, as if he didn't dare to disturb the fairy. The sword fairy's eyes were calm, and he looked at the misty island in the distance. The next moment, he stepped out and appeared in the sky above the misty island in an instant. Then, a low roar sounded like coming from the abyss came from the misty island, and a terrifying black mist slowly emerged from the huge peak in the center of the misty island. Boom! A pitch-black phantom emerged. It was a huge snake-shaped black shadow. The black shadow soared into the sky, as if it had passed through space and came to the sky. Its thousands-meter-long body was covered with pitch-black scales like iron, and black mist was floating around its body. Very weird. Facing the giant snake, the sword fairy's expression was calm, and the long sword in his hand buzzed, releasing an extremely terrifying sword intent. The golden sword light gushed out like a beam of light, penetrating the sky and the earth, and the sea was raging, and the breath seemed to pass through it. Endless void, enter another dimension. The power brought about by the awakening of the fairy artifact is extremely terrifying, and the aftermath is raging, spreading 1,000,000 kilometers away. In the Sea Clan and on the land, a large number of great powers opened their eyes, and looked at the golden sword light piercing the sky in astonishment, feeling terrified in their hearts. What is that? This power is a fairy descended into the world. The immortal came to the world, there will be a big disaster. Go and have a look. Incomparably powerful figures flew out from various areas, flying towards the direction of the golden sword light. Most of these people are monks in the Mahayana realm, and there are even many patriarchs who have crossed the catastrophe. In addition, there are even a few terrifying existences who have transcended the realm of transition. Suxian. In the Misty Island, the four of Lui noticed the abnormality the moment the roar sounded. The faces of the four of them changed drastically, and they looked up at the center of the Misty Island. Black mist emerged, and the strange and terrifying power made the four of Lui tremble with fear. What is that? As soon as Jian Ruyu's voice sounded, a huge snake-shaped black shadow soared into the sky. Seeing the black shadow, Lui's pupils shrank. Thinking of what Zhang Fan and the other three had said before, the phantom of the giant snake was probably the phantom they saw before. The aura of this giant black snake was so strong and evil that even Lui felt extremely threatened at this moment, a threat that was enough to endanger his life. Even the aura of Duja Patriarch that Lui had felt before was far inferior to this giant snake. Immortal. Or Suxian. Lui frowned and muttered to himself. Then he suddenly widened his eyes, and found that at some point, there was a tiny figure in front of the giant snake. With Lui's eyesight, he could naturally see the appearance of this figure. He had a handsome face, a golden sword pattern between his brows, and a golden long sword suspended all over his body, which was too familiar. Isn't that the sword immortal of the Immortal Sword sect back then? Not only Lui, but Jian Ruyu also saw the sword immortal, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed. Back then, in the ruins of the Immortal Sword sect, not only Lui saw it, but Jian Ruyu also saw sword immortal, which was very impressive. Yun Xi and Lu Ningxuang had never seen this sword fairy before, and they were extremely shocked when they heard Jian Ruyu's words. What? Is that a fairy? The sword immortal of the Immortal Sword sect, didn't you say that he went to the forbidden area of the extreme north ice field? Why is he here? Lui shook his head, his eyes were also full of astonishment. I don't know, but it's probably very unusual for this giant black snake to dare to stand in front of that sword fairy. This is probably a battle between immortals. At this moment, the three of Jian Ruyu suddenly had black mist flowing around them. Lui raised his eyebrows, and the law of swordsmanship surged, completely suppressing the world where the four of them were, and the black mist slowly disappeared. When Lui inspected Yun Xi's body before, he noticed that the power of the law level can also suppress the black mist. Lui, who has laws, will not be in great danger in the face of such a black mist. Lu Ningxuang exhaled slightly, and said, just now there was another weird sound in my ear. Lui frowned, glanced at the sky, and said, maybe it's because of the influence of the giant snake. The giant snake looked extremely strong, and the black mist flowing around it might affect the entire Misty Island. At this moment, a golden light suddenly lit up in the sky, and the golden beam of light pierced the sky and the earth. The terrifying sword intent made Lui and the others stare wide-eyed, terrified. If Lui hadn't mastered the law of swordsmanship, even they might not be able to block such sword intent. Going to do it? Jian Ruyu exclaimed. The next moment, the giant black snake also spit out a mouthful of terrifying black flames, which collided with the golden sword light. Boom! There was a roar, and the aftermath raged violently. The four of Lui only felt a terrifying force coming, and they were extremely frightened. Just when Liu Yi was about to take Lu Ningxuang and the others to leave, suddenly, the aftermath was stopped by an invisible force and did not rush into Misty Island. This made the four of them startled, and Liu Yi thought of something. It's a space barrier. Misty Island is in another space, and the space barrier blocks the aftermath. All three of Lu Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was going to die. Jianruya was extremely shocked. The aftermath makes me feel completely irresistible. Yun Xi also nodded, yes. At this moment, a frightening hissing sound came from the collision area. The four of Liu Yi were shocked and looked in the direction of the sound. However, the golden and black lights were so bright that even Liu Yi couldn't see the scene clearly. He could only see that under the ravages of the aftermath, the entire ocean seemed to be evaporated. As far as Liu Yi could see, the sea water was sunken, exposing the bottom of the sea below. I don't know how many sea beasts were directly turned into ashes by the terrifying force. He even saw a huge sea turtle shell that was like a hill cracked and gradually shattered. It was a sea turtle that crossed the tribulation realm. Liu Yi was extremely frightened, but fortunately they were in the Misty Island, otherwise, they could only use the space teleportation talisman to escape. The aftermath gradually dissipated, and Liu Yi could gradually see the scene in the sky. However, soon, Liu Yi's eyes widened, and he looked at the sky in astonishment. In the direction of the sky, the extremely terrifying black giant snake was covered with dense golden sword marks on its body at this moment. There is a sword intent that contains the law of indestructibility on the sword marks, and the sword intent is indestructible. Even if the black mist flows around the giant snake, it cannot wipe out the sword intent. The giant snake kept neighing and screaming, rolling in the sky. Scary space cracks appeared in the sky. The giant snake's body penetrated into the space cracks, and space storms fell on its body, but none of them caused any damage. On the other side, the sword immortal of the Immortal Sword Sect, his expression is still calm at this moment, as before, without any change. Beside him, the immortal sword floated, and there was a ray of golden immortal sword light on it, which was the trace of the previous attack. Too strong. Jianruya murmured in shock. Liu Yi also nodded, that's true, even the Patriarch Duja couldn't resist the space storm, and this giant snake was completely unaffected. Even so, this giant snake was severely injured by the sword of Immortal Sword Immortal. The strength of Immortal Sword Me is truly terrifying. What is the origin of that giant snake, and why did this Immortal Sword Sect Immortal take action on it? Yun Xi asked curiously. Liu Yi shook his head, he also knew nothing. At this moment, the Immortal Sword Immortal glanced over the Misty Island below. When he saw Liu Yi and the others, the Immortal Sword Immortal paused for a second and took another look at Liu Yi. Liu Yi was a little surprised, it seemed that the Immortal Sword Fairy still remembered him. The next moment, the voice of Immortal Sword Immortal rang in Liu Yi's ear, leaving that island is very dangerous. Hearing this, Liu Yi was stunned for a moment, and finally chose to believe in Immortal Sword Immortal. After all, Immortal Sword Immortal had the kindness to pass on his skills to him, so it should not harm him. Moreover, Liu Yi also instinctively felt that there was a big problem with this island. Liu Yi said, let's leave here. The three of Lu Ningxuang were taken aback, and looked at Liu Yi in astonishment. Are we going out? Jianruyu asked. Liu Yi rolled up the three of them, turned into a streamer, passed through the space barrier, and flew out of the Misty Island. At this moment, the giant black snake that rolled and neighed also noticed the four of them. It roared, spit out a ball of black flames, and shot at Liu Yi and the others. In the Misty Island, separated by the space barrier, Liu Yi and the others didn't have a clear sense of this power. But now, with the black flame rushing in, Liu Yi and the others understood what a powerful force it was. Totally irresistible. Just when Liu Yi was going to use the space talisman with the three of them, a golden sword screen appeared in front of the black flame, blocking the black flame. The four of Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Yi thought for a while, and brought Lu Ningxuang and the others to the Immortal Sword Immortal. Senior, long time no see. Lu Yi cupped his hands. The Immortal Sword Immortal looked at Lu Yi, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he smiled slightly. It seems that it is a correct choice to pass on the Immortal Sword Sutra to you. In just a few decades, you have mastered one. He has mastered the law of indestructibility and mastered the law of swordsmanship. He is truly a genius. Lu Yi smiled embarrassedly. Senior, I'm overwhelmed. Immortal Sword Immortal shook his head slightly, and said, this is not a compliment. Your talent, even if you look at the entire Tianluo starfield, is a top existence, stronger than you, only those core descendants of the Xianzun family. Tianluo starfield? Immortal Venerable? Lu Yi looked at Immortal Sword Immortal in astonishment. Immortal Sword Immortal smiled slightly. Tianming is too young, it's normal for you not to know, but it won't be long before you will come into contact with it. With your talent, as long as you become an immortal, there will be those high-ranking immortal families coming to you. Contacted you. Hearing this, although Lu Yi was curious, he didn't mean to say more after seeing the Immortal Sword Immortal, and he didn't ask any more about it. I see, thank you senior for letting me know. Immortal Sword Immortal asked, why are you here? Lu Yi was taken aback, and asked, we also came here by chance. Senior, is there anything wrong with this misty island? By coincidence. Lu Ningxuang and the three looked at Lu Yi speechlessly. The Immortal Sword Immortal nodded slightly, looked at the island below with a solemn expression, and said, this is the land of the Nine Nethers. Fortunately, you didn't go deep. If you go deep, you will be eroded by the Qi of the Nine Nethers. Bring you back. Hearing this, the four of Lu Yi were shocked, thinking of the black mist before. That must be the Qi of Nine Serenities. What is Nine Nether Qi? Lu Yi asked curiously. Immortal Sword Immortal shook his head, this is not something you should understand now. He waved his hand slightly, and said, leave, there will be a big battle here later, and the entire sea area may disappear. Hearing this, Lu Yi and the others were all terrified. I don't know how big the sea area is, but the entire sea area is going to disappear. One can imagine how fierce this battle is. While they were talking, more black mist gradually flowed out from the misty island below, and then, a terrifying and strange force spread from below, making Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies were icy cold. This power is too terrifying, even Lu Yi feels that it is impossible to resist. This is not a power that mortals can understand at all. Immortal Sword Immortal looked down, his expression became more solemn, and he said calmly, the guys below are awake, let's go. Immortal Sword Immortal waved his hand, and the four of Lu Yi felt pushed out by an irresistible force, travelled hundreds of kilometers in an instant, and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. When the four of them retreated rapidly, they saw a glimmer of light flashing from below, and a black shadow flew out. A cold and violent voice sounded from above the misty island, Wang Jianyuan, you should be dead. Why do you still have to come out? The cold voice of Immortal Sword Immortal has the charm of a long sword clanging, death? I have returned from the end of death, and I want to completely drive you into Jiu. Lu Yi wanted to hear more, but he couldn't resist the power of Immortal Sword Immortal King Jianyuan. He gradually moved away, and couldn't even see Misty Island, and couldn't hear the voices of the two of them. In just a moment, the four of Lu Yi flew out of an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, golden light and black light suddenly flashed in the distance, like another sun, appearing on the other side of the horizon. The terrible aftermath emerged at an unimaginable speed. Even after hundreds of thousands of kilometers, the four of Lu Yi still felt the terrible fluctuation. Then, Lu Yi saw two rays of light, one gold and one black, entangled together, heading straight towards Xingyu, and the entire sky turned into gold on one side and black on the other. What a terrible battle! Yun Xi's voice was trembling, and there was horror in his eyes. Lu Ningshuang and Jian Ruyu also looked terrified. If this kind of battle is in the eastern region, I'm afraid it will destroy the entire eastern region. Lu Ningshuang said in shock. Lu Yi also nodded solemnly. Fortunately, we are far away, otherwise it would be dangerous. At this moment, the four of Lu Yi felt a terrifying aura flying from a distance. The faces of the four changed slightly, and when they turned their heads to look over, they saw a large number of monks flying over quickly. These monks are extremely powerful, they are all strong men above the Mahayana, and even several of them are ancestors in the realm of crossing the catastrophe. Such movements attracted a large number of strong men. These sea monks also noticed Lu Yi and the others, and everyone was taken aback. None of them expected that there would be monks in the Void Realm here. At this time, an ancestor of the Sea clan felt something, his face changed, and he was extremely ferocious. You are Lu Yi. Hearing this, the expressions of the other strong men of the Sea clan also changed, their murderous intent surged, and they locked on Lu Yi instantly. Although Lu Yi's 1000 transformation art is extremely exquisite and can change the origin to a certain extent, but at such a short distance, it is natural that he cannot hide it from the ancestor Ji. The corner of Lu Yi's mouth twitched, and his scalp felt a little numb. So many Sea clan bosses? Without thinking about it, he took out a talisman and used it on the spot. Immediately, the silver streamer wrapped the four of Lu Yi inside, and immediately sent the four of them hundreds of thousands of kilometers into the territory of the eastern region. This is the teleportation talisman obtained by Lu Yi from the mission reward, and the teleportation range is extremely far away. Arriving on the land of the eastern region, before Lu Yi could speak, another group of monks flew towards him. Among the monks in this area, there are monks from the eastern region, and there are also sea people. Similarly, there are quite a few patriarchs who have crossed the catastrophe. The monks from the eastern region and the monks from the Sea clan are clearly separated, and the two sides keep a certain distance. Lu Yi saw a few acquaintances, Patriarch Long Ming, and Patriarch Fang Tianyao. They didn't expect Lu Yi and the others to appear suddenly, and they were all taken aback. Then Fang Tianyao's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "You are Lu Yi kid. Ryu?" And the sea monks on the other side also noticed it. The ancestor of the Blackwater Flood Dragon headed by him had mysterious water flowing around his body, his terrifying aura surged, and his killing intent soared into the sky, shaking away the nearby white clouds. Lu Yi! Suffer! With a roar, he drew out endless mysterious water, covering the sky and the sun, and enveloped Lu Yi and the others. Both Fang Tianyao and Patriarch Long Ming looked stunned, and raised their hands to cast a powerful spell to disperse the Xian Shui. The two stood in front of Lu Yi and the others, and looked coldly at the ancestor of Hai Shou Jiao on the other side. Fang Tianyao said coldly, "Hey Yuan! You want to kill my eastern region immortal seed? Can't you find death?" The Patriarch He Yuan didn't pay attention to Fang Tianyao, and looked at Lu Yi coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. "Lu Yi! Are you ambush and kill me in the territory of my clan?" Hearing this, Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, and only then did he understand why the old guy hated him so much. Before he even spoke, the old guy started directly, "So that's why." Lu Yi smiled and said, "You mean those Mahayana monks and some fit monks? It was indeed me who killed them." He Yuan Patriarch and several other Duja Patriarchs heard this. The mysterious water flowed, and the murderous aura was almost substantiated. "It really is you. Little bastard, you are courting death." Fang Tianyao and other monks from the eastern region looked confused, and then they seemed to understand something. Ancestor Long Ming had a strange expression, and muttered, "No wonder Tiandong City hasn't sent troops for a long time. Is it because people have been beaten in the rear? Take a leave of absence." "Because I was decorating the wedding room, I had a lot of things to do. I ran for a day today and came back at night. I still have things to do later. The author asked for a day off today, and will resume the 4D update tomorrow. Chapter 195 The Dramatic End. Fang Tianyao and the others turned their heads to look at Liu Yi. Fang Tianyao was very curious, and asked, "Boy Liu Yi, how many strong people of the Sea clan have you killed? Let them be so angry when they see you? It's like you killed their whole family." Liu Yi smiled dryly, and said, "Actually, there are not many, right? There are only 4 Mahayana monks, dozens of fit monks, and I have forgotten the exact number. As for the monks under the cave, I didn't pay attention." Gone. The expressions of Fang Tianyao and the others suddenly became very exciting. Then they laughed gleefully. This made Heiyuan Patriarch and the others even more angry, with mysterious water flowing all over his body, and terrifying aura surged. The next moment, several magic weapons emerged from their bodies, and powerful spiritual pressure escaped from the magic weapons, all of which were spiritual weapons, and even middle-grade spiritual weapons. Needless to say, how strong is the Ancestor Duja plus the middle-grade spirit weapon, even Liu Yi felt extremely dangerous. Fang Tianyao. If you get out of the way, we can talk about anything today, otherwise, you will die. Patriarch Heiyuan's murderous intent circulated. Hehe, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Ancestor Longming sneered again and again, a dragon chant sounded, golden dragon scales appeared on his body, and he directly entered the state of Tianlong transformation. The two sides faced each other tit for tat, the spiritual pressure oscillated, even the ground below was shaking, and huge cracks appeared one after another. The Patriarch of the Transcending Tribulation Realm is too powerful to affect the landscape. Fang Tianyao also smiled coldly, "Boy Liu Yi, take Ruyu and the others and go first, they won't be able to chase you." Liu Yi also understood that staying here is not a good thing, he nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help, seniors." Longming smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, little friend Liu is too polite, you have killed 4 sea clansmen in the Mahayana realm, which is a great contribution to our eastern region, so how can you sit idly by?" Liu Yi nodded, then turned and left with Lu Ningxuang and the others. Seeing Liu Yi and the others leave, Patriarch Heiyuan and other patriarchs of transcending tribulation and great powers in the Mahayana realm were even more furious. Where to go? Little bastard, don't even think about leaving. They roared again and again, trying to chase and kill Liu Yi, but they were easily blocked by Fang Tianyao and others. The strength gap between the two sides is not that big, and Fang Tianyao and Longming Patriarch, the existences of transcending tribulation realm, are only able to resist monks of the same level, so it is not difficult. The roar of the battle resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the aura flashed in the sky, which was extremely dazzling. However, compared to the movement of the battle between Immortal Sword Immortal Wang Jianyuan and the Unknown Immortal, it was still a bit worse. Even though the 4 of Liu Yi were far away from the Misty Island at this moment, they could still see the black and golden beams of light in the sky, and the black sky and golden sky that looked like a natural disaster in the distance. After leaving for a certain distance, Jian Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I thought we were going to die this time." Even Lu Ningxuang and Yun Xi had palpitations. Who is that black figure that appeared behind? I feel that his aura is so evil, and it makes me feel similar to the strange voice that rang in my ears on the Misty Island. Yun Xi said. I'm afraid this is the feeling of the 9 nether chi that the sword fairy said? I don't know what the sword fairy called the 9 nether. Lu Ningxuang said. No matter what it is, it's definitely not a good thing. It's luck to survive this time, but I encountered a battle at the level of a fairy, perverted junior brother, you really surprised us. Jian Ruyu looked at Liu Yi, complained. Liu Yi smiled and said, isn't it all right? Actually, I didn't expect that Immortal Sword Immortal would suddenly appear there. Originally, Liu Yi just wanted to explore the Misty Island. When Yun Xi appeared abnormal, he had already planned to leave. Unexpectedly, the immortal sword Immortal also came, and even alarmed the terrifying existence in the misty island. What happened next was completely accidental. Okay, let's leave this place first. The battle between the two immortals may shock the entire Tianming, and no one is sure what will happen after that. Lu Ningshuang said. Lu Yi nodded, and the four of them left the area controlled by the High Clan, and soon saw Yueling City. Originally, there would be a battle between Yueling City and Tiandong City, but by chance, Lu Yi killed many powerful people in Tiandong City. The war has not yet started, and the result is that there is a battle between immortals. Whether it was the Sea Clan or the powers of the Eastern Territory, they all passed away, so Yueling City is very peaceful now. When the four of Lu Yi entered Yueling City, they saw many monks in the sky paying attention to the direction of Misty Island. Even though Yueling City is millions of kilometers away from the Misty Island, they can still see the movement of the battle in the distance and feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy. Lu Yi saw a few familiar figures in the sky, including Tianlong Shenzi, Wang Qifeng, Feng Unming, Tai Shenzi and other descendants of the great immortal sects and great religions. What the son of Heavenly Dragon and Elder Long He said before is true, and many of the younger generations of Tianjiao came here to practice. Lu Yi found that whether it was Wang Qifeng, Feng Buming or Tai Shenzi and others, their cultivation bases were much stronger than before. Although the speed of progress was slightly slower than him, they had already reached the peak of transforming gods. Several levels have reached the realm of whole void. It is conceivable that the resources bestowed by the immortals of the Immortal Sect Holy Land are a great opportunity for them. Noticing Lu Yi and the others flying over, many monks looked over with astonishment. The outside of Yueling City is already in the direction of the Sea Clan's control area. It is very surprising that 4 monks in the Void Realm came from the Sea Clan's control area. However, because Lu Yi and the others used the 1000 Changes technique, no one discovered their identities. The 4 of Lu Yi didn't say anything, they just stood in the air, watching the battle in the distance like everyone else. A middle-aged monk on the side has been paying attention to Lu Yi and the other 4 coming over. He said, "Fellow Daoist, you came from the area controlled by the Sea Clan? How is the situation over there? Who is fighting? It's so scary. I heard from Daneng that the immortals are fighting, is it true?" The nearby monks also looked at Lu Yi, full of curiosity. Lu Yi smiled and said, "We didn't go too far, we just entered a certain distance and came out. However, the battle fluctuations in that direction are very strong, many times stronger than the ancestor of Duja, I'm afraid it should be an immortal." Hearing this, the monks on the side gasped and exclaimed again and again, and then looked in the direction of the battle again, with worried expressions and gloating. Depending on the situation, it should be a battle in the sea area. Hey, maybe the aftermath of the battle can wipe out the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan. If that's the case, that's a good thing, and the Eastern Territory will be peaceful. Many monks talked about it. The battle lasted for a long time, and a day later, the sky was still divided into 2 colors, gold and black, and the fluctuations in the distance never subsided. 3 days later, in the distant sky, a terrifying and cold aura suddenly appeared. The next moment, even in Yueling City, Lu Yi and the others saw a jet of black flame rising into the sky, shot directly at Xingyu. That terrifying flame seemed to represent all the evils and negative influences in the world, and just looking at it would make one's heart go cold. In Yueling City, there were monks at the Golden Core Realm and below the Golden Core Realm, and streaks of jet black mist suddenly appeared around them. The next moment, screams resounded throughout the entire ancient city. These weak monks were all affected by the aura of the 9 serenities, their expressions were distorted, their auras were violent, they covered their ears and fell to the ground, rolling continuously, as if they heard something terrible sound. How is this going? The monks above the Golden Core looked at the disciples who were screaming, and they were inexplicably horrified. At this moment, a sword cry resounded throughout the world, and all the monks felt an incomparably terrifying aura of swordsmanship descending from the sky, covering the entire Yueling city. The powerful sword power seemed to fill the whole world, making all the monks terrified. What kind of power is this? Who has made a move? Even the heavenly arrogances of the eastern region, such as Tianlong Shenzi, were inexplicably shocked at the moment, and looked around one after another. This is the power of the law of the way of the sword. Wang Qifeng was extremely shocked. Now the Divine Sword Sect's Divine Sword Monument can be opened to the Divine Sword Sect's Tianjiao. The power of the law of the sword. Wang Qifeng is no stranger to the law of the sword, and he reacted immediately. What? The law of the sword? Feng Buming, who is also a sword repairman, was extremely shocked, and quickly looked around. Tianlong Shenzi and others beside him were also dumbfounded. Could it be that there are immortals hiding in Yueling City? No, it's impossible. Could it be that the fairy artifact has awakened? Or some kind of fairy treasure has been activated? A group of Tianjiao talked about it, but the whole world was shrouded in the law of swordsmanship. With their realm, they naturally couldn't detect where the source was. As the terrifying power of the sword surged, the black mist around the screaming monks rolled on the ground gradually dissipated, their expressions calmed down, and they fell into a coma one by one. But at this moment, in the distant sky, the pitch-black flame gradually dissipated like foam, and the strange aura also gradually disappeared. The power of the sword law also slowly dissipated. Liu Yi in the sky slowly restrained his laws and calmed down. The other monks were all discussing, wondering who was the one who could make the move. Only Jian Ruyu, Lu Ningxuang, and Yun Xi beside Liu Yi understood that it was Liu Yi who used the power of the law. Jian Ruyu looked at the 9 nether flame pillars slowly dissipating, and was extremely shocked. Is that the 9 nether chi just now? It's so scary, it's so far away, it can still affect us here. We all have influence here, but in the sea area. Yun Xi thought of something, blinked his eyes, and a strange look appeared in his ethereal pupils. The 3 of Liu Yi also thought of this, and their expressions became very strange. Lu Ningxuang smiled lightly. It seems that the Sea clan may be busy. Yes. As the pitch-black flame slowly dissipated, an angry and unwilling scream resounded through the world, and Liu Yi heard that it was the voice of that black shadow. The black light in the sky then slowly dissipated, leaving only a piece of golden streamer, which looked extremely sacred. Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "It seems that Senior Wang Jianyuan won. That's good. If the Immortal of Juya wins, I'm afraid something big will happen." All 3 of Lu Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. As the battle gradually subsided, the monks in the sky also understood that the winner was determined. All the monks are discussing, guessing what will happen after this battle. However, it didn't take long for them to discover that a large number of Sea clan monks suddenly soared into the sky in Tiandong City not far away, turned into streamers, and flew towards the East China Sea. Many monks were taken aback for a moment. After all, there were too many monks who had left, and instead of launching an attack on Yueling City, they moved to the rear. Afterwards, a monk understood something, and said in astonishment, "The Sea clan, are they evacuated from Tiandong City?" Others also reacted one after another, showing surprise. The Sea clan has evacuated Tiandong City. The front line has pushed back. Go and have a look. A bold and strong man turned into a streamer and flew decisively towards the direction of Tiandong City. Not long after, exciting news spread that Tiandong City had turned into an empty city, nothing was left behind, no monks from the Sea clan stayed there, and everyone left. This made the monks very excited. They recovered Tiandong City without fighting, and pushed the front line of the battlefield one step further towards the sea. However, this is not the end. Not long after, another piece of exciting news came. A large number of Sea clan monks left the inland Sea clan stronghold. All Sea monks are evacuating. They are evacuating to the sea. All the monks of the Eastern Allied forces were extremely pleasantly surprised. They originally thought it was just advancing from the front line, but they didn't expect that the Sea clan had completely evacuated. After just 3 days, Patriarch Long Ming, Patriarch Fang Tianyao and other powerful people who had gone to the East China Sea before came back. The 4 of Luyi were in the air. When they came back, they found that there were a few Mahayana powers missing between them. Even Patriarch Long Ming and Patriarch Fang Tianyao's faces are pale at this moment, with a hint of panic in their expressions. They didn't stay outside, and quickly returned to the city lord's mansion in Yueling City. Just a few hours later, news came out one after another. After the confirmation of Long Ming Patriarch and Du Ji Patriarch, the previous battle was a battle between immortals, and one of them was even the immortal who had awakened from Immortal Sword Sect. The result of the battle was obviously that the Immortal Sword Sect's immortal won. After that, the Immortal Sword Sect's immortal disappeared, and Patriarch Long Ming and others all went to the battlefield. They saw hundreds of thousands of kilometers of sea area in the East China Sea break apart, the sea water was evaporated, and the misty island was burning with pitch-black flames, as if it was between reality and fantasy, and there was a terrifying breath circulating inside. Just by taking a look, black lines appeared on the bodies of a few of the combined powers, and then they turned into existences that only knew destruction. One can imagine how dangerous that place is. Patriarch Long Ming and others immediately evacuated. Of course, the worst was the Sea clan. In this battle between immortals, a large area of the sea was split, and a large number of Sea clan monks died. Coupled with the appearance of such a strange island in the sea area, the sea monks had to stay away from the restricted area. The original battle to invade the eastern territory could not continue. All the monks of the Sea clan chose to evacuate immediately. When they heard the news, all the monks were surprised and happy, but also a little dazed. These monks were shocked by the battle of immortals, and the strange island made all monks terrified. What made them feel weird the most was that they didn't expect the war of the Sea clan to end in this way. Even Luyi didn't expect it at all. The strength of the Sea clan is extremely strong. Even though they are constantly being defeated due to various reasons, it will take at least 100 years to completely drive the Sea clan out of the eastern region. Unexpectedly, the Hai clan retreated at this time, and it ended so dramatically. Luyi's heart was very complicated for a while. The Immortal War, just the aftermath, has inadvertently affected such a huge battlefield. One can imagine how powerful the Immortal is. Under the Immortals, they are all ants. In the city lord's mansion, the Yuya words of Patriarch Long Ming also spread, making all the monks in Yueling City also silent. Then, all the monks cheered. The Sea clan left the eastern region, which meant that their battle was over, and all the monks could also return to their sects. This battle was fierce and lasted for decades, but it was nothing compared to the entire history of the eastern region. There were too many wars in the eastern region, and there were many more tragic ones than this. From the beginning of the day, the monks in Yueling City were drinking, and banquets were held everywhere. The 4 of Luyi were very low-key, but they were also dragged to the banquet by some unknown monks. Everyone was very happy and celebrating. Is it over? Then we can go back. Lu Ningxuang took a sip of her wine, her pretty face was burgundy, and said with a smile, I don't know how Xiao Minjiu is doing now. Have you cultivated well? Luyi smiled slightly, before I left a lot of resources for my junior sister. It should be because my cultivation has improved a lot, right? Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly, that's fine. Jian Ruyu hugged Luyi's arm with a smile, and said, I won't go back to Shenjianzong for now. I haven't been home for many years, and I'm going back to Qingzhou too. Lu Ningxuang frowned, Ruyu, isn't your relationship with your junior brother too close these days? Jian Ruyu froze, and said with a dry smile, how can it be? Isn't the relationship between senior sister and junior brother like this? You and perverted junior brother are also very close? Yun Xi was all smiles, didn't speak, just drank lightly. Luyi is full of black lines, of course he is intimate. After all, they have already communicated in depth. Lu Ningshuang raised her eyebrows. She always felt that there was something wrong, but she just couldn't say it out. Is that so? Yes, yes. Jian Ruyu nodded repeatedly. Lu Ningshuang didn't think too much anymore, and said with a slight smile, in that case, let's set off tomorrow. Lu Yi nodded, well, let's go to the fellow sects and elders of the sect first, and then we all go back together. No problem. Early the next morning, Lu Yi and the others left Yueling City in a low-key manner. Even now, no one knows that the famous Lu Yi actually stayed in Yueling City. Fei Yanjian is far away from Yueling City, but at the speed of Lu Yi and the others, it didn't take a few days to arrive at the underground cave and meet Zhang Fan and others. Seeing Lu Yi, Zhang Fan smiled all over his face. Junior brother Lu, we have been waiting for you here. It's a bit slow. Tai Man smiled and said, I knew that, with junior brother Lu's temperament, he would definitely come to find us and go back to Qingzhou together. When Qiling saw Lu Ningshuang, he nodded again and again, okay, okay, Lu girl is already so powerful now. The younger generation is awesome, the younger generation is awesome. All the elders of the Baiyun sect were very relieved, but Nangang Moyu and others were no longer comparable to Lu Ningshuang, they were all numb. The monks of Wenjian Villa and Wanhuazong were also very pleasantly surprised when they saw Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi. Then, everyone set off together and returned to Qingzhou. Chapter 196, Creating a Immortal Realm. With the withdrawal of the sea monks, the road was very calm and there was no danger. Along the way, Lu Yi saw many monks from other big states moving to the original Sea clan battlefield. These monks were all disciples of the sect who fled originally. At this moment, the monks of the High Clan evacuated and recovered the lost land. These disciples of the sect would also go back and rebuild the sect. Lu Yi suddenly thought of the foreign sects in the territory of Qingzhou, raised his eyebrows slightly, wondering what happened to the strong men of those sects. 2 months later, Lu Yi and his party returned to Qingzhou. Afterwards, Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi bid farewell to Lu Yi, and they had to take the monks from Wenjian Villa and Wanhuazong back first. Lu Yi and Lu Ningshuang also brought the disciples of Bianzong back to Bianzong. Seeing the familiar mountain gate, not only Lu Yi and Lu Ningshuang, but all the other monks showed relaxed smiles. Qiling looked complicated, and sighed, I thought I would never come back in this life. Many emotional monks couldn't help crying at this moment. After all, when they left, few of them knew whether they could really survive. Outside the mountain gate, Master Wu Qingfeng and the others were already waiting. When they saw Lu Yi and the others, everyone came forward with great excitement. Everyone, welcome home. Wu Qingfeng said with a smile. There were still a large number of Baiyun sect disciples behind, and they all cheered when they saw Lu Yi and the others. All the disciples and senior elders of the Baiyun sect came out to greet them. A purple thunder flashed across the sky, quickly came to Lu Yi, and hugged Lu Yi, brother, you are finally back. It is Donggong Minjiu. Lu Yi smiled and nodded, and stroked Donggong Minjiu's beautiful hair. Hey? How is it? Have you cultivated well recently? Donggong Minjiu wrinkled her little nose, and said, of course I practiced hard. I just broke through to the realm of the void a few days ago. Lu Yi naturally felt it, and nodded with a smile, very satisfied. Donggong Minjiu proudly glanced at Lu Ningshuang next to her, and said with a smile, humph. This lady is now a monk of Dongxiu. Sister Smelly, just wait, I will suppress you in a while. Lu Ningshuang glanced at Donggong Minjiu, her pretty face was cold, and she said, I'm already at the peak of Dongxiu. Donggong Minjiu? She was dumbfounded and froze. Year. Lu Yi heard a familiar voice, turned his head and saw Lao Lu and Wang Siki also flying over. Beside them were Dugu Feng and Qi Feiyu, 2 elders of the Outer Sect. Lu Yi smiled and said, Lao Lu, Mom, I'm back. Just come back. Lu Jiang nodded slightly, and only said one sentence. Wang Saiqi, who was at the side, complained, You are really a monk of Dongxiu, and you actually went to fight the Mahayana power, you really don't want your life. When they heard that Lu Yi actually fought against Mahayana monks in Dongming City, Lu Jiang and Wang Saiqi were more worried than proud. Lu Yi understood that Wang Saiqi was worried, so he smiled dryly, Am I okay? And it's just a mere Mahayana, it's nothing to me. Everyone. Wang Saiqi rolled her eyes, You are amazing, we can't talk about you now. Then how can it be? You are my mother. Lu Yi laughed apologetically. Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu at the side also hurriedly greeted each other. Uncle Lu, Aunt Saiqi. Lu Ningxuang's cold voice had a touch of softness, and Donggong Minjiu's voice was even sweeter, like honey. As Lu Yi's senior and junior sisters, they naturally met Lu Jiang and Wang Saiqi long ago. But the two are still respectful. Wang Saiqi smiled all of a sudden, and pulled the two of them to talk about family matters. Lu Jiang at the side glanced at the smiling Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu with a strange expression. As someone who had been there, he naturally understood their thoughts and didn't say much. He just looked at Lu Yi and said, Let's go home tonight and stay overnight. It's been more than 10 years since I left, but your mother whispers in my ears every day, and my ears are almost calloused. Lu Jiang. What are you talking about? Wang Saiqi, who was going to be strong all her life, looked at Lu Jiang coldly. Lu Jiang said seriously, Oh, I dreamed about it before. Wang Saiqi smiled and took Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu's hands, and said, Ningxuang, Minjiu, let's go to have dinner at home tonight. Lu Ningxuang smiled lightly, nodded and said, Yes. Donggong Minjiu hugged Wang Saiqi's arm and said, Then I want to eat Aunt Saiqi's braised pork. Wang Saiqi glanced at Lu Yi, This kid is a spiritual chef, doesn't his cooking taste better than mine? Minjiu prefers to eat Aunt Saiqi's cooking. Donggong Minjiu said with a smile. Wang Saiqi smiled brilliantly, and Lu Ningxuang beside her was speechless, and said to Donggong Minjiu, Little sycophant. Donggong Minjiu's smile froze immediately. Because of Lu Yi's relationship, Lao Lu and his mother's identities in Bianzong are unusual, even Wu Qingfeng and others are regarded as peers. Wu Qingfeng smiled and said, Brother Lu, add some more bowls and chopsticks later, and I'll join in the fun too. Elder Ming, who had been standing on the side, also smiled and said, In this case, the old man also wants to ask for a drink. The senior officials of the Biun sect spoke with a smile. Lu Jiang naturally agreed with a smile. A group of people talked and laughed and returned to the outer door's house. Wu Qingfeng, Elder Ming, Elder Xian, Elder Lu Zhenyang, Elder Qiling, etc. all passed by. Even the three of them, Zhang Fan and Nangong Moyu, who had a good relationship with Lu Yi, all had the cheek to sit down at Lu Yi's house. There are so many people, why don't you cook today? Wang Saiqi put her hands on her hips, giving orders unceremoniously. In the whole Tianming, there are not many people who dare to issue orders to Lu Yi, and this is probably the only one whose cultivation base is in the nascent soul realm. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines, he glanced at the expecting crowd, and was very speechless. Why are you here to join in the fun? He still wants to eat a meal made by his mother when he gets home. This is good, he has to cook it himself. Brother Lu, we haven't had your spiritual food for a long time, please do me a favor. Nangong Moyu said with a smile. Others also booed. Lu Yi was speechless, took out a large piece of meat that fit into the black water dragon, and started to grill the meat. This thing is the most convenient. In addition to the previous spiritual wine, a meal, a group of monks, basically few people can eat a few mouthfuls. Only Elder Ming, Elder Lu Jianyu, and the new breakthrough Elder Wu Qingfeng in the realm of Dongxiu can eat a few more bites, most of which are eaten by Luyi, Lu Ningxuang, and Donggong Minjiu. After dinner, Luyi chased people away and drove all these guys away. After spending the night at home, Luyi, Lu Ningxuang, and Donggong Minjiu returned to Lingluo Peak. Lu Ningxuang said to Luyi, "Junior brother, let's go see master first." Luyi nodded, remembering the last time a certain sleepy person complained about not going to see her after returning home. And Donggong Minjiu also followed, although she didn't need to see Peak Lord Lingluo, but she hadn't seen him for a long time. Donggong Minjiu missed Luyi very much, and wished she could lie on his body and never leave him. Not only that, but she always grinned at Lu Ningxuang. Lu Ningxuang glanced at her lightly, and there was a stream of cold air flowing around her body, which made Donggong Minjiu quiet down. The three came to the bamboo house on Lingluo Peak, and Luyi said, "Master, the disciple is back." In just an instant, the door of the bamboo house opened. Lingluo Peak Master was wearing a loose white robe, his snow-white arms and thighs were exposed to the air, and even the delicate collarbone Luyi could see clearly. She was lazily lying on the recliner, but her pretty face was different from usual. She didn't seem to be sleepy at all, instead she was frowning, a little distressed. Luyi was stunned. This master who eats and sleeps every day, who is basically no different from a pig, actually feels distressed. Luyi was shocked. Not only Luyi, but also Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu beside him noticed this, and they looked at each other in astonishment. Luyi thought for a while, and then asked, "Master, what's on your mind?" Peak Lord Lingluo glanced at Luyi, propped his cheek with one hand helplessly, and sighed, "You don't understand even if I tell you." Luyi was speechless. "If you don't tell me, I won't understand." Peak Master Lingluo glanced at Luyi, flicked his finger, and suddenly, Luyi's forehead pricked. The severe pain caused Luyi to cover his forehead, and he squatted down grinning. Peak Lord Lingluo nodded in satisfaction, It's still the same as before." Luyi immediately became angry and stared at his master. Hateful. Even now, Luyi couldn't realize how strong this guy was. Can't beat it. I have written down this grudge, and when I ascend, I will definitely press master on the ground and hit his forehead. Luyi was furious in his heart. Only then did the master of Lingluo Peak speak, "By the way, brat, after a while, as a teacher, I want to travel far away, so I have to leave Lingluo Peak for a while." "What?" The three of Luyi shouted in shock at the same time. Luyi looked at Lingluo Peak Master in disbelief. "Master, you actually want to leave Lingluo Peak?" "No, you actually want to leave Lingluo Peak. You don't mean your life is in danger, do you plan to escape?" This guy usually doesn't even take a step out of the bamboo house, but he wants to go far away? Luyi couldn't believe it at all. Seeing the shock of the three of them, with black lines all over their heads, Lingluo Fengzhou looked at Luyi faintly, and flicked Luyi's forehead. "You. 2. 4. Teacher. B. 2. What? What? Do you think your teacher is a rice bug who only eats and sleeps? Is not it?" Luyi was speechless, but the pain on his forehead made him speak quickly. "Master, this disciple has no other intentions, it's just that I didn't expect it." Peak Lord Lingluo flicked Luyi a few more times, then let out a sigh of relief, and withdrew his hand. Luyi felt that his forehead was about to swell. He grinned, and then asked curiously, "Why is Master suddenly going away?" Peak Lord Lingluo sighed sadly, "You don't understand even after I say it, so don't worry about it." Luyi was helpless. "Where is Master going? When do you plan to come back?" Luyi can be sure that his master is a fairy-level existence, and he is Ding Gaishanzhen in Bianzong. Now that Ding Gaishanzhen is leaving, Luyi feels a little guilty, to be honest. Even though his current strength is extremely strong, he has no foundation. Lingluo Peak Master said, "A trip home can be as short as a year, or as often as 100 years. The three of Luyi were shocked. Donggong Minjiu said even more, Master has been away for so long? It's not too long. Peak Lord Ling Luo said, looking at Luyi, and said, your boy is now a cultivator of Dongxiu, and his strength is also very strong. During my absence, the Baiyun sect will rely on you. Yes. Of course, if you can keep it, keep it, if you can't keep it, life is more important. When Luyi heard this, his expression suddenly became serious, and he nodded, I understand. Peak Master Ling Luo nodded slightly, and waved his hands, okay, you guys go back and practice quickly. After a while, maybe the whole morning will be uneven. This made the three of Luyi stunned, and Luyi asked, why is it not peaceful? This is not what you need to care about now. Hurry up to practice and ascend as soon as possible. Ling Luo Peak Master waved his hand and moved Luyi and the three of them out of the bamboo hut. Standing outside the bamboo house, looking at the closed door of the bamboo house, the three of them looked at each other. So, what exactly is the injustice? Master said. Donggong Minjiu scratched her head, a little madly said, Master does not finish talking, it makes people really uncomfortable. Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, and she said, cultivate well, you have enough strength, no matter what danger you encounter, you can get through it safely. Luyi nodded, senior sister is right, go back and practice. Donggong Minjiu nodded, and then she saw the Lingqi nearby, and said, by the way, you've been traveling outside for so many years, why don't you take a bath first? These words made Luyi and Lu Ningxuang pause, and they looked at each other, very moved. Then take a bath first, wash away the fatigue on your body, and then go to practice. Lu Ningxuang walked towards the Lingqi. The three of them took a beautiful bath, and then went down to Ling Luo Peak, and each returned to their respective caves. Luyi didn't go back to the cave, he first went to see the Yuanyang tree, Yuanyan tree, and Enlightenment Tea tree. Although these precious trees have not been taken care of by Luyi these years, they are still growing well. Of course, the master may have taken care of them for him. Down. And the growth of the ancient Raksha tree was also good. The aura in Luyi's cave was so strong that the entire cave was covered with a mist of aura. The aura even spread from the inside of the cave to the outside. The aura of Ling Luo Peak was much improved compared to before. Luyi was a little surprised, as expected of a fairy tree. Then, Luyi took out 2 more seeds. One is from the Jianyuan tree, and the other is from the Tianxing tree. The former is the reward for making senior sister Jianruya fall in love with her, and the latter is the reward for the mission of discovering Misty Island. Both are precious treasures of the fairy tree level. Shagu trees can be compared. The Jianyuan tree is different from the Tianxing tree and the ancient Rakshasa tree. When it grows up, it will be very large. Luyi planted both tree species outside the cave. After watering them with the spiritual marrow of 10,000 years, they will be born with the power of nature until the tree species germinate. After the sword primordial tree germinated, wisps of mysterious and incomparable sword intent laws circulated on the sword primordial tree, and the terrifying sword intent enveloped the entire Ling Luo Peak, making the monks of Ling Luo Peak extremely shocked, and looked at the person on the top of the mountain in astonishment. Direction, wondering what happened. But because there was no movement of fighting, no one came up. After all, Ling Luo Peak Master didn't like others to come to Ling Luo Peak to stand out. It's just that some sword cultivators of Ling Luo Peak felt the incomparably strong sword intent, which made them extremely frightened, and then they didn't dare to miss this opportunity, and began to retreat and comprehend. After the Tianxing tree germinated, a ray of starlight projected from the universe and landed on the bud of the Tianxing tree. The dense starlight gradually enveloped the entire Ling Luo Peak, alarming the entire Baiyunzong disciples, making them even more excited. Confused. After Luyi let the 2 tree species germinate, the vision even made Ling Luo Peak Master, Lu Ningxuang who had just returned, and Donggong Minjiu all fly over. Peak Master Ling Luo looked at the tender shoots on the ground with a wonderful expression. Tianxing tree, Jianyuan tree. These two are both immortal trees. Where did you get such a good thing? Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Lu Yi, expressing his bewilderment. Lu Yi smiled embarrassedly. A few days ago, I got it by chance. Your chance is too good, kid. Peak Master Ling Luo complained, if you get more fairy trees, maybe you can turn the Baiun school into a fairyland. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, and said in astonishment, White Cloud Sect can also become a fairyland. Not only Lu Yi, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu were also surprised. Peak Lord Ling Luo said nonchalantly, why not? The so-called fairyland is nothing more than a world full of aura after all. Immortal trees can generate aura. If you can find a few more fairy trees, you can spend millions of years. In the next year, when these immortal trees are all mature, it is not impossible to turn Bianzong into a fairyland. Lu Yi listened, his eyes became brighter and brighter, it's still like this. Seeing that Lu Yi was eager to try, Ling Luo Peak Master had a strange expression on his face. Hey, brat, you don't really want to turn the Baiun school into a fairyland, do you? You are lucky, but 3 fairy trees are not enough. How can there be so many fairy trees for you to cultivate in the whole Tianming? Lu Yi smiled and said, that's not necessarily true, is it? My luck has always been good, what if I can really find it? Peak Master Ling Luo rolled his eyes speechlessly, are you daydreaming, kid? Do you really think that these fairy tree seeds can be conjured out of thin air? No matter how lucky you are, it's impossible. If you can really build Bianzong as for the realm of immortality, looking at the universe, I don't know how many realms of immortality exist. Lu Yi said speechlessly, Master, this is a disciple's dream, how can you say that? I want you to recognize the reality. Dreams and fantasies are 2 different things. Peak Master Ling Luo said, if you can really do it, I can call you Dad. Lu Yi? For a moment, he didn't know whether to agree or not. It always felt bad. Not only Ling Luo Peak Lord, but also Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu beside him also had strange expressions when they heard this. Peak Master Ling Luo also noticed that he had slipped a bit, and said, in short, you should get rid of such unrealistic fantasies as soon as possible. Lu Yi nodded helplessly, I see. After turning Bianzong into a fairyland, I don't know what expression my master will have. Lu Yi looked forward to it. Ling Luo Peak Master left, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu squatted in front of a tree bud and looked at it. Donggong Minjiu looked at the star tree and was very pleasantly surprised, this fairy tree can really release aura. When they grow into now, our Baiun sect is probably stronger than those immortal sect holy lands, isn't it? Lu Yi smiled and said, that's natural, we will become immortals in the future, so naturally we will make the Baiun sect a holy land of the immortal sect. Hearing this, whether it was Lu Ningxuang or Donggong Minjiu, they all had some longing. Afterwards, the 2 also went back, and Lu Yi also returned to his cave, and began to count the harvest of the last exploration of Misty Island, as an island with immortals, and also saw the black giant snake and the black figure. This time the task reward exceeded Lu Yi's expectations. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 197 Immortal Artifacts, Immortal Scriptures, and the Arrival of the Rakshasa Clan. Task: explore the Misty Island in the Endless Sea of the Eastern region, and the task rewards depend on the degree of exploration. Reward: low-grade Immortal Weapon Green Wheel Ring, Immortal Scripture Yumo Hua Sheng Jing. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Although the task rewards are not many, only 2, but no matter which one is extremely precious, all of them are at the fairy level. The green wheel ring contains endless space, which can be used to store various things without limit. Of course, only dead things can be stored inside, and living things cannot be placed inside. In addition, the use of aura can also activate the green wheel ring and release the green wheel light. Whether it is used for defense or attack, it is quite a good means. Although the consumption is definitely not small, it can still be used as a whole card in times of danger. Enuma Hua Shengjing is a powerful fairy scripture not weaker than the Immortal Sword scripture and Juxiao Immortal Sword collection, and it is also the third fairy scripture mastered by Liu Yi. This fairy scripture cultivates the power of nature, which is convenient for comprehending the laws of nature, and possesses the power of metamorphosis. It may be insufficient in attack, but it has unique advantages in healing ability and life-saving ability. After cultivating the power of transformation through the Yuma Huashenjing, even if the body is destroyed, it can be restored with the help of the natural power of heaven and earth, which is extremely terrifying. What excites Liu Yi the most is that there is a secret technique in the Yuma Huashenjing, which can use the power of nature to give birth to treasures of heaven, material, and earth, which is many times better than using the force of nature to forcibly give birth. This is the secret technique that Liu Yi needs most now. After all, he now has 3 fairy trees. It will take a long time for them to fully grow. Can reduce the time by dozens or even hundreds of times. Liu Yi put on the King Gluon ring. It was a ring carved like sapphire. After wearing it on his hand, it looked simple and ordinary, not a fairy artifact at all. Liu Yi often releases missions, completes missions, obtains all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures, medicine pills and the like. Even a space ring is not enough. In addition, they also obtained a lot of powerful space rings on the battlefield of the Sea Clan. Although most of them are not used by Liu Yi, even if they are useful things, there are several space rings in total. Liu Yi always carried these space rings with him, but he didn't need them now, a green wheel ring was enough. Afterwards, Liu Yi also practiced the Ziyama Huashenjing. Liu Yi's foundation is condensed by the power of the Dao, and the immortal sword species cultivated by the Immortal Sword Sutra can't even enter the nascent soul, but can only float outside. You can practice this fairy scripture. Although there is no change in cultivation level, different fairy scriptures focus on different points. After practicing, Liu Yi can combine the strengths of these fairy scriptures to make up for the shortcomings. The same is true for the current Yuma Huashenjing. After practicing, Liu Yi can transform the power of the Dao into the power of Yuma Huasheng, possessing unimaginable healing and life-saving abilities, which cannot be compared with pure natural laws. The most important thing is that Liu Yi also needs to use the power of Yumu's transformation to activate the secret technique of giving birth. After writing down the Yumu Transformation Life Sutra, Liu Yi planned to pass this Immortal Sutra to Yun Xi. In this way, Yun Xi would also have the Immortal Sutra and become stronger. Liu Yi sighed in his heart, if Yun Xi could help him give birth to the Immortal Tree, then he would be much more relaxed. Then Liu Yi thought of the ancient formation patterns he had learned from the Donglan ancient ruins. If he could connect the 2 sects with space formations, it would not be impossible. It will definitely be much more convenient for Yungzi to come to Bianzong in the future. Liu Yi kept this matter in mind, and planned to discuss it with the senior officials of Bianzong and Wanhuazong. If it could be done, the offensive and defensive alliance between Wanhuazong and Bianzong would become stronger and their relationship closer. The fairies in the Wanhua sect can come to the Baiun sect as guests at any time, which is a great blessing for the seniors of the Baiun sect. At that time, that guy Bai Yulong will probably go crazy with excitement, right? Thinking of this, Liu Yi had a strange expression on his face. If this can be done, then at that time, we can also set up large teleportation formations in Wenjian Villa and Winter Valley, and establish a teleportation network. Early the next morning, Liu Yi went to Baiun Peak to find the head teacher Wu Qingfeng. He wanted to ask about the Xianyang sect, the Qin family, and the Wangchuan Valley. After all, there was enmity between the 2 sides. The Mahayana monks of the sect also came back, and Liu Yi didn't want anyone staring in the dark and had to deal with them. Hearing Liu Yi's inquiry, Wu Qingfeng's expression was very strange, you said Xianyang taught them? He left Qingzhou more than 10 years ago. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. You left Qingzhou more than 10 years ago. Why? Why? Isn't it because of you? Wu Qingfeng said speechlessly. It was reported from the High Clan battlefield that the Battle of Dongming City was reported. They left. With your strength, they are probably very scared. Lu Yi. Lu Yi was a little speechless. Originally, he was thinking of destroying those 3 forces. In this way, there will be a wave of mission rewards, but he didn't expect them to run so fast. Lu Yi was a little unwilling, and asked, do you know where they went? Wu Qingfeng looked at Lu Yi with a weird expression. I don't know, they left in a hurry, and not many people even knew about it at the time, and it was only later that they were discovered. You don't think about the past hit them? Lu Yi smiled dryly. If there is nothing, if you can't find it, then forget it. For Lu Yi, he will only become stronger and stronger in the future. Now that the monks of the 3 sects are no longer his opponents and have already run away, he is too lazy to waste time looking for them again. If you have this time, you might as well practice hard. By the way, Master, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Yi told Wu Qingfeng about creating the teleportation pattern of Baiyun sect and Wanhua sect. After hearing this, Wu Qingfeng was very interested and immediately expressed his willingness to discuss it with Wanhua sect. Because the Baiyun sect is booming now, and Wu Qingfeng has nothing to do as the head teacher, so he left the Baiyun sect that day and went to the Wanhua sect to find Granny Hua. After Lu Yi left Baiyun Peak, he returned to the cave to practice. Because the senior sister hasn't double cultivated yet, Lu Yi would sneak into the Donggong Minjiao's cave from time to time to double cultivate with her. When Donggong Minjiao was exhausted, Lu Yi practiced by himself. Understand various laws, Taoism, fairy scriptures, and various skills of cultivating immortals. News about the Sea Clan's battlefield will come back from time to time. Back then, they were forced by the Sea Clan to leave the sects of the old land and return to their original territory. However, due to the great impact of the war, many powerful sects were weak because the strongest died in battle, and were annexed by others. The sect that was not strong at first, turned out to be a chance for the strong in the sect in the Sea Clan battlefield, soared into the sky, and began to become one of the strong in that area. There are even strong casual cultivators who set up sects and divide the cake. All in all, the original Sea Clan battlefield area is still chaotic at the moment, but it is different from the battle with the Sea Clan monks. It is the Eastern region monks who want to divide the cake. It will probably take some time for this turmoil to end. And in the East China Sea, the impact of the Immortal War is also enormous. A large area of the East China Sea was destroyed. Although the seawater has refilled that area, some islands have disappeared forever, and some areas have also turned into new islands. The ground with a radius of nearly 1 million kilometers has been changed. The Sea Clan monks in that area were the worst. Many strong men died during the Immortal Battle. As the overlord force in that area, the Blackwater Flood Dragon also suffered heavy losses. However, because of the suppression of the clan land by the immortal weapon, it was not damaged at all, but had to act in a low-key manner. According to the news from the High Clan, the 3 Suxians of the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan also disappeared inexplicably, and where they went, even the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan didn't know. However, because of the disappearance of the 3 Suxians, the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan also kept a low profile and stopped attacking the quartet. The Sea Clan also fell into a state of calm. The only problem is the Misty Island back then. At this moment, the Misty Island is no longer erratic, no longer moving. After the war, it turned into a dark abyss of burning flames. I don't know where it leads. Affected by the power of the 9 Netherworld, and then went crazy. At this moment, the Misty Island has turned into a restricted area. 25 years later, in a certain mountain range in Qingzhou, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. On the opposite side of the spatial rift, there was a dark bloody light flowing, with a strong smell of blood, and 2 tall figures walked out. These 2 figures have blood-red skin all over their bodies, hideous looks, and a single horn growing on their heads. The energy and blood in their bodies surged with terrifying power, causing the creatures in the entire mountain range to fall into dead silence for a moment, not daring to disturb them. They are all monks of the Raksha clan, and all of them are strong men in the realm of crossing the catastrophe. The 2 Rakshasa monks looked around and frowned. The concentration of spiritual energy is too low, it's far from being able to compare with our Rakshasa planet. It's natural. This planet is not bad among the mortal planets, but there is a huge gap compared to the real fairy star. Don't waste time, hurry up and find the human monk that the ancestor said. He dared to kill my Raksha clan arrogance and take away my Raksha clan fairy tree, and death is inevitable. A Raksha clan monk said coldly. Road. Another Rakshasa monk nodded. After the blood spirit died, the ancestor crossed the void and left a mark. We should be able to find it along the mark. The figures of the 2 changed, turning into the appearance of 2 ordinary human races, turning into streamers, and disappearing. Inside the Bayun sect, in Luyi's cave training room. Luyi sat cross-legged, with sword intent flowing all over his body, green trees soaring to the sky, flowers filling the air, and endless oceans of frost. All kinds of vast visions surround Luyi, like worlds, and Luyi sitting cross-legged is the master of these worlds. After a while, Luyi slowly opened his eyes, and the vision around him also dissipated. He stood up, stretched his waist, and sighed, as expected of the immortal scripture. The 9 Heavens Sword Immortal Collection and Yumohwashinjing are also very exquisite. After practicing, the effect is not bad. Then he sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, compared with dual cultivation, my cultivation speed is still a bit slower. When Luyi walked out of the cave, she saw Yun Xi walking in. When she saw Luyi, her eyes lit up and she smiled. Luyi, have you finished your training? I just used the secret technique of giving birth to cultivate those saplings. They are growing well, and if this continues, I am afraid that in a few decades, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Bayun sect will increase significantly again. Luyi's eyes lit up. He touched Yun Xi's head with a smile, and said, "Thank you, Yun Xi. Why do we need to say thank you?" Yun Xi laughed. Luyi nodded. After Luyi and Wu Qingfeng talked about the transmission network, Wu Qingfeng went to find Granny Hua, and Granny Hua naturally agreed on the spot. After that, Luyi set up teleportation arrays within the range of the 2 sects, allowing the monks of the 2 sects to communicate with each other, which is extremely convenient. Seeing that things were going well, Headmaster Wu Qingfeng and Granny Hua asked Wenjian Villa and Cold Winter Valley to join in. In this way, the 4 sects formed a small teleportation network, and communication became much more convenient. At the moment, there are many disciples from the Wanhua sect, Cold Winter Valley and Wenjian Villa in the Bayun sect. Very lively. Naturally, Yun Xi and Jian Ruyu also often come to Bayanzong to discuss cultivation with Luyi and the other 3. Of course, dual cultivation is also indispensable. With these years of dual cultivation and practice, Luyi's cultivation has improved rapidly, and he has reached the 13th floor of the cave, and he is only 1 step away from breaking through to the realm of integration. Luyi sat down with Yungzi in his arms, and asked with a smile, "How is the Yumohwashinjing cultivation going? Is there anything you don't understand? Let me explain it to you." Yet. Yun Xi nodded, and said some things he didn't understand, and Luyi explained to Yun Xi one by one. After discussing for several hours, Yun Xi looked at Luyi with joy in his ethereal eyes, and said in admiration, "Luyi, you are really amazing. You have a much deeper understanding of this Yumo Transformation Sutra than I do. This Immortal Sutra is profound and inexplicable. Even if I am an immortal body, I still feel a bit difficult to practice in some places." Luyi smiled and said, in terms of comprehension, you have been drinking enlightenment tea now, and you will be able to comprehend it when the time comes. He is different from Yun Xi. After all, he has a master. Every time he listens to the master, he can get an epiphany. Once a month, Liu Yi also used it a few times in the Yumo Huazheng Jing. The perception is naturally far away. Far surpassed Yun Xi. It's a pity that master left Baiun sect 5 years ago, and he hasn't come back yet, and he doesn't know when he will come back next time. Yun Xi smiled and nodded. Liu Yi looked at Yun Xi's ethereal and beautiful face, and thought in his heart, coughed dryly, and said, "Since you are fine now, why don't you come to double cultivation?" Yun Xi froze, and looked at Liu Yi helplessly, resentful. "Last time you let me, Sister Ruyu and Sister Minjiu accompany you to double cultivate for so many days, how long has it been, and you want to double cultivate?" Liu Yi was extremely proud, and said with a smile, "If possible, I hope to double cultivate every day." Yun Xi. She hammered Liu Yi's shoulder, and said, "I can't do it alone, I have to ask Sister Ruyu and Sister Minjiu to come and join us. By the way, when will you bring Sister Ningxuang in?" Liu Yi was helpless. "I want to too, but Senior Sister Ruyu keeps saying that she is not ready yet, why don't you let us talk about it?" When Yun Xi heard this, she blushed a little when she thought of all the sacrifices Jian Ruyu made to keep Liu Yi from talking about it with Lu Ningxuang every time she practiced double cultivation. Yun Xi smiled and said, "Sister Ruyu must be afraid that Sister Ningxuang will deal with her after she finds out about this, after all, she has been stealing her for so long." The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched, and he could almost imagine how angry Lu Ningxuang would be after Lu Ningxuang found out about this. "I'm afraid that not only Jian Ruyu, but also the three of them would not be able to please her." Liu Yi shook his head, "Paper can't contain the fire, I always feel that the senior sister may have noticed something abnormal recently. I always feel that Sister Ningxuang looks a little scary to me recently, and Sister Minjiu is always sealed by her recently." Liu Yi grinned, "No wonder these days, I feel that Senior Sister Ruyu is afraid to come here, and I have to go find her every time." Yun Xi nodded, "Let's talk about it earlier, your physical body is getting stronger and stronger, and the three of us together will become more and more irresistible." Hearing this, Liu Yi was a little proud, "That must be, I am very good." At this moment, Liu Yi suddenly frowned, and his face became serious. Yun Xi, who was sitting on Liu Yi's body, immediately noticed Liu Yi's abnormality. She glanced at Liu Yi, and seeing Liu Yi's serious expression, she was a little puzzled. "What's wrong, Liu Yi?" Liu Yi's expression was fierce, and he said, "It seems that someone wants to attack me." After practicing the small deduction technique to perfection, Liu Yi had an instinctive reaction to the sense of heaven, and his cultivation base became stronger and stronger, and Liu Yi's sense of fate and aura became stronger and stronger. He sensed that a monk was arousing some kind of strange power, which induced him through the air mechanism. The problem is, this power makes it difficult for Liu Yi to cut off completely, and it is still somewhat familiar. Liu Yi was a little stunned and inexplicable. Liu Yi was deeply impressed by this power. When he killed the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect, Liu Yi felt the terrifying gaze, and the gaze he felt was this powerful force. The power of... Liu Yi was startled, the imprint left by that immortal? After such a long time, he can still be sensed through fate. Liu Yi was extremely shocked, but at the same time very dignified. The one who came was probably a strong man from the Raksha clan. However, according to the meaning of the master, the Raksha clan and this star field are not in the same sphere of influence. I am afraid that the immortals of the Raksha clan will not dare to come, so what level are they here? A Mahayana monk, or a monk who crossed the catastrophe? Liu Yi guessed in his heart. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Yun Xi's face changed slightly, and then his expression became colder. Who wants to do anything to you? Maybe it's the Raksha clan. Lu Yi told Yun Xi about the Raksha clan, and Yun Xi's face changed slightly when he heard this. Is it an immortal here? No, probably not. Lu Yi shook his head, his eyes flickered, and he smiled slightly. Let me also deduce it. Since the other party can deduce him through the air machine, he can naturally deduce it back. Chapter 198 9 Nether Immortal Corpse, Immortal Mandate. Lu Yi used a small deduction technique to push back along the aura of the immortal, and soon a solemn look appeared on his face. Cultivator crossing the catastrophe. 2 monks crossing the catastrophe are already in Qingzhou, not far from Bianzong. When Yun Xi heard this, his expression changed slightly. Then what should we do? Lu Yi smiled. As long as you are not a fairy, you can deal with it. Since they have deduced my position, I will go directly to them. After all, the battle between the monks who crossed the catastrophe was extremely terrifying. If they fought within the scope of the Baiyun sect, the entire Baiyun sect would probably be reduced to ruins by then. Lu Yi couldn't do this kind of thing either. Lu Yi asked Yun Xi to stay in the sect. After all, the opponent was a cultivator who had crossed the catastrophe. Considering Yun Xi's strength, it was still too early. Yun Xi didn't say much, just nodded. Well, you have to pay attention to safety. Lu Yi nodded, turned into a streamer, and disappeared into the cave. In the area far away from the Baiyun sect, where the Blood Spirit sect was originally located, 2 Rakshasa monks stayed in the barren rift. One of the Rakshasa monks sat cross-legged, with streaks of blood flowing all over his body, and the other Rakshasa monk stood beside him. Soon, the Rakshasa monk sitting cross-legged opened his eyes suddenly, with a look of shock in his eyes. What's the matter? Bloodwood. The other Rakshasa cultivator immediately noticed the anomaly and asked. Swamyu frowned, with an expression of disbelief on his face. That murderer seems to have noticed our existence. Hearing this, the expressions of the other Raksha monks also changed drastically. A little unbelievable. How is it possible? Such a long distance, how could he notice it? The murderer seems to be proficient in divination, and realized that I used the mark left by the ancestor to deduce his location. Swamyu said. Hearing this, the Raksha monk breathed a sigh of relief, and said, I thought his cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. Even at such a long distance, he could still perceive us. What about his cultivation? That's not strong, it's just the realm of the void. Swamyu shook his head and said. Hearing this, the other Raksha monks sneered, it's just a mere monk, killing him is like flipping your hands. Swamyu didn't refute. Both of them are cultivators who have crossed the robbery, so they have the confidence to say such things. Let's go, since he's aware of our existence, he might choose to run away. Swamyu said. I can't run away. The ancestor's imprint is always there. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, we can still find him and crush him to death like a bug. Having said that, if we finish this matter sooner, we will go back sooner. The aura in this place is too weak, and I feel uncomfortable staying here. That's true, let's go. 2 Raksha monks turned into streamers and flew in the direction of Bianzong. Not long after, 2 Raksha monks flew to a barren mountain area. At this moment, a stream of light approached quickly in the distance and flew towards them. A cold look appeared in the eyes of the 2 Rakshasa monks, and they were about to kill the flying people. At this moment, Swamyu's face changed slightly. It's him. The murderer who killed Master Shuling. Hearing this, another Rakshasa monk was also taken aback, with an unbelievable expression on his face, and then he showed a cold smile. Hee. It's interesting, he didn't run away when we found out that we were chasing him, and dared to come looking for him. Us? Swamyu also had a cold face, and said with a smile, I don't know how to live or die. Lu Yi quickly stopped in front of the 2 Rakshasa monks. Although the 2 Rakshasa monks had changed into human appearances, Lu Yi's perception was naturally correct. He glanced at the 2 of them, and after confirming the target, he immediately murmured in his heart, I want to kill these 2 Rakshasa monks. Task: kill 2 Rakshasa monks. Rewards: 2 Raksha tree species, low-grade fairy artifact Tianyang battle armor, array of power law, 1 piece of galaxy blue gold. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. 2 Raksha tree species? Lu Yi's expression was a little strange. It seemed that before Master came back, Lu Yi might have hoped to get enough immortal trees. I don't know if Master will really call him Dad when he comes back to see him. Lu Yi didn't think too much, just accepted the task. And Swimyu in the distance looked at Lu Yi, and said coldly, Are you the human cultivator who killed my clan's pride? Lu Yi smiled, Since you know it, why bother talking? Swimyu and another Rakshasa cultivator looked at each other, killing intent appeared in their eyes, and the next moment, Swimyu's body had a terrifying surge of energy and blood. A blood-colored beam of light shot straight into the sky, a terrifying air wave surged, and the mountains with a radius of 100 miles below kept shaking, and many mountain peaks were directly turned into dust and disappeared. Such a terrifying coercion even enveloped the entire Qingzhou. All the monks in Qingzhou sensed such a terrifying aura, and their expressions changed drastically. This is the breath of the ancestor Duja. Why did the ancestor Duja arouse the energy in my Qingzhou territory? What happened? A group of Qingzhou monks looked terrified. The battle of the ancestors of Duja was enough to plunge Qingzhou into a state of devastation. Not only Qingzhou, but the powerful monks in the eastern region also felt the terrifying fluctuations in the breath. All the great immortal sects and ancestors raised their heads and looked in the direction of Qingzhou. Daneng and Patriarch of the Divine Sword sect and other sects frowned, turned into streamers, and flew towards Qingzhou. Naturally, Lu Yi also knew that fighting near the ground would cause extremely huge damage. He looked at the 2 Raksha monks in the distance with a cold expression, and said fiercely, If you want to kill me, come up. Lu Yi turned into a streamer and flew towards the extremely high sky, approaching Xingyu. 2 Rakshasa monks also followed. Swimyu stepped into the void and said coldly, I'm really curious, you noticed that we came to hunt you down, why didn't you run away, and still wait for us here, are you in a hurry to die? Lu Yi smiled and said, Death? Although the 2 of you are not weak, I don't think I will die. These words made Swimyu and another Rakshasa monk stunned for a moment, and then they both laughed at the same time. You won't die? Just rely on you? Do you want to deal with the 2 of us with one person's power? Swimyu seemed to have heard a very funny joke. A mere cultivator of Dongxue dares to speak so shamelessly? Swimyu, don't kill him all at once, leave his soul behind, let me concoct him, and let him know what he can say and what he can't say. Another Rakshasa the family monk said coldly. Swimyu nodded, stepped on the void, and walked towards Lu Yi. He didn't walk fast, but with every step he landed in the sky, a deep black hole would appear in the sky. The sky and the earth seemed to vibrate under his feet, and his momentum kept rising. A sharp look flashed in Lu Yi's eyes, and he said, It's just right, I can try to see how my strength is now. On the battlefield of the Sea Clan, Lu Yi could kill the great power at the peak of the Mahayana with a single sword, but at this moment, Lu Yi's strength far surpassed that before. He was curious as to what level his current strength had reached. Spiritual light surged all over his body, and there was a series of terrifying sword principles circulating, with an unimaginable mysterious aura, covering the world, causing Swimyu's face in the distance to change drastically. This is the law. The law of the sword. The other monks of the Rakshasa clan were also extremely shocked. How can it be possible to master such a powerful law power in a mere whole realm? How is it possible? The 2 were dumbfounded, and then Swimyu's face was cold, and his murderous intent boiled over. Such a powerful Tianjiao, fortunately, he was not born in Yu's family, otherwise, he would be the enemy of our Raksha clan. The other Rakshasa monks also shouted coldly, Bloodwood, do your best, don't let him run away. If such an evildoer becomes a fairy, he will definitely become a big problem for our Rakshasa clan. He also had aura flowing all over his body, and at the same time, he took out a blood-colored formation disc, which buzzed, blocking the space and preventing Lui from escaping. Lui didn't care, the lightsaber appeared in his hand, and the stars flashed on the lightsaber, and a lot of starlight scattered among the stars in the sky, covering Lui. At this moment, Lui's white clothes are fluttering, and the starlight is flowing, like the real king of the star world, independent in the sky. Is it fairy art? Swemu was well informed, and immediately realized that Lui was using immortal art, using the power of the law of swordsmanship. His pupils constricted, his back went numb, and he growled, "Not good." The next moment, Swemu let out a low cry, a set of blood-colored battle armor appeared on his body, and a long spear appeared in his hand. At this moment, a silver-white sword light suddenly appeared, and under the starry sky, it drew a beautiful and gorgeous arc, and instantly slashed towards the blood tree. Swemu's pupils contracted, and he let out a low growl. The blood light was extremely thick, and the spear surged with the power of blood, resisting in front of him. Clang! The silver sword light slashed on the spear, and the blood tree flew upside down on the spot. A stream of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and there was a hint of palpitation in his eyes. He stared at Lui, exhaled, and said, "If I hadn't detected it in advance, I would have been seriously injured by this blow. You are very extraordinary, comparable to the top monsters in our clan." Another Rakshasa monk couldn't stand it anymore. He also flew over with blood flowing all over his body. The realm of Dongshu masters the law, and also masters the magic of immortality. This boy is very unusual, Swemu, let's kill him together. Suppress and kill, there must be no accidents. Swemu nodded, yes. Lui looked at the two Rakshasa monks who were facing a formidable enemy, and sighed in his heart, it seems that my conventional combat power is still not enough to instantly kill the monks who crossed the robbery. Even if the cultivation base of these two monks is only one level, it is still a bit difficult for Lui to kill him instantly. After all, his cultivation base is still too low, and he is only in the realm of emptiness. Hearing Lui's words, the two Rakshasa monks looked gloomy. Arrogance. Rakshasa battle body. The two Rakshasa monks had streaks of blood all over their bodies. The next moment, their bodies returned to their original appearance, and their physical bodies swelled to a height of nearly 4 meters, like a little giant. The two of them exuded terrifying energy and blood, full of aura of destruction. Lui smiled slightly, and there were also streaks of blood flowing around his body. His aura soared, and his cultivation base also increased step by step, reaching the level of the 8th level of fusion. Lui used the burning blood secret technique. At the same time, a black three-legged tripod appeared above Lui's head. It was the reward Lui had received before, the top-grade spiritual weapon, the Xian Shui Ding. With a cold face, he shouted in a low voice, "Town!" The Xian Shui tripod turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the two Rakshasa monks. During the flight, the Xian Shui tripod continued to grow larger, as if it had turned into a mountain peak hundreds of meters high. The mouth of the tripod is like a black hole, releasing a terrible suction force, trying to absorb two monks of the Rakshasa clan into it to suppress the refining. The two Rakshasa monks were amazed by Lui's combat power, but they didn't panic either. They roared again and again, shooting out a burst of blood. The two blood lights collided with the Xian Shui cauldron, and the three intertwined together, holding the Xian Shui cauldron in place. Lui was a little surprised. As expected of the mighty Rakshasa clan, he actually possessed such a powerful magic weapon. This blood light is probably among the top-grade spiritual weapons. Lui was not surprised either. He took out a white orb again, which was the top-grade spiritual weapon, the Misty Orb. The mist bead released white mist and swept towards the two of them. The faces of the two Rakshasa monks changed. How can a mere cultivator of Dongshu have so many top-grade spiritual weapons? Swimyu said in disbelief. But soon, both of them were engulfed in white mist. The white mist can create illusions, trap, and kill monks, and is a special secret treasure. The two Rakshasa monks were not far away, but they couldn't see each other. They roared again and again, and kept attacking the surroundings, trying to dispel the fog, and at the same time, they were alert to Liu Yi's attack. Liu Yi smiled coldly, turned into a streamer, and approached the blood tree in an instant. Liu Yi, who was integrated into the 8th layer, used the immortal technique to cut stars again. A silver-white sword light flashed, cutting towards the blood tree. When the blood tree passed through the fog and approached the blood tree, the face of the blood tree changed drastically, and the spear in his hand was full of bloody light, drawing out streaks of gun light soaring into the sky, enough to shoot down the stars. Even so, these gun lights were still cut off by the silver-white sword light, and the sword light cut on the bloodwood battle armor. The battle armor was torn, the blood tree flew upside down, and blood gushed out. Almost instantly, Swimyu was seriously injured. However, before Swimyu had time to recover, another sword light flashed across Swimyu's body. Swimyu's body like a little giant turned into two pieces on the spot, and the blood was like a waterfall. Such injuries are already fatal to ordinary monks. But the physical body of the cultivator who crossed the catastrophe is already extremely powerful, not to mention that the Rakshasa tribe already has body cultivation techniques, and the physical body is even more terrifying. Even if the body is cut into two pieces, the upper body of Swimyu still has a strong vitality. He coughed up blood again and again, looked at the surrounding fog, and roared again and again, "Come out! What is it to use such a despicable method? If you have the ability to fight me head-on." Liu Yi stood in the mist and said speechlessly, "You two strong men who have crossed the tribulation realm come to deal with me, a little monk of Dongxiu, isn't it despicable?" Swimyu froze all of a sudden, speechless after being stunned. However, at the next moment, another silver sword light streaked across the void, slashing towards the blood tree. There are 5 star-slaying sword lights covering the blood tree. No matter how strong his physical body was, he couldn't resist such a fierce attack, and was twisted into a blood mist by the terrifying sword law. A bloody primordial spirit was condensed and rushed towards the distance, but it was instantly cut off by Liu Yi's sword. Liu Yi exhaled slightly, his face was a little pale. The consumption of using the star-slashing immortal technique was extremely high. Even if Liu Yi's cultivation had been raised to the 13th floor of the cave, and he used the blood-burning secret technique, his aura would be exhausted even if he used it continuously. He glanced at the Raksha monks in the other direction, and sighed helplessly, "It seems that with my current strength, I can barely kill a monk who has crossed the tribulation, and I have to be the weakest among them." His cultivation base is still very weak, so he must continue to work hard. Liu Yi sighed in his heart, after all, there are too many strong people in this world. Liu Yi silently took out a talisman, and the next moment, dense white flames emerged, turned into a beam of light, and rushed towards the monks of the Raksha tribe. The Raksha monk felt the white flame, and his face changed greatly, "Zhuyang Luo." This Raksha monk was locked by Zhuyang Luo, so he could only choose to fight back with a roar, but all the spells and magic weapons he played were swallowed by Zhuyang Luo. In the end, even he himself was swallowed up. The monk of the Raksha tribe screamed and screamed in the Zhuyang Luo for a full moment before losing his vitality. When the Zhuyang Gli fire dissipated, the Rakshasa monk had already been reduced to ashes. Liu Yi smiled slightly. This Zhuyang Luo talisman is one of the most powerful talismans that Liu Yi has obtained. It has the power of the peak of transcending tribulation, and it is of course no problem to deal with Raksha monks who are only at the first level of transcending tribulation accident. Liu Yi put away the space ring left by the monks of the Raksha tribe, and then put away the Xian Shui cauldron and mist beads, and put away the 2 bloody lights. Those are 2 balls of blood-colored liquid, like liquid metal, engraved with dense runes, which are extremely rare magic weapons. Liu Yi also put away the top-grade spiritual weapon, which is extremely precious. After doing all this, Liu Yi's aura recovered a lot, and his complexion also recovered. He turned into a streamer, disappeared into the air, and flew in the direction of Bianzong. After a while, there were a series of extremely powerful auras approaching quickly. Among them are Long Ming, Fang Tianyao and other ancestors. These ancestors came to the fighting area. At this moment, there are still cracks in the space of this area, which are slowly recovering, which are the traces left by the previous battle. There are still extremely chaotic aura fluctuations in the sky. If a monk from the hole enters the entire area, it will be twisted into a blood mist instantly. Long Ming looked around, frowned and said, "It's the monks who have crossed the catastrophe and are fighting. How long has it been since the battle between the Immortal Sword Immortal and the 9 Nether Immortal Corpse? Why is there another battle between the cultivators who cross the tribulation?" Fang Tianyao sighed, very distressed. The 9 Nether Immortal Corpse appeared at dawn, and the patriarchs just issued the Immortal Edict. These days, we need to pay more attention to that island to reduce conflicts. Maybe there will be an eruption of the 9 Nether Qi, and there will be a catastrophe. Why are there still monks who have crossed the catastrophe? Dare to do so? Who are the two parties? The breath is very strange. I don't know, but... Long Ming paused, and said strangely, "In this residual breath, how could I detect the breath of that little fellow Liu Yi? Thank you for the 300 points rewarded by the 08A boss, and thank you for the 200 points rewarded by A for the death." Chapter 199 Breaking Through the Fusion and Transforming into a Fairy. These words made everyone have a meal, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. It's really similar. Fang Tianyao also said. It's that Liu Yi? How is it possible? Even if he is extremely talented, it's impossible for him to deal with the cultivator who has crossed the tribulation right now? An ancestor said with disbelief on his face. Everyone was discussing. Long Ming, Fang Tianyao and other ancestors who knew Liu Yi and Deneng looked at each other. It was hard to believe. Maybe it's just a similarity? Long Ming shook his head. Even he didn't really believe that Liu Yi at this moment could deal with the cultivator transcending tribulation. Investigate carefully, which cultivator is it that will cause a big battle at this time? Liu Yi returned to his cave, and found that besides Yun Xi, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu had also come. Seeing Liu Yi coming back, the three of them stood up and walked over. Lu Ningxuang asked worriedly, "I heard from Yun Xi that there are 2 ancestors who have crossed the tribulation realm to deal with you? How is it? Are you okay? Brother, in the previous battle, could it be that you were fighting with those 2 Duja patriarchs?" Donggong Minjiu also asked. Liu Yi nodded and said with a smile, "Well, it's true that I was fighting with those 2 ancestors in the transcending tribulation realm. It's all right now, they're all dead." Although Liu Yi's return had caused the 3 of them to speculate, they were still a little shocked when they heard this. Thinking of how powerful Liu Yi is, all 3 of them smiled, and their hearts were full of pride. After that, the 4 chatted for a while, and Lu Ningxuang and the 3 left Liu Yi's cave and went back to practice. Liu Yi originally wanted to call Shang Yongzi and Donggong Minjiu to double cultivate together, but the senior sister was also there, so the chances were not good. Liu Yi sighed, and had no choice but to give up. After the 3 left, Liu Yi returned to the training room and began to receive rewards. Raksha tree species. Needless to say, fairy trees are naturally good things. The low-grade immortal artifact Tianyang battle armor is a set of golden red armor. According to the information Liu Yi learned, this Tianyang battle armor is made of Tianyang fine gold and has the power of the sun. For body-refining monks, it is an extremely precious fairy weapon, which can increase the strength of the physical body, the strength of qi and blood, and greatly enhance the combat power of physical training. Not only that, this Tianyang battle armor itself is extremely strong. Even if it is only used for defense, it is a rare treasure. Liu Yi immediately chose to refine the Tianyang battle armor. The Tianyang battle armor turned into a streamer and entered Liu Yi's Danshan. If he wanted to use it in the future, he could cover his whole body with just one thought. The law of array of power, this is a law that Liu Yi has never touched before. He first used formations to cover the cave, and then began to absorb it. The law of strength is the power that will be mastered after the body has cultivated to the level of the fairyland. It is the way of strength. This ray of power turned into the mysterious Dao pattern and entered Liu Yi's body. The Dao sound circulated in Liu Yi's body, and the Dao accumulation spread, constantly comprehending and absorbing. Because Liu Yi himself has deduced such a powerful body training method as the indestructible Thunder Dragon Ju, he already has a very deep understanding of the way of body training. There is a deeper understanding. He integrated this law of power into the indestructible Thunder Dragon Ju, and based on the law of power, he reshaped the indestructible Thunder Dragon Ju. Immortal Thunder Dragon Ju suddenly transformed and became a powerful body training technique for crossing the realm of tribulation. This is only because Liu Yi only absorbed a ray of power law, but did not grasp the essence of the Dao of power, otherwise, he would even have the confidence to directly comprehend the Immortal Thunder Dragon art to the level of the Immortal Scripture. Although it has not yet reached the level of the Immortal Scripture, but the progress is quite huge, Liu Yi is still very satisfied. After Liu Yi deduced the Immortal Thunder Dragon Ju to the realm of transcending tribulations, he thought of one thing, and said to himself, I want to deduce the indestructible Thunder Dragon Ju to the level of the Immortal Scripture. Task. The Immortal Thunder Dragon Ju is deduced to the level of the Fairy Scriptures. Reward, 20% of the Law of Strength, 20% of the Law of Indestructibility. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi was a little apprehensive, as he deserved to be tasked with deriving the exercises to the level of the Immortal Scripture. The task is very difficult, but the task rewards are also extremely precious and powerful. You must know that after reaching the realm of law, it becomes extremely difficult to comprehend. Even now that Liu Yi is often practicing with Jian Ruyu and sparring with each other, the progress of the law of the sword is still extremely slow, and it has not yet reached the point of 20%. After all, this is the power of a fairy. And at this moment, if Liu Yi deduces the Undying Thunder Dragon Ju to the level of the Immortal Scripture, it can directly increase the power of 20% of the law, and there are still two kinds of laws. One can imagine how precious this mission reward is. Liu Yi naturally accepted the task. After that is the final mission reward, 1 piece of galaxy blue gold. Zinged blue gold is a kind of fairy-level heavenly material and earthly treasure that is rare in the universe. It is extremely precious, and its whole body is blue, but it is extremely heavy. It can be used to make fairy weapons. The size of a piece of galaxy blue gold is about the size of a room, and it is extremely heavy, comparable to a giant mountain. This can be used to make fairy artifacts, so Liu Yi naturally intends to keep it well. Liu Yi's current real fire weapon refining technique has been practiced to the point where he can forge top-grade spiritual weapons. The main reason is that there are too few natural materials and earth treasures, and the number of times he can practice is relatively small. I don't know how long it will take until he can create the immortal weapon. The main reason is that there are not enough resources, Liu Yi sighed in his heart. But anyway, Liu Yi has plenty of time, and he is not in a hurry, he can take his time. After that, Liu Yi continued to practice. After absorbing the law of power, Liu Yi discovered that the blood-colored stone tablet he obtained from the ancestor of the blood spirit cult earlier also had the law of power inscribed on it. So, Liu Yi took out the blood-colored stone tablet and used it for enlightenment from time to time. Of course, Liu Yi also planted the seeds of the 2 ancient Rakshasa trees, waiting for them to mature. Time passed, and 14 years passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Liu Yi cultivated the 13th floor of the cave to perfection, and felt the existence of the bottleneck. As before, after reaching the 13th floor of the cave, there is only one option to break through a bottleneck. It took Lui 3 full months to use spiritual energy to attack the bottleneck, and finally a crack appeared in the bottleneck. Then, Lui took out the treasure that was rewarded by the mission when he broke through the limit level of the hole, the core of the Great Dao. It was a piece of jade that was only the size of a walnut, and it contained the color of colorful colored glaze inside. There were countless ups and downs of Dao patterns, and the Dao unit emitted was extremely terrifying. For ordinary monks, even the ancestors in the realm of crossing the catastrophe, they will have a lot of insights when they see this Tao Yun. This is the heart of the avenue, an unimaginable treasure. After Lui absorbed the core of the Dao, the rich but gentle power of the Dao flowed and spread in Lui's body. Lui's bones are like gold and jade, his internal organs are like gems, and his flesh and blood are like glass, with mysterious and incomparable Dao patterns flowing on them, which are flawless. Lui's whole body seemed to become a Dao, merging with the heaven and the earth. Lui's whole body had intense flashes of light, golden wheels appeared behind his head, and there were various flashing patterns between his eyebrows, including frost patterns, sword path patterns, thunder patterns, natural patterns, and yin and yang patterns. These Dao patterns are constantly changing, and finally turned into a touch of glazed color, as if containing endless changes, representing an infinite world. Lui's body is surrounded by the power of laws, condensing small worlds. The phantoms of these worlds surround Lui. Lui's black hair is crystal clear, and his temperament is like a fairy, like the master of the world. The Qi of Dao merged into Lui's Danshan, breaking through the bottleneck in an instant. Lui only felt that the world had undergone tremendous changes, and Lui's body also changed accordingly. In his Danshan, the seven-colored nascent soul that had been sitting cross-legged suddenly appeared cracks, and then collapsed directly. Although the nascent soul collapsed, it didn't mean that Lui's Dao self dissipated. On the contrary, the Dao sound became louder and louder, as if the whole Dao was revolving around Lui, telling him the truth of the Dao. After the nascent soul collapsed, all the Dao Qi escaped from Lui's Danshan, like warm water, slowly flowing in Lui's limbs and bones. Every cell in Lui is filled with the aura of the Great Dao, and there seem to be worlds containing unimaginable endless potential. Said that Lui and I have become one body. As soon as this change happened, Lui's aura surged at an unimaginably terrifying speed, and the surrounding space was distorted accordingly. If it weren't for various visions to suppress the space, the entire space would collapse. In order not to cause too much fluctuation, Lui even used his most powerful array to draw a series of array patterns, which is enough to resist even a cultivator. At this moment, dense formations enveloped the training room, and they were all flickering slightly. It was difficult to bear the power that Lui escaped. In the fusion of Dao I and the physical body, in the sea of spiritual awareness between Lui's brows, in the golden spiritual sea, there are thunderbolts flickering, and in the center of the spiritual sea, a golden primordial spirit slowly emerges. Afterwards, this primordial spirit also slowly dissipated, and finally, together with the entire golden ocean, turned into spiritual torrents and merged into Lui's body. The head, limbs, torso, and every area in Lui's physical body were submerged by the torrent of spirit, and the golden spiritual power was intertwined with Lui's physical body and aura. The self, the primordial spirit and the physical body are gradually fused together, regardless of each other, and become one, and become the only true self. All cultivators cultivate the true self. Between heaven and earth, only the truth remains unchanged. And the immortal cultivator walks on the road of the world changing but I remain unchanged, the world decaying but I am immortal. Only when you step into the state of integration and condense your true self can you be called a great power. At this moment, the spiritual power, physical body, and spiritual energy gradually become one. It is an unimaginable mystery, and endless changes are born in it. From this moment on, the cultivator gradually transformed from a mortal body to an immortal body. A monk who has reached this stage is no longer immortal, but is in the stage of transforming into a fairy, which is a process of becoming a butterfly. Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes, the dark pupils seemed to shine like stars, and they were as deep as the void. There was an inexplicable charm on his originally handsome face, which was the embodiment of Dao. At this moment, Liu Yi broke through to the state of fusion, and from then on, he became a great power. At the moment of Liu Yi's breakthrough, the whole Qingzhou suddenly fell silent. All the monks, no matter how strong or weak they were, suddenly raised their heads and looked at the sky with astonishment in their eyes. The sky was still clear and the sun was shining brightly, but somehow it made people feel a little oppressed from the heart. What happened? A monk asked in shock, but no one could answer. Liu Yi naturally also felt this depression. The corners of his mouth twitched, his head was full of black lines. Every time he broke through, why did he feel that the thunder tribulation descended by the heavenly Dao was so terrifying? The thunder tribulation this time was even more so, which made Liu Yi a little frightened. He stepped out and appeared in the sky in an instant. He felt an inexplicable gaze looking at him from the sky. This gaze was extremely majestic and indifferent. Liu Yi turned into a streamer and flew towards the distance and high places. The thunder disaster this time is no small matter. If the disaster is overcome on the ground, the entire Qingzhou will probably be affected. The next moment, extremely thick dark clouds condensed. Liu Yi raised his head and saw that the dark clouds had covered an area of hundreds of kilometers in radius and were still spreading. In just a moment, it was close to nearly 1,000 kilometers. Not only Liu Yi, but all the monks in Bianzong and the surrounding territory saw such a terrifying sea of thunder. Everyone was terrified. Is someone crossing the catastrophe? This is nearly 1,000 kilometers of lightning calamity. Is someone planning to ascend? Many monks jumped up into the air, stretched their necks and looked in Lei Ha's direction, wanting to see which big guy was going through the tribulation. Many monks of the White Cloud sect also rose into the air, and they naturally saw Liu Yi flying across the sky, and saw the thunder sea above Liu Yi's head. This made Wu Qingfeng and the others dumbfounded. Nephew Liu Yi has broken through to the realm of fusion. However, is this still the thunder tribulation of the fusion realm? It's already thousands of kilometers away. No one dared to chase too closely. This thunder robbery looked too terrifying. The Baiyun sect had developed rapidly in recent years. Wu Qingfeng and other elders who were in the realm of transforming gods had already broken through to the realm of cave void. But the monks in the realm of the whole, in front of such a thunder disaster, only feel that they are as small as ants. If they got too close, even the aftermath would be enough to turn them into ashes. This shocked all the senior officials of the Baiyun sect. Not only them, but the entire Bianzong disciples, including some of Liu Yi's friends, also looked horrified at the moment. Only Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjai dared to approach. Both of them looked worriedly at the exaggerated dark clouds in the distance. Under everyone's gaze, Liu Yi stepped up to the sky. He looked at Lei Hai in the distance, with a calm expression, not too nervous. Although Lei Ji is terrifying, Liu Yi's own strength is not weak. Boom! Among the thunderclouds, Liu Yi could vaguely see the palaces condensed by thunderbolts, on which stood humanoid thunderbolts holding weapons. The next moment, the terrifying killing intent spread, and in the dark clouds, human-shaped thunder rushed out, turned into streamers, and rushed towards Liu Yi. The number of these human-shaped thunders is extremely large, there are hundreds of them, and each human-shaped thunder is like a powerful person in the realm of integration, with terrifying and incomparable power fluctuations, and holding a magic weapon in his hand. The power is extraordinary. The aura brought by hundreds of combined powers even shakes the entire world. When the monk below saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. Human-shaped thunder tribulation. My God, isn't this the legendary thunder tribulation? Rumors seem to have encountered it except for a few immortals in the realm of crossing the tribulation, and no one has ever encountered it before. There are hundreds of human-shaped thunder tribulations, each of which has the strength of a fit and powerful body, which is too terrifying. Who is the one who crossed the tribulation? Such unlucky luck? It seems to be Liu Yi. It's Liu Yi. That Liu Yi? That's fine. After hearing that Liu Yi was the one who crossed the catastrophe, the monks who were attracted here suddenly became somewhat taken for granted. Liu Yi's performance on the battlefield of the High Clan is obvious to all the monks. It is normal for such a peerless evildoer to have such a thunder calamity when he kills a Mahayana monk with the Void Realm. Soon, a humanoid thunderbolt surrounded Liu Yi. With the power of destruction, the magic weapon landed on Liu Yi's body one after another with turbulent lightning. Clang, clang, clang. The thunder light hit Liu Yi's body, but it was as if it hit an indestructible metal, leaving no trace on Liu Yi's body. This left all the monks speechless. The legendary Lei Ji couldn't even break Liu Yi's defense. What kind of monster is this? Liu Yi had a calm expression, feeling the powerful thunder, and used the last remaining number of epiphanies. The master hasn't returned to the Baiun sect until now, and Liu Yi has considered such a situation before, so he deliberately left a number of epiphanies, which is intended to be used when crossing the tribulation. Liu Yi immediately began to comprehend the various mysteries in Tianli. The thunder calamity this time is very different. There are land, water, fire, wind, and other thunder calamities, which contain the power of various avenues, each of which is extremely powerful. In the process of comprehending, Liu Yi carefully comprehended these powers, and had a deeper understanding of the power of the Dao. His body was clean and flawless, as if it had been tempered again amidst the thunder. Liu Yi fell into an epiphany, and using this power, he began to deduce a more powerful indestructible thunder dragon art. In the previous thunder tribulation, there was only the power of the Dao of thunder, but this time, it contained the power of the endless Dao, ever-changing, but still with terrifying destructive power. In Liu Yi's mind, the Dao pattern about the indestructible thunder dragon art kept changing, becoming more and more complicated and profound. Perhaps, not only the power of thunder, but the power of the entire Dao can be used to temper one's own body. Just as Liu Yi himself tempered his foundation with the power of the Great Way, he can use the power of the Great Way to temper his body, and then combine them with the law of ultimate power, and sublimate with the law of indestructibility. In this way, the technique he may use to temper his body will become the Tao of immortality. However, the laws that Liu Yi himself mastered are only the law of swordsmanship and the law of water, plus the law of thunder, the law of nature, and the law of ice obtained from the competition with his senior sister and Yun Xi over the years. Law. Plus the law of immortality and the law of strength. In fact, Liu Yi doesn't have many laws, so it is still too difficult to deduce this exercise into a real way of immortality. But Liu Yi is happy that he has a new direction. Even if he has not mastered the power of the whole Dao, he can still fill in part of the power of law first, and use these powers of law to quench his body. Using the laws as the foundation, he deduced the most suitable body training method for him. Chapter 200, Enlightenment of the Tei Tutu. The Dao pattern in Liu Yi's mind gradually stabilized. He sublimated the immortal thunder dragon art once again. Maybe it has not yet reached the level of the immortal scripture, but it is not too far away from the immortal scripture. After all, Liu Yi himself has mastered the power of the law, and the most important point of the immortal scripture is how to understand the law and how to use the law. When Liu Yi realized the Dao, the mysterious light of the Dao around him bloomed again, because Liu Yi was standing at a high level at the moment, and the 10,000 Zhang Dao Guang shrouded the entire Qingzhou like the sun. The monks in Qingzhou were looking up at the terrible thunder disaster in the sky. The moment they saw the mysterious light, various feelings came to their hearts. The monks seized the illusory road to artistic conception and the chance of a breakthrough. All the monks had no time to be surprised, they were ecstatic, and immediately sat cross-legged and began to realize. Liu Yi's Dao Guang is a rare opportunity for all monks. The human-shaped thunder calamity kept attacking Liu Yi, and Lui had thunderbolts and real dragon phantoms circulating all over his body, dragons chanting, and his skin was as warm as jade with luster. Standing in the midst of the thunder disaster in human form, he is like a god of war, with an unspeakable bearing. A batch of human-shaped thunder tribulation dissipated, and another batch came. The number of human-shaped thunders in each batch continued to increase, until at the end, there were 500 or 600 human-shaped thunders surrounding Lui. The terrifying power of thunder surged, and black holes appeared in the sky. This crossing tribulation lasted for a long time, until all the humanoid thunder tribulations turned into strands of thunder light and disappeared, the thunder clouds dissipated, and Lui slowly opened his eyes. As Lui opened his eyes, Dao Guang disappeared, and all the monks in Qingzhou slowly came to their senses. All the monks felt their own changes, and they were all dumbfounded. I broke through. My Xian Yuanzhu has been promoted to the realm of great success. Ha 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 ha. All the monks were ecstatic. Then they thought of the Dao Guang in the sky, and a monk said, Senior Lui's breakthrough has benefited the whole Qingzhou. Speaking of which, the Dao Guang condensed by Senior Lui's breakthrough can give us such a huge improvement. How much improvement should Senior Lui, who is in the process of breakthrough, have? All monks are extremely curious, but no one can get the answer. Lei Ji disappeared, Lui also turned into a streamer, and returned to Bianzong. Wu Qingfeng and other high-level officials of the Baiyun sect greeted them one after another, their faces full of brilliance. Congratulations to nephew Lui for making another breakthrough and becoming a supernatural power. My Baiyun sect has also become a great sect with great supernatural power. Ha ha ha. Wu Qingfeng, the head teacher, was in high spirits and very happy. The other senior executives, including Elder Ming and the others, also had smiles on their faces, looking at Lui with gratitude in their eyes. Bai Yunzong is getting better and better, all thanks to Lui. Lui's talent was unsurpassed, and he brought many talented disciples to Baiyun sect. Many geniuses joined Baiyun sect because they admired Lui's talent. Among them, some disciples are even talented enough to join some great teachings. And the fairy tree that Lui planted in Lingluo Peak has already achieved initial results. Even if the spiritual energy concentration of Lingluo Peak is not much worse than that of some Xianzong holy places, the concentration of spiritual energy in other areas has also increased many times compared to before. This also allows the disciples of the Baiyun sect to have a better cultivation environment, and the overall strength of the disciples of the Baiyun sect is constantly improving. In the past, not many disciples from the Outer Sect could enter the Foundation Establishment realm at the age of 20, but now they are still unable to enter the Foundation Establishment realm at the age of 20, which is already a rather poor talent. The same person, placed in different environments, can have different achievements. The Baiyun sect is making progress every day, and has initially acquired the demeanor of a great religion. As long as Lui keeps breaking through and ascends to immortality in the future, then the Baiyun sect will naturally become the immortal sect. Although Lui has no rights in Bianzong at this moment, even including the head teacher Wu Qingfeng, all the senior officials of Bianzong know that Lui's status is the highest in Bianzong. Lui smiled and responded to the congratulations from Headmaster Wu Qingfeng and Elder Ming. For him, he was born in Bianzong and grew up in Bianzong. Bianzong is also his home, and his home is getting better and better. Yi is naturally happy. In the next few days, Zhang Fan, Nangang Moyu, and others came to congratulate Lui for his breakthrough. Even so, Lui suspects that these guys are here to eat and drink. After all, Lui's spiritual food and spiritual wine are hard to see even in Yulan Peak. Peak Master Yulan lamented that Lui's talent in spiritual food and wine far surpassed her. It's a pity that he didn't know Lui's talent at the beginning, otherwise he would have to compete with Peak Master Lingluo for anything. At this moment, as one of the Peak Masters, Yulan Peak Lord has also broken through to the realm of the void. Moreover, Peak Master Yulan's talent is considered outstanding among all peak masters, and the age to become a cultivator is not too old. He was also a peerless genius in the Baiun sect back then, and his potential is even higher than that of Wu Qingfeng and others. With the continuous changes in the cultivation environment of Bianzong, it will even reach a higher level in the future. Liu Yi didn't attack Peak Master Yulan either, he was robbing Master Yulan for his disciples. I'm afraid Peak Master Yulan didn't know how strong Master was. Hearing that Shizun and Peak Master Yulan have a very good relationship, Liu Yi was also curious, why did Shizun come to a sect like Baiun sect when he is so strong? Moreover, even a person like Peak Master Yulan who has a very good relationship with the Master doesn't know that the Master has a family, let alone where the Master's home is. Liu Yi was also curious about where Master's home was. It has been decades, and the Master has not come back yet, and I don't know when he will come back. Liu Yi didn't think too much about it. On this day, Liu Yi was drinking with Zhang Fan and others. At this moment, an unexpected person came to Bianzong. The son of one. When Liu Yi saw the Supreme Son, he was a little dazed, but he still invited with a smile, "The Supreme Son came to my cave, and I'm sorry to welcome you, come have a drink." The Holy Son of Tai looked around, feeling the strong aura, with a look of astonishment in his eyes, and exclaimed, "I never thought that the place where you practice, Brother Liu Yi, is still such a blessed place, no worse than my holy land of Tai. My sect some old people still want to invite you to join me in the holy land of oneness, but now it seems that, it may not work." Hearing this, the eyes of Zhang Fan and others on the side became dangerous. Nangang Moyu smiled and said, "Son of Tai, your holy land doesn't really want to poach the corner of our Baiun sect, does it?" The son of Tai smiled slightly, "It's just a joke, of course it's fake." Liu Yi also smiled, "I don't need to say more about this, I don't want to leave Bianzong. What is the purpose of the Tai son coming here? Brother Liu calls me the Tai Shenzi. It's a bit weird. My name is Lin Jiu. You can call me Jiu." Tai Shenzi came to Liu Yi, sat on the ground, and smiled freely, "I came here because I heard that Liu Yi is the only one. Brother, you broke through to the realm of fusion, come and congratulate." Liu Yi suddenly said, "So that's the case, since you are here to congratulate, let's have a few drinks." Liu Yi handed over a glass of spirit wine, which is the universal spirit wine of the state of integration. Lin Jiu took a sip, and a look of astonishment appeared in her eyes, "It's been a long time, this wine. I'm afraid it's not cheap, right?" Liu Yi smiled, "I brewed it myself, and it's worthless." Lin Jiu fell silent for a while, looked at Liu Yi with a strange expression, and then smiled wryly, as expected of Brother Liu, the way of array, the way of swordsmanship, and the way of body training, all of which are far superior to monks of the same age. Reaching such a state of perfection. I, Lin Jiu, have not admired many people in my life, and among my peers, Brother Liu, you are the only one. Liu Yi smiled, "Brother Jiu, you are welcome." Lin Jiu smiled and said, "This time, apart from congratulating Brother Liu for his breakthrough, there is one more thing." Liu Yi was taken aback, "What's the matter? Brother Liu, did you forget? My Tai Holy Land will open to you a month's Taiji map." Lin Jiu smiled. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, then his expression was weird, he really forgot. Coincidentally, his current formation path improvement speed is extremely slow, if he enters the Tai diagram, it should be able to speed up a bit, right? In a month's time, with his current attainments in formations, he should be able to deduce his own grand formation of transcending tribulation. In this way, one more task can be completed and array law can be obtained. Liu Yi smiled, "I have been practicing in closed doors these days, and I have no time to spare. Now that I have made a breakthrough, Liu Yi is naturally willing to go to the Holy Land of Oneness." Lin Juyu smiled and said, "That's good. Those old people in my sect are all looking forward to the stars and the moon, brother Lu, for you to pass by." Everyone else glanced at Lin Juyu in surprise. The Patriarch of the Holy Land is looking forward to letting Lu Yi enter the core of cultivation in the Holy Land. I am afraid that only Lu Yi has this kind of treatment, right? Lu Yi smiled, "If that's the case, then we can leave in a few days." Lin Juyu naturally has no problem. In the next few days, Lu Yi and the congratulatory monks had dinner together again, and then they talked with senior sister, junior sister, Yun Xi and Jian Ryu about their plan to go to the Holy Land of Oneness. Then, Lu Yi and Lin Juyu left Bianzong and went to Tai Holy Land. Lin Juyu came here by flying magic weapon, which was a formation map, and the speed was extremely fast. Even though Tai Holy Land is extremely far away from Biun sect, it only took about half a month to reach the destination. Unlike the Divine Sword sect, Tai Holy Land is located in a plain area, and there are floating mountains everywhere in the sky. A few words of the floating mountains are condensed into a platform, and there are golden patterns in the center to form lines, connecting all the floating mountains together. On the top of the floating mountain, there are densely packed and complex formations flowing. These formations are ever-changing and contain endless mysteries. Lu Yi just glanced at it, and was startled. "This is a large formation derived from the innate formation pattern?" Hearing this, the Holy Son of Tai widened his eyes in shock, and looked at Lu Yi in astonishment. "Brother Lu is really extraordinary, with amazing eyesight. Just one glance, you know that my Tai formation is derived from the innate formation pattern. Come here. I am really envious of such attainments in formations." Lu Yi smiled, "I was lucky enough to come into contact with the congenital pattern in a corner, so I know something about it." Son of Tai sighed again and again, to be able to touch the corner of the innate pattern. This is also Brother Lu's amazing luck. "Brother Juyu, you've already been praised. If you praise me again, I'm going to lose my mind." Lu Yi smiled and shook his head. The two turned into streamers and came to the mountain gate of Tai Holy Land. It can only be said that it is worthy of the immortal sect of Formation Dao. The gates of this Tai Holy Land are densely engraved with mysterious formations, and the monks guarding them are all phantoms evolved from the formations, not real people. Lu Yi's expression was weird, a bit similar to artificial intelligence, and the pattern of the Tai Holy Land was really awesome. Lin Juyu took Lu Yi into the sect, and soon, some monks saw the two of them. After seeing Lu Yi, the monks widened their eyes and showed shock. "Lu Yi! That's Lu Yi! Lu Yi is here!" Back then in the Battle of Dongming City, Lu Yi relied on monk Dongxiu to set up a Mahayana formation, and cooperated with Lin Yunfan, the Mahayana power of the Tai Holy Land, to kill the Haizu Mahayana in the formation. This battle spread throughout the entire Tai Holy Land. In Tai Holy Land, there are almost no monks who don't know Lu Yi. In their view, Lu Yi is simply a legend in the array. It didn't take long for the news to spread. Lin Yunfan came to hear the news with a bright smile. "Little friend Lu Yi, long time no see, don't come here." Lu Yi also smiled and said, "Senior Lin Yunfan, long time no see. You, if you hadn't asked Juyu to invite you, wouldn't you have come to my Supreme One Holy Land? Could it be that the formation map of my Supreme One Holy Land is so attractive?" Lin Yunfan scolded with a smile. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed. After all, he had too many good things in his hand, even two of them were immortal artifacts, and he really forgot about the picture. But Lu Yi naturally wouldn't say it out loud. He smiled, "It's just that I had some insights before, and I have been obsessed with cultivation. Even if Brother Juyu doesn't come, I will visit the Holy Land of Tai in the near future." Lin Yunfan smiled, "Let's go, I'll take you to meet some ancestors, they are in the core area." Lu Yi nodded, and Lin Yunfan took Lu Yi and Lin Juyu together and flew towards the core area of Tai Holy Land. The Tai Holy Land is a sacred place of formations, almost the entire sky is decorated with formations. Some of these formations are large, some are small, permeating the entire space, and will be triggered by monks if they are not careful. Along the way, Lui saw many monks from the Holy Land of Tai triggering the formation pattern, and finally became disgraced. Seeing Lui paying attention, Lin Yunfen smiled and said, "This is the test of our Tai Holy Land for the disciples." As a formation cultivator, it is natural to pay attention to the surroundings at all times, and be ready to break the formation, dissolve the formation, and transform the formation at any time. Lui admired in his heart, as expected of Xianzong, with such a teaching method, it's no wonder there are so many talented disciples in the Holy Land of Tai. When Lin Yunfen and Lin Juyu heard this, they also smiled quite complacently. This is also the pride of Tai Holy Land. Soon, they came to the core area. It was a huge square with a radius of tens of kilometers, and the center of the square was covered with dense patterns, which were constantly changing and extremely mysterious. And in the center of the pattern, there is a white pattern floating. This pattern exudes a mysterious array of lights, with various patterns flashing on it. Lui raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Is that a fairy artifact?" Lin Yunfen nodded with a smile, "That's right, this is the immortal artifact of Zhenzong of my Tai Holy Land, the picture of Tai." Lui praised, as expected of the immortal sect, possessing the immortal artifact is enough to suppress one party, the background is amazing. Ha 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 ha. Little friend Lui, my Supreme One Holy Land has extraordinary heritage, and there are more treasures. If you join my Supreme One Holy Land, you will naturally be able to enjoy it in the future. A long laugh sounded, followed by a white-haired, white-browed, rosy-faced the old man appeared suddenly. No one saw how he appeared. With a gentle smile on his face, he looked at Lui with anticipation in his eyes. Lui smiled, "Junior Lui, I have met Senior. But this Junior is used to staying in Baiun sect, so I don't want to change sect. This is an ancestor who crossed the realm of tribulation." The ancestor was not surprised when he heard this. After all, Shenjianzong and Tianlong Holy Land had invited Lui, even Tai Holy Land had invited Lui many times, but none of them succeeded in the end. This old ancestor was just trying. He smiled helplessly, "Since that's the case, let's just pretend that the old man didn't say anything. Today's map is opened, so you and Juyu can go in together. With your talent, you should have a lot of insights when you enter it." Lui didn't expect Lin Juyu to go in, so he naturally had no objection. Lui smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior. Go." Lui and Lin Juyu looked at each other. Lin Juyu smiled and said, "Brother Lu, please go first." Lui nodded and stepped into the pattern. The array patterns inside the Tai diagram are extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Every step you take, you need to unravel the changes in the array patterns, which is quite difficult. But for Lui, it was an easy task. After all, Lui's attainments in the Dao of formation are extremely high at the moment, and he has experienced various basic analysis of Dao of formation, and his foundation is extremely solid. He seems to be strolling in his own garden, strolling leisurely, slowly walking towards the central picture of the sun. Relatively speaking, although Lin Juyu was equally relaxed in front of her, she needed to think for a while before she could break up. In just a moment, the two of them had a certain distance. Lin Yunfen and the Duja Patriarch soon appeared, a few strong men with deep auras. They looked at Lui and Lin Juyu in the Tai picture, and they all sighed. "Juyu is my most talented disciple in the past 1,000 years, but compared to Lui, the gap is not small. This is also normal. Little friend Lui's formation skills are too amazing. He was able to independently arrange Mahayana formations when he was on the battlefield of the Sea clan. Now I'm afraid it's a step closer. Maybe it can be compared with us old immortals. I just don't know, little friend Lui, can you enter the core area? Have a look." Everyone looked at the pattern. But in the picture of Tai, as Liu Yi continued to transform and unravel the formation, and learned about the different patterns, his thoughts began to flow, and he was a little surprised. Even he hadn't thought of the usage of some patterns, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. How can it be like this? Liu Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he seemed to see the way to deduce the great formation of crossing tribulation. It's just that this road is still a little hazy, which makes him a little unclear. Liu Yi continued to move forward. In just one day, Liu Yi was close to the distance of the Tai map, which shocked the ancestors of the Tai Holy Land in the distance. Lin Juya fell far behind. Looking at Liu Yi at this moment, she felt it's also a bit frustrating. He sighed helplessly, as expected of brother Liu, I am far behind. After another 3 days, Liu Yi even approached the central area. At this moment, Liu Yi's eyes were shining, and the eyes were full of mysterious and complex patterns that flickered. He suddenly sat cross-legged and fell into an epiphany. This time, Liu Yi didn't have the number of epiphanies rewarded by the mission, but the epiphany that appeared when he walked through the picture of Tai. As Liu Yi sat cross-legged, the patterns on the entire square suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared again. These array patterns are constantly flashing and changing, different from the past, and contain strange power. This is, little friend Liu Yi is using the Tai diagram to deduce the big formation. The ancestors Duja of the Tai Holy Land were dumbfounded. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.